ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Foreign Minister Penny Wong says Australia's decision to back a United Nations resolution on Palestine reflects the government's commitment to seeking a two-state solution in the Middle East. Overnight, Australia joined 143 other nations in voting in favour of the resolution, which expands the rights of Palestinian authorities at the United Nations. 9 countries voted against the resolution, including the United States and Israel. Senator Wong says it's a nuanced position.
It did not give the Palestinian Mission membership of the United Nations. It did not give the Palestinian Mission voting rights at the General Assembly. What it did do, consistent with a two-state solution, was to express the General Assembly's aspiration for Palestinian membership of the United Nations.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says the federal government's multi-billion-dollar investment in new housing will mean more tradies, fewer barriers to construction, less talk and more homes. Jessica Moran has the details.
The Prime Minister has announced a multi-billion-dollar investment to build more homes. The Homes for Australia plan is part of next week's federal budget and includes $1 billion for crisis and transitional accommodation for women and children fleeing domestic violence. Another $1 billion for states and territories to build the roads, sewers, energy, water and community infrastructure needed for new homes, and $9.3 billion for a 5-year national agreement on social housing and homelessness. Mr Albanese says the country's housing crisis needs action from every level of government.
Meanwhile, the federal government says Australia's housing crisis has played a part in its bid to cap new international student enrolments. Tanuta Kozaki reports.
The federal government is next week introducing legislation to allow the capping of new international student enrolments in universities and vocational training colleges. The new framework is expected by the end of the year after consultation with the sector. Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill says the visas being granted are back to pre-pandemic levels and that the government has adopted a move towards a smaller, more strategic migration system. The federal government says if universities want to enrol students above the cap, they'll be required to have new purpose-built student accommodation for both international and domestic students to free up pressure on Australia's depleted rental market.
The state government has defended granting police more powers to enforce COVID lockdown restrictions, saying the actions of a few officers at a protest do not reflect the professionalism of the rest of the force. A Victorian County Court judge found police officers used unlawful violence when they arrested and charged people for protesting against the restrictions in Melbourne CBD 3 years ago. Judge Liz Gaynor says the protesters, one of whom ended up with a dislocated arm, had breached lockdown restrictions, but police could have charged them without violence. Minister Lily D'Ambrosio says the behaviour of a few of us officers does not reflect the entire force.
The majority of the police officers in Victoria do a great job in keeping the community safe, and I really want to thank and commend and acknowledge that their work is not an easy job a lot of the times. We always want police officers to take the best foot forward and behave well.
Victoria Police has declined to comment. Photographers across southern Australia have captured a remarkable aurora australis this morning following one of the strongest geomagnetic storm events in 20 years. The Weather Bureau issued a warning yesterday saying geomagnetic storms can disrupt critical infrastructure such as power grids and satellite services. University of Tasmania physics professor Andrew Cole says while the peak has passed, another light show may be visible tonight.
Because things are happening right now during daylight, I would start looking as soon as it gets dark, after sunset, and just find an area that is free from obstructions on the southern horizon, generally free from city lights.
To sport, and Greater Western Sydney's Callan Ward will line up for his 300th AFL game when the Giants travel to Docklands Stadium to take on Essendon. Both sides have started strong in 2024, but the Bombers were handed a 126-point thumping the last time they met at round 23 last year. Essendon's Nick Hine comes in for the injured Xavier Dersma. In today's other games, Hawthorn and St Kilda play in Launceston. Richmond takes on the Western Bulldogs at the MCG, and the Suns play the Kangaroos in Darwin. To the weather now. For the state, cloudy with isolated showers, mostly in the north and east, easing and contracting towards the far east later in the day. For Melbourne, sunny breaks developing during the afternoon. The slight chance of a shower in the early afternoon as well, with a top today of 19 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 18. Monday, partly cloudy and 20. Right now in Melbourne, it's 19 degrees. ABC News.
Oh, mornings. Will Anderson, you've been targeted.
It's too early for advertising. Skip.
The adverts are in your home.
Spam on my fridge now? No. Unsubscribe.
You're being influenced.
I don't want any of this. Are you listening to me?
When the whole world's gone ad.
Oh, we're listening.
Thank goodness there's Gruen. Back Wednesday, May 15 on ABC TV and always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Here pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership pleasure.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
They looked like they had stopped last night, Port Adelaide, and yet they were able to hang on in the finish to close out and record a historic victory down at Kardinia Park. Eerily similar, the two highlight games to start round 9. Back on Thursday night, Melbourne falling agonisingly short of a big comeback against the Blues. The Blues back in the winners list. Meanwhile, an emotional night over in Perth. The Dockers soundly beaten by the Sydney Swans. Also this week in the AFL, the Suns are looking at a new logo and a new jumper for next year. The Northern Territory putting forward a bid to become the 20th team, and the push for premiership rings. Meanwhile, Richmond have lost a chief executive. The Tassie Devils have found one. All of that coming up right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Boundary showing. Finlayson first hands on it. Down to Rioli. Hurried kick forward. And Rioli's got 4. The siren goes. But there's history in the making for Port Adelaide. For the first time in 17 years, they come to Geelong and down the Cats. Oh, it's been a big start already to round 9. It promised so much with all the top 8 teams playing one another, and so far it has delivered. We've had 3 of our top 8 matchups. We got another one on the way today with Essendon and GWS. My name's Corbin Middlemass in the ABC studios in South Bank. Alongside me, the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
Corby, thanks for the drive down to the Cats last night and back. We had a great chat about football, but what a game. I love that game. I love the fact that Kenny Hinkley was able to take his team into the middle of the ground yesterday, and what happened we don't totally know, and you should never know because that's between them, but I would suggest it'd be something along the line, you can do it.
Yep.
Well done.
There was such a good win for Port Adelaide. Bigasava Radaglia is going to join us, as is the new chief executive of the Tassie Devils, the man who's rebuilt the Richmond juggernaut in Brendan Gale. So all of that to come here on AFL Saturday, plus your thoughts on 1300 558 222. One man who's held just about every single role in football, AFL House. He's been in football departments at the Bombers and, of course, happened to win a premiership with the Pies, a top pick from the St Kilda Football Club before that. Luke Ball. G'day, Bally.
Corby, afternoon. Exciting, wasn't it, last night? Really exciting game of footy, and I loved Thursday night too. I think 2 teams, we've spoken about it a few weekends in a row, haven't we? 2 teams that I think are going to be there at very much the pointy end of the season.
Which 2 out of the 4?
Carlton and Melbourne.
Right.
Yeah, Thursday night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry,
okay.
Thursday night game.
Yes.
Loved what I saw from Carlton early, particularly, and then the challenge was thrown to Melbourne and led by the player who I think is the best player in the comp, Christian Petrarca, and we might dig into that a little bit more when we talk about the game. They clawed their way back and almost pinched it.
I was going to say, I'd love to talk about that and this game because both sides have come out of the blocks like there's no tomorrow and
similar, wasn't it?
One hung on, or they both just hung on.
Yeah. It's amazing how similar the 2 games were to build big leads and then fiercely hang on at the end and white knuckle it down the stretch, and ultimately big wins for Carlton and for Port Adelaide. One off for the talkback number, which is 1300 558 222. That number 1300 558 222. How wide open is this premiership race? So it feels like a fantastic season, and there's a lot of focus on there's a bunch of teams down the bottom that look a little bit off the pace in the competition in the early stages, and yet I'm not so sure we've got it's not that narrow at the top. It's as wide, I think, as it has been after 9 rounds for many a season. So how many teams do you have in the mix to be the premiership team after or midway through round 9?
Corey, I hate saying this, but I reckon after this round, that 8 is set.
Wow.
He's zagged there. He's going the other way.
Jeez, the 8 would be set.
Okay.
And yet, how many?
And that tells you that Collingwood will win and go into the 8. Fremantle will fall out.
Yep.
I cannot see anyone outside the 8, even Brisbane.
You've sold your Brisbane stock, haven't you?
Well, I just reckon that's the 8.
Yep. What about the Crows? Can they come home with a wet sail?
I think the Crows are the best side outside the 8.
Yep.
But I don't think they're going to make it because I just think the sheer when you look at the draw, it's really heavily stacked. I mean, Geelong finished low last year, so they get an unbelievably easy draw, so they'll make it. Sydney fell away, and so they've got an easier draw, and they'll certainly make it. So I just cannot see. I'd like to think that we're not finished at round 9, but that's my.
So even if that is the case, out of those 8,
no, you can't pick it.
Yeah. And that's awesome, isn't it? To think that the premiership scene is so flat that you can.
History would say that that's the case. Yeah, yep. I'm going to leave the door just a little bit. I like what the Crows are starting to do. Freo last night, do you give them a bit of given the circumstances around? I think we give them a bit of. We saw them the weekend before be pretty impressive against Richmond at the MCG. So I'm not putting the line through them yet either.
And Collingwood have got to beat Eagles
of course,
today.
Collingwood, yeah.
Which they should.
I just think Brisbane have still got a run in them.
Not with those injuries coming from last week.
With the caveat there, they probably don't have the. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they've got the depth as they start to lose some troops.
Tomorrow night's a fantastic way to end the round. So all the focus rightfully has been on the top 8 matchups, and yet Adelaide versus Brisbane feels like a pseudo sort of elimination final in round 9 if there's such a thing.
That could be right. I mean, that game could hold a balance of whether you're right in saying that one of those could actually replace someone in the 8. Because if the loser of that, really, that's a monster effort from there on in.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. We'll start with the Power. We'll get into the Cats, and Asava Radagalieri is going to join us as well, the Port Adelaide defender. He promised during the week, he said, look, I'm going to Geelong to try and ruin Tom Hawkins' night, his former teammate, and they were able to do it in the end, only just. But a huge win for Port Adelaide. You asked Travis Boak post-game last night about the conversation that he'd had with Ken Hinkley and the rest of the team out on the ground. And Travis Boak put it basically down to the fact that Ken spoke to us pre-game. He said, look, it's basically time to put up or shut up. Are we going to be that kind of a team? In fact, we can have a listen to that. This is what Travis Boak had to say on ABC Sport last night.
Yeah, look, we just kind of spoke about how long it's been since we've won here, and we spoke about it before the game that it had been a long time, and if we want to be a really good side, these are the games that we need to stand up in. And look, it was just a really good moment in terms of, I guess, how much it's kind of meant, coming down here and probably getting belted a lot of times, that winning here is really special, and we just sort of spoke about that at the end, and Kenny reiterated that.
Felt like as good a home and away win that they've had under Ken Hinkley in his, decade-long reign in charge?
Yes, I'd say because it's fresh. I'm not convinced it is, because there's probably other games in his 10 year. But where they are and the pressure he's been under in that 10 years, that statement made by Travis Boak on behalf of Ken Hinkley is exactly right. You have to stand for something in life. And as a football club, they have to stand and go, what do we really represent? Are we just going to be those, flat track bullies and win the games we should and get beaten by the better sides? I know that Kel said last night, she said there's about 7 or 8 players out. I'm not convinced that there's 7 or 8 that would go into that. There's certainly...
So they both ruckmen, so you can count them as one.
Well, there's only going to be one.
Yep,
and the kid last night
was good.
Did a
terrific,
fantastic job.
Power Pepper, Lockie Jones, Jace Burgoyne, who have been sort of better than fringe players in recent times, and Connor Rosie's a huge one.
Absolutely.
Power Pepper's not coming back, we know, and the other two are thereabouts.
Yeah, so
there's 4 of your best 23.
That's right.
Yep.
So that's and your captain, being your captain, and that was their best is through the middle.
Yep.
The only letdown to me is going to be their key forwards. I just don't know whether that stands up. There's very few big key forwards kick a lot of goals in finals, but what they do, they demand a player to play on them. Dixon's out there busting his boiler, but he's clearly sore and has been for a long time.
Subbed off, yep.
And I think that also you probably find that Marshall is a player that ebbs and flows with his confidence. So then you say, well, where the goal's going to come from? It's not always going to be 4-goal Rioli. So that's in my view.
Yeah. No, Rioli was brilliant. He needed to stand up because we know the challenges that they've had with their scoring. I still think the questions are at either end of the ground. Radaglia did a terrific job last night, and he's new, and so him and Zerk Thatcher are still trying to settle into that system with Aliir, obviously. And I thought, their ability to, and they went to town, or they went to school rather, on Geelong's OneWood, which is that real high, the high half forwards pressing high up the ground and then torching. I can only think of one time that they got them out the back last night, so that was a clear focus for Port Adelaide, and they put. But it just started around the ball. They were so clean, weren't they, and precise around the contest. We'll speak a bit about Geelong, but to me, it just shone the light on their challenges. We know, starting in the ruck, you're right. The kid Visentini came in. Well, surely that's a great opportunity for Reece Stanley
brave
to
move
respond.
By Scott. Really good move.
Yeah, well, in the end, that was a good move, wasn't it? It was
too right. It was
early. At the time, I was thinking, it's a bit early to do this.
No,
but
you get away with the ball with 23. You can't get away with it when it was 20 plus 1, but you get away with the extra because you've got numbers up your sleeve.
This was a premiership ruckman, though, against a fourth gamer, and he gets tapped out halfway through the second quarter.
He gets smashed.
Yeah, so that's clearly still an issue with Geelong, as is just more broadly their midfield group. They got absolutely torched early by Horn Francis and Zach Butters, and Drew did his thing as well. And they got going a bit in the second half and turned the tide, Guthrie and these types. But to me, last night, it showed how much they still need Paddy Dangerfield around that contest. Their contested ball and clearance work in that first half.
Paddy's one way.
Was subpar. Yeah, but so are all the good players, Mick. Like, I'm not worried about. I'm talking about their ability to win the ball.
I'm
talking about their ability to win.
I'm a coach, not a premiership player.
Mick, I'm talking about their ability to win the ball around. They got torched in that first quarter around the clearance and the contest.
I mentioned this last night. And probably Essendon's performance over the last month has changed my mind too. That I did that game during gather round, and I left there thinking, Port Adelaide just completely blew away a team that wasn't quite up to snuff. And we'll probably learn a bit more today on how the Bombers go. It probably makes me change my mind a bit thinking back on that night that, Port are going to do this to a lot of teams this year. That when their midfield's up and going, which team in the competition are the likes of Horn Francis and Butters and Drew gives them that defensive midfielder that they need, Rosie when he's in there. And yet they showed again last night against a good team, and no one doubts Geelong of that. They just completely blew them off the park and a half of football, and they were 49 ahead. And in the end, it was, 43 too many for Port Adelaide, for Geelong.
Yeah, that's their strength. And prior to the last couple of weeks, number one, clearly scoring from centre bounce. And then they play that front half game. They set up behind the ball, which allows Aliir, and it doesn't expose them as much behind the ball.
Yeah, but also, Borley, they played 6 forwards. If you were to take Geelong on and do something about it, Stewart was...
They had a plan against Stewart, didn't they?
Hell
they had
well.
McEntee just annoying and I mean, Tom Stewart's a champ. We know that, but it did
upset him.
It did upset the rhythm of Geelong's team. But what surprised me, and Geelong were off, and Chris got a bit of that in that first half. That's a pretty tight, narrow ground as it is. So, okay, how do you beat Geelong? We know that if you go up and down the line, they're going to pick you off behind the ball. Their ability to shift the ball, now that requires great kicking skills, which Port at their best are very good at. We know that with Houston and these types behind the ball. Their ability to bring the ball off the line, have a runner coming past every time, chain the ball, break the line, and get easy looks out the back to Rioli and these types.
Because they're so aggressive in their back line.
That's right. It was incredible. So it was a bit of Geelong being off from that point of view. But that's the template, and Port's ability to execute that plan last night in that first half was as good a footy as you'll see this year to this point.
1300 558 222. Michael, the first of our callers in just a moment. Very quickly, is there a premiership team in there in what Ken Hinkley's got in 2024?
I just think their forward line is not going to be strong enough.
Yeah, still question marks over both ends of the ground, I think.
I like their back line.
Ooh, what a night for him last night. Their key defender, Big Sav Radaglia, is going to join us in a few moments' time. Michael is in Tasmania on 1300 558 222. Michael, appreciate your call.
Hi. 2 quick questions on integrity. With a few minutes to go last night in the Geelong game, Cameron hits the ground, his head hits the ground, doesn't go off for a check. And then, is there anything ever going to happen with stuff like that? I mean, it looked really bad that he didn't go off for a check in terms of integrity. And my other point with the integrity is, should even the Fremantle Swans game gone ahead given what happened 24 hours earlier? I mean, if you were in a normal workplace, you would have had that today off, or that time off work. You would have had to go to work.
Good questions. Very good.
Michael, great call. 1300 558 222. Just on that, 11 Fremantle players last night that played in that game would have played with Cam and been at the club during that time. Jeremy Cameron wore a black armband last night down at Kilda Park. They obviously played together at GWS, and the Giants are playing today. And there's a heap of players, including Josh Kelly, that have put tributes out on social media. Josh, along with Tom Boyd and Cam McCarthy, they were all high picks. They all lived together in their first year at the Giants. So, the footy community is in mourning across the board on the back of his tragic passing, and we'll talk more about that. But the Cameron one last night with his head bouncing off the turf.
Should have gone off.
Yeah.
Should have gone off. So, this is where the AFL, the neutral, where they sit in the middle of the dugouts, has to go to the emergency umpire and address the bench and say, I'm now going out to that player who has to come off the ground.
So the doctor went out, but so practically how does this play out? There's a stoppage at a really crucial time. He's around the ball. Are you saying that the game needs to stop? A message has to go out from the independent, go out to the umpire, hang on a sec, players had a potential concussive event. Because that's what I'm asking. Practically, how does it play out? Because the doctor did go out and speak to them, and I'm presuming made some sort of on-the-spot clinical assessment that he was okay to keep playing.
How can you make on-the-spot? Because he's gone out for a reason, no ball.
But so practically, so the game has to stop until he comes off?
Well, I'm saying an AFL official who's watching the game, and the moment that something like that happens, and he's got to be a medical person, that's easy, get a medical person, goes, I need to see that player come off to be assessed. Now, that doesn't have to be like that, but it should be now the AFL person goes to the bench of Geelong bench and says, player number 20 or 5 or 7 has to come off the ground.
It clearly looked like the umpire was trying to drag him off last night, and Cameron was saying, look, I'm staying here. So you can't have that just as an optics thing for the AFL.
He's spot on, this bloke. Who's Michael from Tasmania. It's absolutely spot on.
Yep. So, I mean, and that's the thing. How serious about it are we? Are we really serious, or are we, if the game's on the line,
it's too close.
That's the one that was always going to be in question. Big game, final, grand final,
it's close.
Whatever it is, it's close. He's around the ball. He's a gun player.
Yeah.
Which way do we err? To me, the doctor got out there, so that happened quick. It's just whether it's a mandatory, he has to come off.
I've seen two things take place, and it's self-regulatory. And you see the players regulate this themselves. One is about tackling. I'm now seeing players hold players up. I saw it last night with Big Charlie Dixon grabbed hold of a player and could have gone to the ground with him, but just held him up. The second one is a stun. You get hit. You've hit the deck. Yesteryear, let's say last year, players that stay down because I'm still shaking my head. They know if they get hit, they're likely to come off. If they can split secondly get up and think, I've got to do something about this, up they jump and start to run, even though their head's wobbling all over the place. Some players just do not want to be checked, and that's why I say it's got to be an independent thing. It's quite simple. It's only a matter of having a screen in front of you and a doctor saying, listen, we want to check this out. Just check it out, because we know there's going to be all sorts of problems come out of this.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Chris Scott last night, he had a long press conference, one in the end that went for 13 and a half minutes. He spent over 5 minutes of that talking about the umpiring last night after saying he didn't want to discuss it following a loss in particular. He spoke for about 4 and a bit minutes on holding the ball and the advantage rule. There was then a follow-up question that was put to him about the advantage non-call late in the piece, where Jeremy Cameron went on to kick a goal. The ball was brought back to Ollie Henry. He subsequently missed his snap at goal, and in the end, obviously, the gap in the game is 6 points. This is how that played out last night.
Strong likelihood that 98% of the people on the field thought it was play on in the last minute there when Jesse kicked the goal.
Who are the other 2%, Hayes?
That looked like a goal, didn't it?
No, but it was a goal, and that's the point I'm trying to make. We'll go through, and I suspect... And again, this is a little bit of a risk when there's a controversial decision. The AFL come out and say, oh, look, we made a mistake. Or, no, in fact, that was right. It's a bit offensive to the other 30 decisions that were also wrong that they refused to tell us about. Like, if you're going to be really transparent about the controversial ones, roll it out. So at least, certainly the coaches, because it's our job, but at least the spectators can go, okay, they think that one was a mistake. All right, well, I won't worry about that one. But when they say, no, that one was right, and then you're confused. It's like, I don't understand the rules well enough, so I've got to school myself up. If you want to provide transparency and clarity, I'm not sure that you should cherry-pick just the controversial one.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. That was Chris Scott last night. It is now time for Mixed Messages
on AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Well, it's interesting. It's a follow-up to Chris Scott's press conference. One, I believe that Chris Scott is one of the best coaches going around. Have a look at the record. It's outstanding. It's not over 1 or 2 years. It's over 10-plus years. But early days with Chris, I always noticed that he would be very demonstrative in the coach's box over free kicks that were given, and it's never about the ones that weren't given to the ones that weren't given to Geelong. It wasn't about the ones that weren't given to the opposition. Every free looked like it had to be a Geelong free. After last night, he didn't mention anything about Gary Rowan's attempt to mark. That is clearly a free kick when you interfere with the pack and do not come up with it. The result was a Geelong goal. So what you've got to be careful about cherry picking, as he's indicated, about which ones. And as far as the play on goes, the umpire was very, very sure about that. He'd already blown the whistle, so he brought that back. As far as the tackle goes, that's two ways. And I think we stood there in amazement at sometimes it was a 360 swing around by both teams. Yep, he might be thinking that that Geelong were hard done by. I believe that Geelong got the better end of the stick as far as the umpires go, and they do very frequently down at Geelong. So I think that a whinge about a free kicks when you lose is not a good look, and particularly by a bloke who I think everyone rates as one of the best coaches.
I agree with that. Yeah, and I think at times he takes the Geelong coach hat off and puts the AFL statesman of the game hat on, Chris. And majority of the time, I love listening to him. I think he's pretty spot on, and he does have the best interest of the game at heart. I was surprised with this one. We're not used to hearing put that coach's hat back on, win, lose or draw.
It's a Geelong supporters hat on.
We're not used to hearing coaches talk about the umpires for 4 minutes after the game. This specific example, I think going back into the rule book, because at the time I thought, now hang on, is it the player's discretion in terms of who takes the play on? I think it still is. But the umpire still does have some discretion. If in that moment he had control, if he thinks that the whistle's been blown instantaneously, as the player, I think it was Jai Clark, throws the ball on the boot, and Clark had no time at all to make a conscious decision to take the advantage, then it gets brought back. And so he brought it back, not seeing where if that had landed in the arms of a Port Adelaide defender on the last line of defence, and it hadn't been called back,
happens quite frequently.
That'd be an issue too, wouldn't it, for Geelong? How is that advantage? You know what? Yeah. So I just think, and then again, I go back to practically his point around we only hear about the big decisions. So what do we need to go back to an hour's What's Your Decision show where they go through all nine games and talk about 10 decisions from me? I don't think we need that either. So I get it, the emotion of the game, a close game. There are going to be one or two things that are the big talking points, but I just think there's enough on the plate, isn't there? I don't think it's, I think... So the holding the ball, and this was almost cool down Luke territory too, the holding the ball thing's interesting. Cool. Taking the other side of it, I can't believe when you watch games of footy these days, players' ability to stand up in tackles, and it's not a surprise because the amount of work they do in the gym on their core strength, the leg strength down. Players of all sizes. Every game you'll see hundreds of examples of players standing up in 1, 2, where you think he's been done cold. How's that not holding the ball? And it's tough for the umpire because if he blows it straight away, most of the time they'll stand up and get an effective disposal away. And then everyone goes, what do you mean? He's handballed it. So it tends to have a way, and I feel like at the start of the year when everyone's fit and strong and fresh out of the gym, the holding the ball thing's on the agenda a lot more. And as the year plays out, it starts to sort of find its own level a bit. But
interestingly, Nathan Williamson, who's one of the current umpires in the game, was on 360 on Fox Footy during the week, and he spoke about the 4-point process that an umpire goes through when it comes to holding the ball. And maybe we just haven't clarified this enough as a game. So he says, basically, when somebody's in possession, we talk about, have they had prior opportunity? So that's the first one that we tick. So let's say, for the sake of the argument, they haven't. Have they been tackled legally? That's the second point. Yep. So let's say they have. So we've got two we got a cross and a green light, so we go on to the next. Yeah, we go into the next part of the flow chart. Is it knocked out in the tackle? So let's say that
it's a tough one. Sorry to jump in. That's the one that's annoying people.
So let's say it's not knocked out in the tackle. So far they've still got the ball. We're on to the fourth point. The fourth point is, did they show a genuine attempt? Now, Williamson clarified during the week, all the player has to do is to make a genuine attempt. If they don't dispose of it correctly, it's not holding the ball.
If there's no prior opportunity.
It's incorrect disposal.
If there's no prior opportunity, it is not incorrect disposal. It is play on. And so you'll sometimes see players try and kick the ball or handball the ball, and if they haven't had prior opportunity and the ball is then freed, the umpire will call play on, as he's instructed to do, which I think that's the last point that doesn't sit well with footy fans, that if you try and get a hand pass away or you try and put boot to ball and you completely miss it and you're being tackled, I think we're comfortable that that's holding the ball, aren't we, as an industry?
Or incorrect disposal.
And yet the umpires have been instructed differently there. So I feel for them in that moment as well.
And then even within that, what's prior? So you might give a player a 1.2 seconds call, whereas I'm happy to give him 1.8. So there's stuff within that as well. I think the one that's annoying people at the moment, and I'm picking up more in games, they've had prior, they've had prior opportunity, the ball gets knocked out in a legitimate tackle, and it's been called played on. I think if there's prior opportunity, if the ball gets knocked out in a tackle, it should be holding the ball. Bad luck. Whereas at the moment, as per those rules, step 2, you might have had an hour, you might have had the ball in your hand for a minute, Mick, and I tackle you, and in tackling you as the arm swings around, I knock the ball out before you get a chance. It's play on.
Yeah.
That's the one that's annoying people, I think, at the moment.
No doubt. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Plenty more still to come on AFL Saturday. We've got Cool Hand Luke on the way. Brendan Gale is going to join us as well. The outgoing Richmond chief, but he's the new top boss at the Tassie Devils. Plus, last night as well, the Dockers, an emotional night for them over in Perth. All of that coming up on AFL Saturday.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
If he does, he bounces it through.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal. Game, set, bingo.
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
McInerney kick inside the forward 50. Heaney V5. Heaney gets out the back, takes the mark, plays on, got caught, gave the handball off to Hayward, who snaps truly for goal number 3.
Sydney, big winners in the West. The Swans victorious by 48 points. And they go a game clear on top of the AFL ladder. It was an emotional night over in Perth, as it has been for the footy community more broadly after Cam McCarthy's sad passing late on Thursday night. Played 70 games across 2 clubs after being picked 14 to the Giants in 2013, and he was the Dockers' leading goal kicker in 2017. They wore black armbands for him last night. They had a moment's silence, of which Alex Pearce and Nat Fyfe were visibly emotional beforehand, and then at the end of the game, the players were handing out flowers for Mother's Day, and in a beautiful symbolic touch, both Fyfe, who was Cam's captain at the time, and Alex Pearce, who was a good friend of Cam's, and obviously the current captain of Fremantle, laid their flowers down in the goal square as a touching tribute towards their late friend.
Yeah, tragic stuff, isn't it? Really, and I just thinking in that little break there around the call is a really good call too around whether the players are actually fit to play in that situation. And Mick, we had a similar situation, didn't we, way back in 2012 when ex-teammate and good friend of many, John McCarthy, passed away.
Yeah, exactly.
It was during the finals.
That wasn't. I was gone by then.
Sorry, Mick, you were too.
But I knew John very well.
You knew him very well. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, it's a little story from that. He rang me and said, "Look, I think the Collingwood are going to give me the boot. What should I do?" And I said, "Look, find a side that's going to suit you. Don't go to any side." So he actually trained in Adelaide. I think it might have been Port Adelaide. No, he went to Richmond.
Right.
Trained at Richmond, because they, at that stage, looked like they needed a half forward, and then he got picked up by Port.
Yeah.
So,
But I think, listening to Justin Longwheel...
How did you go in that scenario as a player?
Actually, I was injured, so I wasn't... But just thinking back, because and how a club would handle that in situation, I think it's very much we know that players individually would react differently. So I'm certain that coach and footy boss would have had individual conversations with each player as to around their ability, their capacity to cope with playing a game last night. Now, it looked like the majority would have said, no, I want to go out there and play, and then it's always going to be a little bit subjective as to the actual impact, isn't it? Once the ball's bounced, the emotional impact, that's hard to quantify. You're rarely going to be able to do that. And that's where you're probably relying on your senior coach and your senior people to be able to even, at times, if it's a young player, almost help them and make a decision for them, just judging by the read of the player. But it's a really, really tough situation. Massive credit to them for getting out there and playing last night.
They've had terrible, it's been terrible with some of their players there. They've had four in a car accident. Was it at the fifth?
So Colin Sylvia was in a car accident, was the fourth. And then the fourth, Shane Yarran, who am I forgetting? Shane Yarran, Harley Ballick, and now Cam McCarthy, all before the age of 30.
Oh,
it's just from the same era.
Terrible
at the footy club. Justin Lomio spoke about it last night, naturally, in his post-match press conference.
Some of our players have done it tough, and was really proud of the way they were able to go out there and compete tonight, given the difficulties of the last 24 hours. So, just to Cam's family, I'm thinking of yous, and could only imagine what you're going through. Some of our players have known Cam for a long period of time and continued those relationships, post him playing for us. So, you really, start thinking about them, and really proud of the way the club came together, put their arms around those who were hurting, and was really proud of those players for going out there and competing the way they did.
Do you think it impacted the result or the way they were able to play?
Not really. No, that's what makes me proud. You look at three-quarter time and you look at the stats, we're up in contested ball, we're up in inside 50s, we're turning the ball over in our front half, we've had more shots from stoppage, equal shots from turnover. If you had given me that at the start of the night, I would have taken it.
Justin Lomua last night in defeat, a 48-point win for the Swans. Obviously, over there they go a game clear, as Clint mentioned in the call on the top of the table. I went to school with Cam, so we played in the same indoor cricket team in a six-a-side team for a couple of years, and so I was in year 12, I think, when he was in year 9 at the time. But my mates had younger siblings that were friends with him, and so you end up all hanging around together. And coming from Perth's southern suburbs, it's not a big place. You all knock around together, but such a big heart. And every time he saw you, even the troubles he was going through, he had a big smile on his face and was always asked how you were and would give you a big hug. And you can see how much his loss is hurting the footy community. So, and particularly those players that spent so much time with him at the Dockers and the Giants that will play with that this weekend. And I think, as you said, everyone grieves differently. But even in my own circumstance, without trying to insert yourself into the story, you find yourself thinking about it and about his life and the time that you've shared with him, and it's a lot for players, I think, to have to go out there and play so soon after such an event. And I think we can give Freo a mulligan last night, and we'll judge them a little more closely going forward. If you are in need of help in a crisis, you can call Lifeline 24/7 on 13 11 14. So 13 11 14 is that number. The winning last night belonged to the Swans, so game clear on top, a 48-point victory. One of the interesting talking points around the Swans is the fact that Luke Parker can't get in the team. He finished 4th last year in their best and fairest. Here's John Longmire when he was asked about that post-game.
Well, he's a good player, and so we talk about it. Just the balance of the team we felt was... with the mix we had this week was what we needed to do to play against Freo here. Now that can change from any week, so we'll see how the week progresses. But we want to make sure we get the best team that can help us, and at some stage Luke's going to be part of that and be a really important part. I'm really confident of that. So we just felt that tonight that we picked the best team to give us the best chance. He wants to play senior footy. He's been terrific. His attitude's been fantastic. He's a real leader, important player of our footy club. He's been such a big presence for a long time, so his attitude's been fantastic. But at the same time, he wants to play senior footy, and I think everyone would understand that.
Good problem to have.
Yeah,
there's a few ways to look at it, isn't there? And that last bit's really critical. How is he outside of game day, Monday to Friday? Because everyone's looking at him, and I've been in similar situations as well where if it's not handled well, you can have young players tiptoeing around the senior player who's not getting the game and worrying about that. That doesn't appear to be happening, I think, judging by what's happening on the field.
Well, we're on top of the ladder.
Well, but you look at, quite apart from the ladder, you look at the way their midfield are playing. And we know that it's led to this explosion of Isaac Heaney, who's, for all intents and purposes, the Brownlow favourite, best player in the comp to round 9. It's brought the best out of Chad Warner again. I mean, Luke Parker would have known, and as you're starting to approach the end, you would hope you're duty bound to accept the fact that this situation might happen, and if you're part of it, if it means that you're part of a really good team, then that's a good thing. Now he'll know that we're only a third of the way through the year. The whips will crack from midway through the year and onwards. I mean, they brought Taylor Adams in, so that's right. So the game will settle down, and there'll be a roll. But it's interesting at the moment because Callum Mills is the other one.
I was about to say, I've got 2 questions for you on that. Mills, at least he can play other roles and do other things. Is there room for Adams and Parker?
I don't think so. No. Without being privy to their internal makeup,
I do.
Team.
You think there is?
Yeah, because you've got 20. I'll
23.
You've got 23 players.
Okay.
Let's take the 23rd one out. I still think that they've got the capacity. When you've got 4 on the bench, you can get away with having one of those players as a back come forward or a forward come back.
So
and then the other 3 should be midfielders.
So I guess that was my other question. If Parker, so I was probably more thinking in the same midfield, can you have Adams and Parker?
Oh, in the same centre square sort of thing.
Yeah, and so say the answer's no. Where else can Parker play?
I think he can. Not... Well, I think he's shown he can play forward, and he's better overhead. At his best anyway. So he'll need to Monday to Friday, and I imagine he is. He'd be working on the kit bag. Because he'll know that. He'll know that if I can home the marking overhead and hit the scoreboard, then there is that potential to play forward, which potentially Adams doesn't have.
Yeah, but their forward line structure's...
It's great.
It is, and it's been... One of the things about Sydney over the journey, they hardly make a change. Yeah. You think about the injuries, they very rarely get injured, and they keep the side, and that side stays the same. It might change by 1, but where other teams, I look through the list today, there's 3s and 4s and 5s changes. Sydney,
pretty solid.
Almost as solid as.
The talkback number's the fastest way to have a chat with us, 1300 558 222, so 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, the premiership player Luke Ball and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. A little taste off the SMS. Frustrating for the Cats last night. Not sure what was going on with the umpiring, but really hated when my fellow Cats supporters booed big Asava Ratugolea, so wasn't overly happy with that. Another anonymous text, don't forget to put your names and where you're messaging from as part of these. Marshall has taken over Westhoff's role comfortably, floats in and out of games all the time and plays 3 good games a year. That's a little strong on Todd Marshall's game last night. For Mick Malthouse, with Rosie missing last night and Port winning, what is more important, a leader or a captain? From Kim in Tasmania.
There's a distinct difference.
Okay.
Leader.
Yep.
Every day of the week.
Joseph from Essendon. Scott is the most petulant coach, always deflecting when they lose. So Joseph not overly happy there. Mark from Upway. Hi, gents. It's a classic case of Geelong having a sook when it doesn't go their way. So get a little bit of a taste off the SMS to see, just get a quick pulse check. The talkback number is 1300 558 222. One man who's a former Cat, he's now very happy in his new colours, his Big Sav Ratugolea, and I'm pleased to say he joins us last night. He did say during the week he was out to ruin his old mate's night in Tom Hawkins, and I think it's fair to say you successfully did that, Asava. Appreciate your time on ABC Sport. Whoop. Have you got a Sav? No. We'll go to him if we can. So hopefully we can get him in a few moments' time. He's not ready for us at the moment, as we can clearly see. Let's do Cool Down Luke in the meantime as we keep the show on the road here. It's AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Tricky one that came out of nowhere from my point of view this week, Mick, and I'm not even sure of the origin, so cool, perhaps you can clear that up for me. But the putting on the agenda of a premiership ring to take place of the premiership medal this week. Now, I'm an American sport lover, probably not at the level of you are, Corb, and we've got the NBA finals going on behind us at the moment, and I'm a big NFL man due to our trips over in Arizona. It's hard not to get swept up in that. But I'm also one who enjoys some of the traditions of footy. And I just think and my guess is that there'd be some self-interest behind those putting on the agenda, and that's always fine. The game of life, you always back self-interest, or you know it's trying. But I think one of the great things about Grand Final Day is when the players, and we've added the Oz kicker going up and presenting the medal, and I was very fortunate enough to be in that position in 2010, going up and getting the medal around the neck. I think still one of the things that I think it's quite unique to our game still.
It's
and one of the things that we need to look after. I think on the list of priorities around Grand Final Day, I haven't got it in the top three. Let's have a crack at a twilight Grand Final, maybe even night, but twilight is a first step towards that. And there's one or two others that I think, a next cab's off the rank before. Can you imagine a player walking up and shaking hands and it's almost like a wedding ceremony, getting a ring put on their thumb.
No, it's a Americanism that we don't need.
The one bit of, and again, I'm very lucky to have achieved in 2010. My premiership medals are really the only thing that I keep track of in the sense I've got a cupboard full of memorabilia collecting dust. The medal sits proudly on my on my bedside table, Mick, and that's the one thing that I absolutely treasure.
Well, I agree. I just think the medal is so important to our game. Not any other little gift from there on in. If it's a club gift, then that's fine. But I just and I'll also say, I know this might be harsh, but I think only the players that played in that game should get the medal, and I think Leon Davis got one. I hope he did get one because he played in the lead up, the drawn grand final, which was the grand final. So that's the way I think. I'm glad you said that, Ball.
Yeah, and I think that's what I neglected to mention. So with the club, the club obviously the winning club usually does pretty well out of it. There's a bit of a windfall there. And I think it was Alan Didak who organised some Collingwood Premiership rings to be made for the players. I think that happens pretty well every year now. It might be a watch. It might be. I think that's great. Within the four.
I'm not sure what they do there, but that's the AFL's medal is so important.
Keep the medal.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Good hit out from you, Luke Ball, on the. I like the medals too, and I think we've actually got the medals into a really good spot. We've had some awful ones over the years and different variations, and yet I think the Norm Smith medal and the McHale medal and the Premiership medal, they all look spectacular.
Yeah, go back to the Richmond one in 1980. They're a quarter the size.
Yes. No, they look great. The current medals that are on offer. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse, and Luke Ball. Now, Big Sav, Radaglia, he's with us now after his win against his old team last night. Asava, appreciate your time.
G'day, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. I understand that you said during the week, and I understand this because I actually heard it myself when I was watching the news, that you were out to ruin Tom Hawkins' night up against your old mate down at the Cattery, and I think it's fair to say you did a pretty good job.
Well, I'd like to say they clipped a certain part of that clip, but I did... don't want to go past the fact that I did talk very highly of him, and I was really excited for the game. But we wanted to go over and get the win, which we did last night, and the boys played unreal last night.
Were you bothered at all that you got the pantomime jeer and the boos from your old fans?
No, not at all. It's all good fun. I didn't know how they'd react, and I knew the boys coming up against the boys that was going to be fine, but I just didn't know what the crowd was going to do. But it was good fun. Put a smile on my face.
So well done last night. It was a really good battle, and clearly your first quarter and a half or first half was just magnificent. Just quickly before we move on from the Big Hawk, can you just tell us a little bit about your relationship, both professionally and personally? I mean, as a player who sort of moved around a bit and eventually settled at full back, tell us a bit about what you learnt playing against him at training. He's widely renowned as, in terms of forward craft, being one of the greatest ever to do it. Give us a little bit of an insight as to, what you learnt from him at your time there.
Yeah, I spent the last 7 years at the Cats, and I was so lucky enough to spend so much time with Hawk. From day one, really, he took me under his wing, and I'd like to say almost taught me everything I know right now. He's been such a great influence for me, and a great leader and a great teammate as well. And now the bloke's achieving all these milestones as well, and so well deserved too. So I wish him nothing but the best, really, and He's been really great for me.
On the game last night, again, we'll focus on the start. It looked like the plan was really clear. We know one of Geelong's key strengths is, especially forward of the ball, is those high half forwards getting up really high and then really trying to burn you with your running power, with their running power back towards goal. And it really looked like you went to school on that. You set up nicely behind the ball. And it started around the contest, didn't it? You're able to pump the ball forward, and then that's when Port's playing their best footy. You set up the ground up beautifully and lock the ball in that front half. But it really looked like, I guess, from a back 6-7 point of view, you absolutely went to school on them and executed the plan really well.
Yeah, I thought we were really, really solid in that department last night. We're slowly building, getting to know each other and getting to know how each other play. So, we're starting to gel together now. And, last night was another challenge for us. Their small forwards obviously are so important for them, working up and down the ground. And, for us to nullify their influence was really good if we wanted to get the win. So our smalls are really good, and our keys are also pretty solid down back. And Aaliyah was great, and Jesse Cameron, really reducing his influence on the game.
Sav, well done, and it's a credit to you to do a lot of your work on the forward line, then find yourself in the back half. And there's been some of the greats, in fact, most of the greats on the back line actually have come from the forward line. But just how do you organise yourselves, given the fact that you've got Aaliyah down there and also Zerk Thatcher? So you've got three reasonably tall players with yourself. Is it a matter of just mix and match? I know you said about Cameron, and of course Cameron goes up the ground and tries to burn his players off, but you just seem to be locked in on Hawkins. Do you mix and match that at all?
Yeah, it changes every week. Ali's a really special player for us back there, and we want to get him into the game as much as we can. So if Thatcher and I can make that job easier for him, we'll do that, whether that's a lockdown job or, just helping him out in the air. But, it changes every week. We've always got different matchups, and I think we always speak about just getting our job done, whether it's on a small or a big, and just holding down, make sure everyone can do the job right.
Yeah.
I sort of had the job last night on Hawk, and Ali had one on Jezza, and it worked out well.
Yeah. Just over the journey, over the last few weeks that you've played, or this season that you've played, who has been the player that you've sort of got back and you thought, well, wow, he's given me some trouble, if you like. I'm not going to say that he beat you, but who do you find your toughest opponent so far?
That's tough. Hawk's always going to be a struggle for me, I reckon, just because of his strength and his forward craft. That was something I really wanted to stop yesterday, and which helped me out a lot. But can
I just jump in there? By knowing him so well, do you think that's helped you knowing his leading and his ruck work in the forward line and the way he operates?
That definitely worked out for me. It definitely helped me a lot. It's also knowing the small forwards and like their mids and the way they enter the ball, kick the ball inside 50.
Yeah.
I think I've sort of worked with him enough to know how much he wants to set up that leading lane for himself, and it helps that I know the players and what kind of kicks they'll take, especially with like a Brian Myers or a Mitch Duncan. So. If there's a guy that's going to kick long, more than likely, then that gives me a good chance to go and intercept the ball. But if Brian's got the ball in his hands, I'm sort of right on his body and just making sure he doesn't get a good tick lead.
We loved your work last night, Sav. It's a win you can build a whole season around. Appreciate your time on ABC Sport today.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sava Radagalia, Port Adelaide defender.
Starting to build, isn't he? Yeah, they went out and targeted. They targeted key areas. We know that they were deficient in. And the ruck, and we mentioned the young. I thought another mention. He was terrific last night. Vizentini. Ruck, with Soldo not being there. And then behind the ball with Zerk Thatcher. And they're just starting, 9 games now? So they're just starting to... And we know that a good back six just need that continuity, don't they? They need to be able to know what each other are doing. And he spoke about that. He articulated that really, really well then.
And you don't have to always talk on the back line. Sometimes it's just a head nod, or it's just a crossover, it's a little pat on the back. I've played back there. You just know with noise, you can't. There's a lot of times where you just can't get your voice across, but you just know, you feel your backline player. And you're right, Paul. It does take some time to settle in, but once you've got a really good, it's like a hand in a glove. You work. I think they work unselfishly, backline players, more so than any other place on the ground.
Jeremy Cameron will be further assessed by club medicos after his heavy landing last night. His head bouncing off the turf, so he'll be a watch during the week. And Tom Hawkins won't play. Chris Scott confirmed that last night, so he won't make the trip to Darwin, which is a Thursday night fixture. They've dropped 2 in a row, the Cats, and now they play the Suns up in Darwin, where the Suns have won their last 4 games by an average of 40 points. So they play pretty well at their home away from home. Tim from Stradbroke is the next of our callers. Hello, Tim.
Hello.
How are you?
All right, thanks.
What have you got for us?
Well, the whole panel, you're talking about this club association doctor, what comes out to the players when they get hit like Cameron last night.
Yes.
Now, why didn't you bring the other 2 up, what hit heads? I think it was in the third quarter.
I think it was Cameron again, wasn't it?
Drew, was it?
And Cameron.
Yeah.
Cameron was 2 other blokes, and they hit heads badly, and they were wonky.
Certainly.
Now, if you're going to have a rule where the doctor comes out, he's got to come out to all, whatever happens, whenever, not just one issue.
No, you're spot on.
That's unfair.
No, you're spot on, mate. But we targeted that one because it was late in the game, and the game was in the balance, and we were just working out whether players, if you're 10 goals up, you come off. If you're within striking distance, some players just want to stay there, and coaches want them to stay there. So that's why we didn't mention the other one.
Just to be clear, every big clash is assessed on the bench, absolutely, and then. They pour over the footage. And
by the club, though?
No, there's by both clubs. Yeah. And so
the club doctor plus the ARC looks at it
plus
as well.
The ARC, that's
back
right.
at Docklands.
Yeah, so that's what happened with that Drew and Cameron one. Now, Drew certainly came off second best on with that one, and the doctor went straight out to him. And Cameron, I mean, sometimes you can get hit in the head and hits the right part, and you get on with it straight away. I think that's what happened with that one. But just to be clear, that every big clash, regardless of whether there's head contact or not, is looked at on the bench, which never used to happen.
Rob from Greensborough off the SMS, when it comes to premiership rings, the 12th man put it best. It's just a bit of US BS that has no place in our game.
Bit of Seppo BS.
From Lou off the SMS, leave the day grand finals. It is medals too, but I like the idea of medals for all who played for the season, or at least the finals. It's an annual debate that we often have. From JP in Curram Downs, hi team. Luke, just no. Leave the grand final where it is on Saturday, Arvo. Love your work, guys. And from Anna in Montrose off the SMS, great to hear pride in AFL traditions. We do not need any Americanisms tainting our game, and yes, only the players who play on the day to be the recipients of the medal. So there's the other side of things. Otherwise, it reeks of everyone gets a medal from Anna. So a little more off the SMS. The talkback number is 1300 558 222. I've got to give you an opportunity to talk about your man Christian Petrarca, but first, this is what Michael Voss had to say about Christian's night against his Blues on Thursday.
Yeah, we tried a couple of different matchups on that, and he was pretty hot. Obviously, Matty Kenny was trying to do a little bit of a role with him around the ball. He did too good a job, so he went forward. That was a mistake. But he was sensational. It was to be able to kick. What did he kick? 5 goals, 1. I mean, he was sensational. Could have been a real difference for him. We talk about the collective a lot, but that seemed to make a fairly big difference. His particular individual performance was pretty special.
There's a great line that we did too good a job on him in the midfield. He went forward and he torched us.
Yeah, I just thought I'm not saying everyone saw it, didn't they? The other night when they were right up against it, and when you got two really good teams that are even across the board, and it's a fierce contest, finals like footy. Sometimes a player just rises to a level that is above everyone else, and I just think that this guy has the ability to do that more than almost anyone else in the continent.
Carried by 3 or 4 players, Paulie.
I know you're big on this. I think you sell them a few short. I think they're better than that. Yeah. But just to highlight, this was one of the great individual performances, and it's on the back of several that we've seen. I mean, the 2021 grand final, I think, is almost the best grand final that's ever been played by an individual. Petrarca, that game. Go back and watch that. No, I do. And again, I don't think that's a big statement. That was extraordinary stuff. Just watching that. I just think and he's 28. Is he 28? Just
28.
28.
Turned
So
28 in
peak
January.
of his powers now. If I was picking a team, and I know it's always it's one of those ones where you say I'll take any, but I just think I think his best is better than anyone else in the competition.
Wow. It's a big statement.
It is a big statement. Yeah, I'm not convinced about that.
Better than Bont, better than Butters, better than Gordon,
Yep.
Dawn,
Yep.
all of them.
Well, that's why I wouldn't have him in the.
Who would you have ahead of him?
Bontempelli for a start off.
I'll take that argument.
But
Heaney,
the way Heaney's playing, because he's more consistent. I think
for 9 weeks.
Yep. Well,
hasn't done it in the final.
We'll talk more about this during the news. I'm sure we're back for another 5 minutes after that. If you're in South Australia, you're off to the footy, the Saints and the Hawks. No late changes.
ABC News, I'm Ali Crew. Foreign Minister Penny Wong believes Australia could recognise Palestinian statehood before any formal peace agreement between Palestinian authorities and Israel is completed. Overnight, Australia voted in favour of a United Nations resolution expanding the rights of the Palestinian mission to the United Nations, along with 143 other nations. 9 countries voted against the resolution, including the United States and Israel. Senator Wong says Australia's position is in line with long-standing government policy, wanting a two-state solution in the Middle East.
This vote is not about whether Australia recognises Palestine. We will do that when we think the time is right. What we would say, and what I do say, is Australia no longer believes that recognition can only come at the end of a peace process. It could occur as part of a peace process.
Meanwhile, Washington says Israel's use of American-supplied weapons in Gaza is likely to have violated international humanitarian law, according to a new report. The BBC's Tom Bateman has more.
The review says Israel may have used American-supplied weapons in breach of international humanitarian law, saying it's reasonable to assess this has happened in some instances during the war in Gaza. It also finds that despite Israel's knowledge of how to mitigate civilian harm on the battlefield, the results on the ground, including the high levels of civilian casualties, raise, it says, substantial questions over whether enough has been done to protect people. Despite the criticism, the report doesn't find sufficient evidence to withhold weapon supplies to Israel.
Dozens of suspected asylum seekers have been transferred to an offshore processing centre after reaching Christmas Island by boat. The ABC has been told the group of 33 was discovered early on Thursday morning with their people smuggling vessel destroyed by bad weather. A Home Affairs spokesperson has declined to comment, in line with the long-standing policy of Operation Sovereign Borders. The Victorian government has defended its decision to enforce lockdown laws during COVID, saying the actions of a few police officers do not reflect the entire force. At a county court hearing, Judge Liz Gaynor found that police officers who punched and pushed protesters at a 2021 rally against lockdown restrictions had used unlawful violence when making arrests. Minister Lily D'Ambrosio says these are the actions of a few officers and the police force generally exemplifies best standard practice every day.
The majority of Victoria Police do a wonderful job, do a very tough job in very trying circumstances. A few, of course, have been found to have not done the right thing, and we certainly expect better standards.
The Queensland Government says it hopes a solution can be found to save embattled budget airline Bonza. The Sunshine Coast-based carrier has had its fleet seized after entering voluntary administration last week. A creditors' meeting yesterday heard that 20 parties are interested in salvaging the company. Minister for State Development and Infrastructure, Grace Grace, says that is promising.
We're very sad for the workers. We're very sad for the flights in regional Queensland once again. We're hoping that that can be worked out. There is assistance through the federal area where they can assist those workers, and I know that if there's anything the state can do, we're keen on that. But I hear that there's some healthy discussions happening at the moment, and we've got our fingers crossed.
Emergency services are warning people to be careful when travelling around certain parts of WA's southwest following yesterday's tornado. Dozens of properties were damaged in Bunbury yesterday afternoon, including homes and the local prison. State Emergency Services Incident Controller Chris Widmer says there's a significant amount of debris to clean up. He says people should limit travel in the area today.
We have some signs out warning people not to go into certain areas. The reason is that we've got things like sheets of tin and construction materials held up in power lines and in trees and things. And the reason those roads are closed is because it is dangerous. So I'm just asking people just to be cognizant of that.
Prince Harry has been gifted a portrait of his mother, Princess Diana, during a tour to Nigeria with his wife, Meghan. The Dutch and Duchess of Sussex are visiting Kaduna State as a result of links forged through the Invictus Games, an international sporting event he started a decade ago for military personnel wounded in action. Harry says Nigeria has expressed interest in hosting the Games in 2029.
When you talk about lifting the spirits, that is what we are here to do, and we will build on that morale and show that anyone that is caught in the line of fire, that their life, despite injury, is not over.
And you're now up to date with the latest from ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app or head to the ABC Listen website for more stories and analysis.
There's a vault of secrets to unravel on ABC iView. Delve deep in Happy Valley and the control room.
She is the victim, I swear.
Peel back the layers in House of Gods and After the Party.
How do you know they're innocent?
And seek answers in Total Control and so much more.
You start fires wherever you go.
A vault of entertainment. Always free, always suspenseful on ABC iView. You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Great to have you with us. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, the show where Luke Ball has declared that Christian Petrarca is the best player in footy right now. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. I did mention a few weeks ago I did my top five. I didn't have him in it. So in my top five in the competition, I think from memory I went Bontham, Pelly, Nick Dacos, Butters, Cameron, Gawn. Okay. Maybe to give me five. But so I didn't even have
all
him.
Pretty good.
I didn't even have him on top in Melbourne, let alone in the competition. But that's why you're the expert.
What about
Paulie,
on Saturday morning?
Yes, people will agree with you.
Squeeze him back in.
There's no doubt about that. 1300 558 222. A couple of fun little stories kicking around footy this week. Mitch Cleary reported that there has been a focus group put together by the Gold Coast Suns, including some members. They are now, 14 years in or something like that, 14 years in by the start of 2025. And they are looking to refresh their logo and their jumper. So it's often been said that the jumper for the Suns looks like a training strip. It's just got the logo in the middle and predominantly red with the yellow panels down the side. So search for a new jumper and a new logo for 2025. What do we think about that?
Well, a lot of clubs do change. If you go back, Corby, we were talking about the other day about the entrance of North Melbourne and Hawthorn.
Hawthorn, yep. And Footscray.
And Footscray. They've all changed. There are some, the colours may be the same, but some clubs have actually changed colours as well. So I don't disapprove of that at all. I think if they can find something that's representative of the Gold Coast, and because they've got no history to bait. Let's face it, if they won premierships, you'd be going, oh, hang on, this is their premiership jumper. But they haven't even been in the 8.
I think Freo's a good example. So they've gone from the anchor, haven't they? And I like their strip now with the
chevrons.
The chevrons, yeah. So maybe some sort of version of that. They've never really incorporated a sun, have they?
No, that's the whole thing.
So the Swans, picture the Swans jersey with the swan on the in the middle of the V. Maybe something nice and simple.
Change theirs they just won't change theirs.
Footy jumpers are best, more simple.
Agree.
So, I wouldn't even mind for this. There's a North Beach Footy Club in WA has the same colours, yellow and red. Whether they do something similar like the St Kilda with the columns where, say, they're all red with a yellow patch down the middle or whatever it turns out to be. But I think they could get creative with it.
Well, they could also... They've got to start thinking more broadly. They come from Queensland.
Yep.
Somewhere or another, and the Lions don't have that. So try to incorporate something that represents Queensland. And people are very, very appropriate in that regard. They'll go, okay, look at this. This side's actually got us on board, whether we come from Brisbane or Cairns.
What would the map of Queensland look like in the middle of the jumper?
Well, you don't know.
They follow the Tassie model.
But you can put the sun above it and something like that.
I think the sun. Yeah, why not?
The sun is the one that's missing.
Yeah. They've never had it.
So new logo, new jumper on the way for the Suns. 1300 558 222. The talkback number, AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Now, nice little segue game this. The AFL, the Suns spend a bit of time in Darwin, of course. They play 2 home games there a year. They play them back-to-back, so they go up essentially for a week. They were there early this week and have basically acclimatised themselves as best they can. They play tonight against North Melbourne. They stay, and then they play Geelong on Thursday night. So they play the 2 games in a short period of time. Do a whole lot of community clinics. It's part of their academy zone nowadays as well, and they have a number of NT boys on their list. The Northern Territory, they've been gearing up on this front for a couple of years. They were ready to go as soon as the AFL pulled the trigger on the 19th licence in Tasmania, that they were ready to put forward a bid to become the 20th team. Now, they've roped in former AFL Chief Executive Andrew Demetrio and Brownlow medalist and Collingwood captain Nathan Buckley, who is now on an advisory panel to oversee the push for a 20th team in the NT, and particularly in Darwin, which would involve a new stadium, and would obviously involve the competition getting out to 20. What do we think about a team in Darwin? Is the competition? There's certainly a romantic notion to it, to complete the map of Australia and have a team up top, but how practical is it?
You just knew that the 19th would turn into 20, which I think is a massive mistake. Even 19, I think a Melbourne-based side should have gone to Tasmania. We haven't got enough players. We haven't got enough good players. Can they attract a crowd? There's enough clubs that are already on the handout to the AFL, and a lot of people would be surprised how many clubs are dependent on the AFL. This will be just another one. They won't make enough money.
I love the romance of it, as you said. I think players would be happy to go up there and play during.
Would they like to live there for 12 months of the year?
Melbourne winter? No, that's a separate question. Yeah, again, without the practicalities, would seem like they'd need a lot of working through. Don't know enough about the demographics, the economics up there. That's been discussed at Tassie.
Yeah, it's not a big concentrated population, Darwin. The NT population is very much spread around the state, or the territory as it is. The other one is the finances. That's always going to be the big question, and they were very keen to jump out of the blocks and say, oh, look, there's so much commercial support up here, and it's going to create so many jobs, and that they feel like they'll be able to get big business to invest in it and put money back into the community and create jobs and everything else. But the AFL understandably is saying, look, Tassie's our focus right now. Let us get that up and running, and we'll worry about what Team 20 looks like going forward. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Perfect radio segue game today. Speaking of the 19th team in the competition, their foundation chief executive, the man who leaves a dynasty behind at Richmond, 3 premierships, 100,000 members. What a run it's been. Brendan Gale joins us on AFL Saturday. Brendan, congratulations on the job you did at Richmond and the new gig with the Tassie Devils.
Oh, thank you, Corbin. Yeah, no, it's really exciting. It's a great privilege to have this opportunity. It comes with great responsibility, of course, and I look forward to rolling up the sleeves and getting stuck into it next year. But in the meantime, I'm going to finish up the year as strongly as I can at Richmond, and we've still got some really exciting things to do, and so still got the head in the game with the Tigers starting tonight.
So Peggy O'Neill has departed. Obviously, Trent Cotchin, Jack Riewoldt, some legends of the club retiring. Damien Hardwick moves on to the Suns, and now you leave as chief executive. Why now? Why is the time right to take on a new challenge?
Well, I've been 15 years as CEO. People seem to forget as well. I had a previous career with the club of 13 years as a player, so it's approaching 30 years at one club. I spoke with John O'Rourke, our president, this time last year, and felt that there's this sort of story of regeneration and renewal underway, that we were in the process of appointing a new coach, and at the end of 2024, I'd be 15 years, and maybe it was time to refresh and renew the leadership. We're also refreshing and renewing our Punt Road headquarters with a huge capital project, and so I just reckon it was consistent with that narrative. So I just thought it was the right thing by the club, and so I've been talking about that with John for some time. There's been change, but it's been orderly, and also probably from a personal point of view, I just felt that the time was right for a new challenge, and I guess this opportunity with Tasmania was the one that really goes to the head, but also the heart, and in the end, it was irresistible.
Can I ask you just a hypothetical that's probably impossible to answer, but if the Tasmanian Devils bid hadn't got up and this wasn't there for you, do you feel like you would still be making this decision anyway to move on from Richmond?
Yeah, maybe. I remember even thinking that at the end of 2020, which was a pretty tough year, and for all of us really, with the lockdowns, we won that year in Brisbane, and I just thought maybe is that the right time and to do the classic finishing on top. So I guess when I first raised this thinking with John, Tasmania was no more than an idea, but as it has progressed. Obviously, it's become a little more compelling. So, look, I can't really answer that, but that it would have been possible.
Brendan, congratulations on a fantastic career. You've really been a standout. The missing out on the AFL job, did it hurt?
Like anything, you go on something to win it, Mick, and you go in hard and you give the best impression of yourself. But that's all you can do, and it really is up to the powers that be. I think Andrew Dillon is a really fine person and very experienced, and I respect him highly. So was it hurt? No, you move on pretty quickly, right. and you think that I've got a great job. It's a club I love, feel strongly about, and when you go through a process like that, Mick, there's some really obviously deep reflection, and I guess one of the things that came out of it was, well, maybe I am a club guy. They are really two different bodies with two different sets of responsibilities, and maybe that's the unknown. I do really get the nourishment from the week to week contest and the winning and sometimes the losing, and so. It's funny, like you think of the events of the last 48 hours and fate works in mysterious ways. Maybe this is the way I was meant to be.
Yeah, sure. Now, this, again, it's not necessarily hypothetical. Do you, in your own mind, and I don't expect you for one moment to name, do you have a coach in mind? And if you do, how long before you appoint that before the start of the season, or before your start of the season?
I really don't, Mick. To be honest, I haven't given any thought whatsoever. I simply don't have the bandwidth. I mean, look, approaches are made by Tasmania briefly mid to late last year, just to gauge my interest, and so it's been just getting to know the people involved at board level. Grant O'Brien, the president, really impressive. And so in terms of what that looks like, I just haven't. I've got a bit of sense of when you want to do things, but I just haven't got my head in that game just enough yet, Nick.
Sure, yeah. Benny, all the best anyway. I hope you go fantastic.
Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it.
Benny, it's Luke Bly. On a lighter note, so 30 years at Richmond, obviously an amazing tenure and time for a new challenge. What about 3186? Have you've had enough of that too? We're going to miss you down there, mate. You really had enough of that? I thought once you moved out, I've been told once you move in there, you never leave.
No, I've downsized. Very expensive to live in 3186 boys. So we've actually we're staying. We've downsized. So we've got a big home that's surplus to our needs. So we bought in fact last year. So we're about to embrace the process of moving in, mate. So changing house. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So the Brighton Bars membership stays the same. That doesn't change.
Stays the same, mate.
Okay.
No, I could never give that up. Yeah.
Very good. What about?
Haven't seen you down there lately, mate?
No, it's I can't afford it, as you said. Just commercially, the new club is one thing. I mean, the amazing initial response to the. What was the $10 membership? Wasn't it? A couple of questions. One, were you one of those initial members? You're allowed to do that as a CEO of another club, and two, have you had any thought as to how that can progress? I guess from this year and the amazing uptake and level of support around that.
Yeah, I'm worse than being a member. My wife's purchased the family memberships without me knowing, so we've doubled up. They've got us twice.
Got you twice.
I think most people with a heart look. It's a smart initiative. It's a data capture, and they've got a lot of rich data and some really interesting data out of that. And a lot of people in Sydney and Melbourne, of course, but a lot of people in Tasmania who have got no connection with the club at all. So look, no, I haven't had time to really look at it yet, mate. It's it's just, as I said, it's been meeting with the board and talking, at that level. So, as I said, I really want to leave the club in the strongest possible position I can. And, we've got a few challenges on field at the moment. And, but even that's really exciting, and look forward to seeing a real good contest tonight. And we've got a huge project, $100 million project at Punt Road, which is going to transform the joint. And from a player and athlete in the community, but also a fan point of view. So we'd love to get that to a position where we can break ground and get underway. So there'll be a time and a place when I get really stuck in and roll the sleeves up, but now's not that time, Bully.
Can Adam Uze feel safe in his position despite all the change that's going on around him with new president, new CEO, and everything that's happening at the footy club, given he's so recently appointed to take over this next period in the footy club?
150%. He's, a real feature of our club is, we've got a real strong sense of shared leadership. So there's no one person, there's a really strong alignment, all on the same page. We've got great experience and capability in football. People like Tim Livingston, Blair Hartley, who are really invested in that appointment. They're elite operators. So, you've been around long enough. One person goes, another one will come in, but it's the culture and it's that shared leadership that endures. And, Adam's got all the support he needs now and into the future.
Brendan Gale, the Chief Executive of the Richmond Football Club and soon to be the inaugural Chief Executive of the Tassie Devils. I don't know if you caught up with the article by Chris Rowbottom on the ABC website talking about the private capital consortium. The Plenary Group will bid for the right to partner the Tasmanian government to deliver the proposed Macquarie Point AFL Stadium. Now, under a public-private partnership, assets including the stadium would be wholly owned by the Tasmanian government, with Stadiums Tasmania to operate the arena, which is expected to cost $715 million. So, in short, the chair of the Plenary Group is a guy who you might know pretty well by the name of John O'Rourke, of course, who you work with pretty closely at Richmond as the current chair. You're going to soon be the CEO of the Tassie Devils. Is this a relationship that you're on board with and you think can work going forward down in Tassie?
Yeah, it's an interesting article that's just come across my desk the other night. So, I think the government have been getting advice on how a project might be financed by the private sector, and I think the CEO is on record as making some comments around that, and there's a long way to go. But I think any government should be getting advice from a range of different providers how it might be financed, funded, and clearly when that develops, that'll be a very robust competitive process. So I had no knowledge that there was any discussion or interest. Completely at arm's length from my appointment. But if that was the case, it'd be a bit like if John's business plenary was commissioned to do some work on the MCG. That's what he does. It has no impact. It's completely at arm's length, and it's as between the government and the AFL. The government has to deliver a statement to the AFL, and the team is actually separate to that.
And obviously you're going to continue on to the end of the year with Richmond. How much involvement will you have with Tassie in the interim or at the same time, I guess, while you're still the chief of the Tigers?
Well, really none, to be honest, and they've been quite understanding and respectful of that. And, I expect to join Tasmania, sometime, early next year, February, March, the case may be. I'm going to get through it in the year, have a long break and decompress. But no, they've been really respectful of that, and that's been a sort of condition of it. So as I said, we've got plenty to do, and that's why we wanted to announce it the way we did, just to confirm that I'll be stepping down, but also get it all out in the open so people can know I don't have to address it, deal with speculation week in, week out. It's in the future. Look forward to rolling the sleeves up at the appropriate time next year. But in the meantime, it's all Richmond.
You're a great footy person, Brendan. The Tassie Devils are lucky to have you, as are Richmond, by the way, as well. The Tigers fans, you've delivered them so much joy over not just the last 15 years, but before that, obviously, as a player. We always appreciate your time on ABC Sports, so thanks heaps for having a chat, and congratulations on the job you've done so far and the work you've got to do.
Wonderful. Thanks, gentlemen. Okay. Bye-bye.
Brendan Gale, the Chief Executive of the Tigers. Of course, they play the Bulldogs tonight, which is a sneaky big game given the heat on the Dogs at the start of the week. A few other issues just to get through before we close out here on AFL Saturday. the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef. I'm sure you've been following that closely, Mick and Bawley, the rap battle that they've been having. Feel like Dacos v Reid may just be the next great battle that the world's in for, given we get to see Nick Dacos, who's the great young player in the competition, 55 games in, Brownlow leader and favourite before he got hurt late last year in just his second season, up against Harley Reid, who's probably played the most dynamic 6 games of footy we've seen so far.
He'll destroy him. If they went head-to-head, Dacos would destroy him.
Well, they won't. They're different athletes. Can we just accept that? I mean,
that's exactly right, Paulie.
So
different players.
It's what we do, and it's good, and it's great to talk about play. It is.
It's a fun media.
It's a fun comp. Yeah, at some stage, let's hope they stand next to each other at a stoppage tomorrow, and I'm sure they will. But they're different athletes, and they'll be different players. But aren't we lucky that we'll be able to sit back and watch both of them for like 15
you couldn't
years?
put it. There'd be a real mistake by Simpson to put Reid anywhere near Dacos.
Do players get caught up in that the same way that they do? Like in American sports, you hear a lot about, and we talk about hierarchy and people's thinking the same way in the pub. So do you think Nick Dacos would be hearing all this talk about, wow, Harley Reid is the best young player we've seen since, who knows, is it Judd, is it Ablett? And he's probably sitting there thinking, I've just put together 55 games.
He would. No, Nick Dacos would. Because Nick reads the play.
Lovely public profile and speaks beautifully, Nick. But there is a competitive beast underneath. Don't worry about that.
He wants to be number one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what drives him.
Absolutely.
To opposite ends of the ground, but the Carey Jakovic thing used to be. I didn't have to do much for Jack to play against Wayne Carey, and I see the duck from time to time, and I'd say to him, "Well, you got knocked over by Jakovic." He can count the number of games they played against each other, and the ones that he reckons he won. And Jakovic the other way would go, "Well, I know I won this many." So, it's yes, there will be, and I have no doubt that players of that ilk would want to marry up and go head to head.
Off the SMS, Rick, one for you, Bawley says, Luke Parker is most welcome at the Saints. Come on, Luke, you know that it makes sense. And from Chris saying the Suns could make their colours predominantly maroon if they want to appeal to Queensland more broadly. Mm-hmm. There is a maroon team obviously already there in the Brisbane Lions that might not be too happy about them encroaching on some of their turf. Will Power this week became the third player in the space of really 10 to 12 weeks to throw a homophobic slur out there on the football field. He's been suspended for 5 games. It's the third instance, though, that we've had in 2024 alone. Do we have an issue as a game? Or, like we often say, twice is coincidence, 3 times is pattern. This is 3 times in 12 weeks.
I asked Lingy last night, and because he's played recently, and he didn't feel as there was anything. That just seems to be out of the blue. I don't know about you, Bully, and you've played recently as 10 years ago. So, could I get you to answer it?
Well, I mean, I can't remember. That didn't mean that it wasn't happening and it didn't come up. Whether now we're just shining a bigger and brighter light on it, which that's in keeping with the way things are going. And it seems like now I didn't see it released anywhere or spoken about, but every time it happens now, the penalty's going to keep getting greater and greater until it absolutely stops. So maybe that's what needs to happen.
Did you hear it? You can't remember hearing it?
Oh, Mick,
you would remember
what happened last week. Yeah, well, I would remember, where it was a serious confrontation where those genuine insults were exchanged, but I don't remember it being an issue. No. But I think I think that seems to be what's going to happen now. That every time it happens, the punishment's going to get greater and greater. And
but should it? Shouldn't there be a set thing? I mean, it's a stupid thing to do, but should it just get bigger and bigger and bigger until players, I can't even think that players would be thinking about it going out on the ground.
Yeah, I think the problem is, though, that if that comes out reflexively, it's often not the first time that they've used it. It exists somewhere and it's going around in their head. There are certain words in the language that are taboo that I think all of us, no matter how much stress and pain we're under, you don't reach for that word. And unfortunately, we've seen players in a number of weeks do it. I'd be fascinated to ask someone from the AFL, and again, hopefully we can in coming weeks, why have we had 3 cases in 10 weeks? How are they graded? Do we need a vilification framework for not just homophobia, but transphobia, racism, sexism, whatever it may be in the game that, again, like we do for the MRO, puts it through an absolute basic matrix and at least spits out a baseline level, because vilification is something that's black and white. It's night and day. It's right and wrong. That if you're wrong, it doesn't matter who you are and what your accolades look like and how much pressure you're under in your personal life and whatever you're dealing with. If you've done the wrong thing, you head into this matrix. You've got a minimum of 2 or 3 games or whatever it is, and that's the starting point. And we can take all the discounts from there as to, he showed contrition and everything else, but it gives us a starting point. And
which is not there at the moment.
And it gives players the chance to hold themselves to a standard. The AFLPA are actually pushing for this. They want it. So they can educate themselves against it. They can work out what they need to know and what they need to upskill themselves on, and then they'll be held to that particular standard. So, hopefully we're moving closer towards that space, but not a good week to think that we've had 3 of them in such a short period of time. Just lastly, the last word and the final minute of the show, Cal Ward, 300 games today. Pretty popular football person.
Beauty. Yeah, absolute ripper. Great person, great player, plays the game.
Tough.
How you like it played, unconditional at the contest. Too brave for his own good sometimes, has worked his way through serious injury. Just a star.
Yeah, there's very few warriors been through. Selwood was the last one.
He's in that mould. He
is a warrior. He fits into that category. I love those sort of blokes. They just keep going.
Great way to put it. Good hit out. Thanks, Mick.
Corby, all the very best, mate.
Thanks, Paulie. I'll see you at the
this
footy.
afternoon.
See you, Paulie.
We'll see how the Dons go. We'll ride that roller coaster. All of that still to come on AFL Saturday right here on ABC Sport. The footy next, the Hawks and the Saints.
Over at ABC Classic, we're feeling good. And you can too by voting in the Classic 100 Feel Good. From the music that makes you dance, gives you a boost of energy, or makes you feel like anything is possible. Vote for your favourite feel-good music now at abc.net.au/classic. What will be your number one?
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-botted, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Calling what a breakfast.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air.
Listen to the roar.
The
pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best. Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, she'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Footy returns to Launceston for the first time in 2024, and it's two clubs with a special connection to Tasmania. Hawthorn is coming off one of its better wins in the Sam Mitchell era, while St Kilda must defeat the young Hawks this afternoon to keep things rolling this season. It's the Hawks and the Saints from York Park in Launceston. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom is my name, and alongside me in commentary this afternoon is Michael Maney. A big welcome to you.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everyone. Beautiful day in Launceston. Just seems that Launceston continues, Chris, to turn on the weather for us. It's beautiful out there. Lovely day for footy, and the crowd is driving in today, and it was bumper to bumper. So I think we'll have a pretty reasonable crowd today. St Kilda have a good, solid fan base, and I could never understand why they didn't take Tassie as their second home. That didn't make much sense to me, but the Hawks have made the most of it, and looking forward to a terrific game today.
Certainly starting to build nicely here in Launceston. The first of our experts this afternoon, a legend of the Port Adelaide Football Club, Stephen Williams. A big welcome.
Thank you, Chris. Great to be here, Mike. Good to see you. Yeah, it is. It's a fantastic day. No breeze, overcast, so Oval's in magnificent condition as well. So looking forward to a good game. A couple of sides that coming off wins last week. Obviously, the Saints beating the Roos and the Hawks beating the Dogs. So, it should be a really competitive game.
And it's a real Port Adelaide flavour to the team with our second expert this afternoon, Power Premiership player Dean Brogan, who made it in the nick of time. Just misjudged the drive from Hobart to Launceston slightly, but all's well that ends well, Dean.
I did. Thanks for having me, and what a wonderful place. I always loved playing here. I played a lot of footy here against both teams, and you're right, we played St Kilda here. We played St Kilda here a lot here, and always great games. It's one of the best decks in Australia, this deck. It's like carpet. I know players love playing here. So, yeah, just getting back to what Steve was saying, I'm really interested to see these two sides. Haven't seen a lot of Hawthorn this year, but tuned in last week to watch them demolish the Bulldogs, and even though they just got off the line in the end, but they were in control of that game all day. And St Kilda played finals last year, a little bit disappointing this year if you ask me. Bit up and down, and they should be a lot higher than what they sit on the ladder, so they would be expected to win today, but I wouldn't write out Hawthorn. I really enjoyed watching them last week, so can't wait for today's game.
The fifth and final member of our team this afternoon is Andrew Cooling, who's down on the boundary. We'll get to him shortly with the team news and all the conditions, but it's a really interesting matchup this afternoon, Steve, and the Hawks off that really impressive win against the Western Bulldogs. They play almost 4 or 5 goals better down here in Launceston as a rule. St Kilda 3-5 on the season. These are the games that they'll need to take care of if they're to make any sort of run into the finals in season 2024.
Yeah, it's a really probably even game when you look at it. James Sicily missing for the Hawks, which is a big blow. He's the general, isn't he, there across the half-back line, the quarterback that just drops off, reads the play so well and starts a lot of Hawks attacks, but they've still got plenty of grunt through their midfield. The ruck contest, Brogues will talk a bit about that, I'm sure, but Meeks against Marshall, that's going to determine probably the way the game will go, because both, as I said, the small midfielders are pretty talented on both sides of the game, but whether Marshall can get over the top of Meeks, Marshall's probably one of the premier big men in the competition, so that'll be a really interesting duel, that one, Brogues.
Yeah, look, Marshall's, I think, one of the top 2-3 ruckmen in the competition. He's amazing around the ground. He's very competent tap ruckman, but what he does around the ground, he plays like an extra midfielder, and that's what the modern ruckman is meant to do in today's game, and he does that very well. But I love the way Meeks goes about it as well. He is a massive unit. Just watching him out here warm up now, he has got a big old school ruckman's body. He's got both the shin guards on, he's got the socks up. I love it. It's going to be a fascinating battle, but look, you know, St Kilda's midfield is pretty experienced compared to that of Hawthorn's, but I think St Kilda across the board, you know, Steele, their captain, has been sensational form this year, but I think the midfield battle, it's always where it's won and lost, and St Kilda's midfield is more fancy than Hawthorn's, but I just like the way Hawthorn went about it last week, and they love playing here. They play the conditions here really well, and it is their home stadium, so I can't wait to put a face to some of these names for Hawthorn, for me personally, to come down and watch them play. But I like what Sam Mitchell's doing. We all know they're back rebuilding. I know it's a dirty word in footy, but Hawthorn aren't afraid to come out and say that, and they know where they are as a footy club, and they're building nicely.
Steve, Brad Crouch out of this team, and I think they have missed him. And the number 35, a familiar number 35 that goes into the midfield, Robert Harvey, such a brilliant player for St Kilda, an assistant coach now for them, and Sinclair has been terrific for them, 33 disposals in a couple of games and kicked a couple of goals last week. So he's taken up the step up from playing at half back into the midfield, and it'll be interesting to see how he roams around the wide expanses of York Park today.
It will be, and he's one of those players that distributes the ball so well. He's got a big, strong body. He wins the ball around the clearances, and he has a cool head. He just doesn't blast out of the clearances. He actually, if there's a handball to give, he gives that. If there's a short kick to spot somebody up, he has the skills to be able to do that. So it's going to be an interesting duel. I'm really pleased to see Liam Henry back in the side as well. I think early in the year he really added something to the Saints across that wing half-forward line, and just a real smart little player that's come across from the Dockers, and it's going to be interesting to see him back in the side and what sort of influence he can have on the game.
It's a big number to fill, isn't it? Number 35. So they must rate him pretty highly, and we often see good halfbackers end up in the midfield, and no doubt Wanganeen Millera. Sorry, Wanganeen Millera. I'm sure I'm going to call that 30 times today. Somebody he's a sensational player. No doubt he will end up in the midfield as well. But yeah, I'm with you, Steve. I really like Sinclair. He's a really good player, really cool, calm, collected, and much like the number 35 that used to run around for a long time for St Kilda. What a champion he was, Robert Harvey.
Game number 50 for Nasiah Wanganeen Millera this afternoon as well. And it might be a good time to get down to the boundary for the first time, where Andrew Cooling awaits all the team news and the conditions. Down to you, Andrew.
Yeah, good afternoon, fellas. A pretty good day for football down here at ground level, though it has got a little bit colder in the last half an hour. The sun was shining for most of the pre-game, just disappeared behind some rather grey-looking clouds, so maybe the weather might change a little more in the second half. I don't think there's too much threat of rain, but definitely going to get slightly more overcast. The ground looking like carpet out there at the moment. There hasn't been too much action on the ground of late, and it is looking absolutely perfect. Always praise the surface here at York Park, and looking an absolute treat. So I think the players will enjoy playing out there. The substitutes for this one this afternoon: Luke Bruce, perhaps a little surprise, named as Hawthorn's substitute, has a very good record at this ground as Luke Bruce. Ben Patton will be the sub for St Kilda. No late changes for either side.
So the two inclusions into the teams this afternoon: Luke Bruce for Hawthorn, named as the sub, and Ben Patton back in the team for St Kilda this afternoon, also named as the sub. Today marks the 25th anniversary of the Blue Ribbon Cup, so the players will be wearing the blue and white checkered armbands this afternoon. It honours the courage and sacrifice of Victorian police officers and those who have fallen in the line of duty, and was established in 1999 as a tribute to Victoria Police members Sergeant Gary Silk and Senior Constable Rodney Miller, who were killed in the line of duty in Moorabbin in 1998. So that is a long-standing tradition, 25th anniversary of the Blue Ribbon Cup. Today's match is the first of two this afternoon. You'll be off a little later in the afternoon to the Bombers and the Giants under the lid at Docklands with Corbin Middlemass and Joel Peterson. Finn McGuinness out there going through his paces. He's been deployed in a couple of slightly different roles so far this year. We know him so well as a tagger from some of the roles that he was able to do last year. Stephen Williams, we were talking about Jack Sinclair. If you were to give Finn McGuinness an assignment this afternoon, which player would it be?
Yeah, probably Jack Sinclair, or maybe Bradley Hill. He's one of those players that certainly can get off the chain, and when he plays well, the Saints play well. He links up. He's just got that motor that he can run, and he runs the opposition ragged, and he's really got into some good form again this year. So he's a real barometer for their side. So maybe he could be a player that they look to call.
It's a big job this afternoon as well for the Hawthorn defenders, with no James Sicily, Max King down there, Tim Membry, and they have the real ability to potentially stretch the Hawthorn defenders. Dean Brogan, Sam Frost and Jack Scrimshaw are going to have their work cut out this afternoon.
Yeah, they are. Sicily's a huge loss, isn't he? Even though he finished the game forward last week, he's been an All-Australian back, centre-half back, captain of the footy club. Single-handedly got them over the line last week with a bung shoulder and, corkies and whatever. So he's got the rest this week. But, Max King hasn't played a lot of footy this year. He's been injured a lot over the last probably 12 months. So, but when he's on, we know how good he can be. And Sam Frost just keeps keeping on. I think he's a good matchup for Max King. So it'll be a great duel between those two. And I know Frosty very well. He was at the Giants when I was there, and he was a forward, believe it or not, who's made his way down back. And, you know, he's a mature, experienced backman now that is a very talented. He can get the job done. He runs off. So if he can get the ball on the ground and run off, he might get some ball on Maxime and keep him honest. But they are going to have their work cut out. If St Kilda get enough inside 50s, they're going to be hard to stop.
Jai Sarong into the team for Hawthorn this afternoon as well, in place of James Sicily, so he'll be part of that Hawthorn back six that does have that big task ahead this afternoon. So we're just witnessing the coin toss in the middle of the ground. It looks like the Hawks have won the toss and will kick to the Invermay end of the ground to start things off this afternoon. Dylan Moore, the stand-in skipper for the Hawks today, with James Sicily on the sidelines. Jack Steele's out there as well. Both clubs in their traditional strips, I suppose you'd call them. St Kilda in the traditional St Kilda strip with the white shorts. Hawthorn in the brown and gold stripes. Michael Maney, have you got a final word before we go to the first bounce? Maybe a tip for us?
Oh, well, I think the boys are right. Sicily, the last time Hawthorn beat St Kilda, he had 43 possessions. And this was at this ground, and he was absolutely magnificent. I just think with Hawthorn stretched down back, they've resisted Ethan Phillips, the guy they picked up late in the draft. They haven't played him. So once again, as we were talking about, Hawthorn's midfield is going to be the key to supply, and I think that's really the only. I don't think some of the guys down back have got the height. They've certainly got the wherefore. They really want to have a crack. But I just think that cutting off supply is going to be their best way of doing it. And the other thing is, how good was Kalshadir last week for the Hawks? And brought a tear to the eye, really, when you really think about it, because with Paul Deere passing away a couple of years ago.
Amazing story.
What an amazing story.
Connor McDonald in number 50, game number 50 as well for the Hawks this afternoon. It is round 9 action. Saturday footy for ABC Sport. The umpire holds the ball aloft in the middle of the ground. You're with Michael Maney for the first bounce.
Round 9 at York Park. Meek up against Marshall. That'll be a crucial battle. Meek just got a little bit of it. Tried to get it to Newcomb. Nash, he's tackled by Marshall. And Dean Brogan, there he is, laying the first tackle of the game. Rowan Marshall following up the tap work.
It's a good start when you see your big fella starting to do the second and third efforts. It really lifts your midfielders.
Meek got that one down. Newcomb caught by one hand but then released. Nicely done. Got it to D'Ambrosio. Here's a loose kick. Wanganeen Miller dropped the chest mark. Running with the flight a bit. A lot of players around the footy. Hill just knocked it out. Windhager just got it on his boot. Meek just went with a one-hander. Couldn't take it. Owens squeezed a kick out just into shallow 50. But it's all Hawthorn here as Mackenzie mops it up.
Time and space, uses it by hand to Connor McDonald. Left foot kick was partially smothered. It bounces out of bounds just in front of the interchange benches. We'll have a boundary throw in on centre wing. Hawthorn kicking to the Invermay end, the left of your radio dial. The first quarter this afternoon. Marshall and Meek eye each other off. Shallow sort of throw in. Marshall gets to the front, palms it down into open space. Worked over the line by Windhager, and we'll have another boundary throw in right in front of our broadcast position. Early stages first term.
Just keep an eye. Bradley Hill, the dangerous St Kilda. He starts as a forward and then creeps up on the other side of the stoppage, hoping to draw out his opponent with him.
And it comes again. This time it was Meek palming it down into the path of Nash. Couldn't win it cleanly. Day went in, but Windhager went in hard. He gathered the footy. He was gathered by Mackenzie and brought to ground. We'll have a ball up at left half back for the Hawks.
Great attack on the ball, wasn't it? Windhager just drove through that contest, and it took a good tackle to stop him.
Meek knocked it down. Mackenzie tried to pile his way through a couple, Sinclair and Steele. And then for a good measure, Marshall just came in and provided another bit of a flop over the top. Another ball up. Marshall took it out of the ruck. Well done. Threw it on the boots. High ball close to the line. Impey, well, while Liam Henry was looking around to work out how he was going to position himself, Impey kept his eyes on the footy.
His best game for the club last week was sensational form, Jarman Impey.
Former Port Adelaide player, of course.
So another former Port Adelaide player.
Yes, Carl Amon. Here's Amon from half back now, kicks down the grandstand side. Big pack, up they fly. Deer He takes it at the highest point. Calcidir is going to play a role in the ruck, so he takes the mark on the wing right in front of the broadcast box.
Gee, what a leap he has, Calcidir. He's shown signs in his first 2 games of his fledgling career. Kicks up the line, but it's chopped off by Marshall, who gets in front of Meek and takes the defensive mark. He kicks back inside the defensive 50 to Wanganeen Miller. He spreads things further afield to Bonner. Short pass now over the top to Wilkie. He marks and flares things wide to Brad Hill. They're at left half back here, the Saints. They work it up the outer wing, but D'Ambrosio got in front of Mason Wood and knocked it over the line for a boundary throw-in. Centre wing out of side.
Yeah, just looking to change direction, weren't they? The Saints switch the ball to the opposite side of the ground, get those short kicks going and get the ball into their good ball, use his hands. But the Hawks are able to chop that one out.
And it comes, Marshall and Meek. Marshall got to the front, into the path of Steele, couldn't gather it cleanly. It bobbled out to Windhager, around the corner kick, only as far as Impey, who chopped it off, gathered it on the bounce, then snapped around the corner, gained about 40 metres. Wilkie got back, couldn't take the mark. Hardwick was there. It'll end up in Saints' hands here through Bonner to Steele. He runs out of tarmac, and he's worked over the boundary line. Another boundary throw-in, right half forward for the Hawks.
It's a good point you bring up, Steve. The perception of this ground is it's small. It's actually a very wide ground, and you do need to switch the ball on this ground to get around the defence, and St Kilda are trying to do that early.
Boundary throw-in, outer side of the ground. Meek got to front position. Wood is tracking the footy. Quick handball chopped off by Watson. Watson quickly to McDonald. 3 goals last week. Will he get his first? He does. Connor McDonald, well, he booted 12 goals in 2023, and that's his 8th for 2024, and we're only at round 9. The Hawks get the first. They're 1 goal straight, St Kilda yet to score.
He looked really composed, didn't he, last week when he kicked those goals, and again today, given that opportunity, a really nice handball to release him, and he didn't make any mistake. It was a good finish and a good start for the Hawks.
Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Chris Robot and Michael Maney, Stephen Williams and Dean Brogan with you from Launceston as Finn McGuinness goes straight into the middle. Oh no, he's going to go to the outer wing. He had a few things to say to Jack Steele on the way past.
It was a great tackle there too by Will Day, just to be able to get the Saints player, turn the ball over in that really dangerous position, and then that great handball to release McDonald and a good finish.
Back in the middle, Hawks on the board. They lead 1 straight to St Kilda yet to score, but here go the Saints out of the middle via the boot of Marshall. It's a deep kick inside 50, but getting in front spot was Frost. He marked on his chest and completed the turnover, but the kick was no good. It was some classic Frost ball, a good act followed by a questionable one, but the Hawks will come up with it through Weddle. Kick beyond defensive 50, 1-on-1 on the outer wing. Moore stripped Hill of it. St Kilda will come up with it through Bonner. Short kick inside 50 over the head of a teammate. Gathering on the bounce was King. He went one way then the other. Snap on goal on the left. Pitch just inside the goal line. Fortune favours the Saints. Mitch Owens gets on the end of it and pops it through. Well, that was really unlucky for the Hawks, but the Saints won't mind it. They'll take anything they can get, and they get their first via the boot of Owens. 1 straight 6 apiece. 5.5 gone. First term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Dean Brogan.
Well, that's one of the unluckiest bounces you'll ever see, and that's the beauty of our game with the football. It can bounce anywhere, anytime, and 9 times out of 10 that bounces on the line and goes through for a point, but it's bounced back into play and landed on the St Kilda's lap for an opportunist goal. But it all started from Frosty. Great mark, and then went to switch the ball and just got chopped off. So instead of going back out of your back 50, it was a bit of a blooper from him, which made St Kilda have a re-entry. But opportunist goal, and might be that sort of day. You've got to take your goals when you can.
Nicely called too, Chris. Frost ball. That is exactly what it can be at times. Just hold on to your breath. Out of the centre, Warple from the knockdown. Finally got the arms free. Looked to aim on. Quick handball away to Impey. Impey kicks toward half forward. McDonald knocked it nicely to McKenzie, so the mix working very well there. Now to Moore. Moore's little half distance grubber to Amon. Amon spotted someone out wide, and it's Watson right on the paint of 50, right out wide. So Nick Watson will probably try and set this up. He's only a little man. He's about 5'2", and he thinks he might just have the journey in him. I think he might be foxing.
Great vision by Carl Amon. He could have blazed away to the top of the square, which would have had every right to, but lowered his eyes, and it was a beautiful kick.
Nick Watson, 2 goals, 9 this year. Runs around, gets some momentum, puts it on the boot. It's drawing back. It's drawing back. It's a goal. The Wizard. gets his first, his third of the season, and Hawks get their second, their 2-goal straight 12. St Kilda 1 straight 6, and as you said, Brogues, set up by a lovely bit of vision and execution by Amon.
Just a beautiful decision-making by Hawthorn right from the start. They didn't blaze away. They went for the short 15-metre kicks, and it was a scrubber kick to start with, but then got into the good decision-maker in Carl Amon, who's known through his career for making good decisions, that beautiful left foot. Could have blazed away, but found his teammate in the pocket, and what a finish by the young fellow. Played on, and, he made the distance easy from 55 metres. So Hawthorn, great start. Haven't gone inside 50 a lot, but when they have, they've scored.
Yeah, one of the worst misses of the season. Late in the game last week, and then he pulls a rabbit out of the hat, does the Wizard, from 55. Back in the middle we go. Hawks by a goal. Meek wins it down. Another chance here for the Hawks as Moore gets away. He was absolutely collared by Seb Ross. He'll take a free kick in the middle of the ground. Goes inside 50. Getting back in the hole was Wood. Just missed his outstretched fist. Players give chase on the outer side. Wilson first there for the Saints. It goes out of bounds. They're at right half forward for the Hawks, who lead 2 straight 12 to 1 straight 6. 8.5 gone in this first term. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Chris Robert and Michael Maney, Stephen Williams and Dean Brogan. Good conditions for footy and a good crowd in at Launceston as well. Marshall and Meek. Meek won it down into the path of Warple, but Wood sharked the tap. Here go the Saints, bobbling ball on the outer wing. Scrimshaw arrived first. He was tackled. It just spilled free. And it's going to be a free kick here to the Saints. In fact, advantage has been paid. Ends up with Brad Hill. Inside 50 they go. King was the target. Couldn't reel it in. At the fall, a big tackle laid. And we'll have a stoppage inside 50. Hasty at the bottom of the pack.
Probably been the difference so far. Just the Hawks have used the ball a little bit better going inside 50. The Saints kicking has been a little bit to be desired.
About 30 metres from goal, Meek got it down to Newcomb, and he couldn't collar it. Garcia was there. Here's Sinclair, just roved it off the pack. Little left foot grubber is touched on the line by Sam Frost. But the Saints looking menacing there. They get their first behind. They're 1-1-7. Hawthorn 2 straight 12.
Amon brings it in to Sarong, who marks in the left back pocket for the Hawks. Garcia stands the mark. Umpire ushers him on. He kicks up the broadcast wing. Going over the top was Watson with a big fly. Couldn't quite reel it in. Ross emerged with it. Fed it back to a teammate in battle. High up and under. McKenzie goes at it with Hasty. And they knock it over for a boundary throw-in. Directly in front of our broadcast position. That's 75 metres out from St Kilda's goal at right half forward.
Ruckman set themselves. This will be a titanic battle today. Meek got his way in front, and the left claw down to Newcomb, who's tackled by a number of St Kilda players. And it will be another ball up on the wing, right in front of the interchange gates. The Hawks kicking to the Invermay end. Hill, nice little knockdown by still Hasty. Oh, nice pirouette. Got the handball away. It was ugly though to Ross. Ross's quick handball missed the target. Amon cleans it up to McDonald for Hawthorn. Then a little chip over the top. Good use again by Amon. A little floating pass to Impey. Impey's kick down the line. Up they fly. Deer couldn't take the mark. Roving well was Moore. Moore's little kick is centimetre perfect. Just inside 50, about 45 metres out from goal. He finds Ginnivan. He'll have a shot for goal.
Once again, Brokes, just the ability there to find that target inside 50. The kicking's been sensational. We saw Amon earlier, and that one there by Moore was just, Jack Ginnivan will be licking his lips if he gets that sort of service all day.
And great contest by Deer. Couldn't mark it, but got it to ground to his teammate, which helped with this inside 50. Great ruck, great forward craft from the big guy.
He's had 18 shots for goal this year, Jack Ginnivan, for 9-9. So he's 50-50 from about 47 in the end. It floats up. It's across the face of goal. It'll get knocked through, will it? No. Stayed in play, but the umpires maybe paid a mark or a free kick to the Saints. It'll go to Wilkie. And Wilkie goes to battle, so they switch it to the outer side. And Wanganeen Miller will go in short and find the Tasmanian in Jimmy Webster, who won't get quite as many boos this week, Chris Rowbottom.
No, he's in friendly territory. Jimmy Webster. Out of the defensive 50 come the Saints. Hasty takes the mark where the 50-metre line meets the boundary at right half back. D'Ambrosio stands the mark, and now he's called to play on, and D'Ambrosio's pressure forced the out-of-bounds kick. So Hawthorn will have it in front of the interchange benches. Jack Scrimshaw takes the footy in the fluoro orange boots. Umpire calls him to play on as well. He'll send the Hawks inside 50. At the back, a big mark taken by Meek, who stood tall, and isn't Lloyd Meek starting to put together a really strong 2024 season? He's all but replaced Ned Reeves as the sole number one ruck for the Hawks, and he takes a big strong mark here. He'll have a set shot for goal, 55 metres out, a 45-degree angle. It'll take his best.
Jack Hayes is the second ruck. He's the player that's come on to play on Meeks, and Meeks is just a bit too big and strong and was able to use his body to take that nice mark.
Lloyd Meek from right on the paint of 50. Looks pretty good off the boot. It looks really good off the boot. It sails through post high, and Hawthorn have their third. 3 straight 18 the Hawks, and Kilda 1-1-7. 13 and a half gone. First term Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Dean Brogan.
Yeah, good call, Steve. So Marshall's gone forward and Jack Hayes is coming into the ruck, but Meeks is trying to push him forward, and whether it was an intended kick for him or not, but they've put it there and the big fella's just flown at it and taken a fantastic mark, and then he's gone back and just gone whack from 60 metres, and there's nothing better than a ruckman pushing forward and taking big contested marks and kicking the ball like that. So I really like the start that Meeks has had, and he's a very impressive ruckman, and really good to hit the scoreboard against your opposition ruck, number one rucky Marshall, who's gone forward for St Kilda. So really good start by Meeks and St Kilda. And Hawthorn.
11 points the margin in favour of the Hawks. 3 straight 18 to 1-1-7. Bounce of the ball. Meek just got it down again. Look for Nash. It's a big cluster of players in the centre of the ground. The umpire says, I will ball it up again. Takes a while. We might get back to you on this one, Brogues, how long it takes a ruckman to really mature. But this young bloke, relatively young Meek, and he's doing all the right things as Nash gets a free kick in the centre. Nash for Hawthorn. Boots it inside 50. No one can take the mark. Ginnivan was a drop. So too was Hardwick. He couldn't burst through. Newcomb, a little handball back to Meek. Meek to Ginnivan. Or a little handball. Overcooked it to Mitchell. So Seamus Mitchell now has a man flanking him. D'Ambrosio wants to go inside, but that was a 50-50 handball. Just hit a patch of turf. Handball over the top to Henry. Henry's caught. How did he get rid of it? Umpire said legally. Not sure. Now back to Ross. Ross is tackled by Warple. Takes him to ground. The umpire says play on. Now Nash. Quick little squirting ball. Looking for Meek, who's pushed forward once again. But Stocker did it well for the Saints. Little handball to Windhaker. He's in all sorts of trouble. Hawks' pressure is relentless here. Here taken by Meek again. Meek back to Warple. Warple thought about going for a check side, but then got collared. It spilt to Hill, and Hill finds Membry.
Membry takes the relieving mark at left half back, wheels and goes, sends the Saints to half forward. There's some holding going on between Frost and Marshall. Umpire let it go. Weddle tracks it towards the boundary. It'll beat him over the line, and we'll have a boundary throw in at left half forward for the Saints. The Hawks did well to lock it in, but Warple spilt the beans and coughed up a shot on goal.
Umpires are giving the players plenty of time, aren't they, to get rid of the footy. It can be quite frustrating.
3 straight 18 plays 1-1-7. Hawthorn advantage early in this game. Here's Newcomb working on hands and knees. Couldn't quite get it out of the congestion. Falls out to Meek at the back door. Nash lost his handle on the footy. Eventually got it back to Meek. He's tackled, and it's a good tackle too from Garcia. Out of his weight division. Works Meek over the line. It's inside Saints forward 50. We'll have a boundary throw in 45 metres. In fact, a ball up 45 metres around from the Saints' goal. They work it towards the big sticks on hands and knees. Mitchell was scrambling off the boot of a St Kilda player, Membry. It's just trickled over, and it might have been touched on the way through. It was a minor score, or will we have a score review?
On the review.
Might have been a Hawthorn player that kicked it, I reckon, because I don't think anyone actually touched it.
You can sort of tell when the players run straight into the zone and set up for a kicking, don't you? That is probably clear cut from a player's perspective, which normally means it's correct.
Just looking at the replay now.
Yeah, it's come off the Hawthorn.
Looks like it might be Weddle who ushered the ball over the line, but it's zooming in. We're having a good old look at it, and this will be called a behind.
Big Lloyd Meeks, you spoke about him early, Brogues. He's probably the most influential player on the ground at the moment. He's just bullied the St Kilda ruckman.
And he's played like a long time in the ruck. St Kilda have already had an interchange, with Hayes coming on. So it shows that he's got an engine, and ruckmen never want to come off, trust me.
Speaking of engines, this bloke's got one in Weddell, and from the Scrimshaw kick-in, he won a free kick in a marking contest and then decided to flare it out wide to D'Ambrosio, who gets it back to the defensive 50 to find Amon, who switches to the broadcast side of the ground, and then Frost goes to Day. Day's wobbly old left footer just confounds them all, but not Watson, who was terrific on the ground. Taken by Warple. Warple kicks long. Gunston tries to use the body. Angled back. Here's a goal for Hawthorn. More. Left foot snap. The Hawks have got goal number 4. 4 straight. 24. St Kilda 1-2-8. And that is Dylan Moore at his crumbing best.
Well, we spoke about switching the ball, and that's exactly what Hawthorn did. They switched, went around St Kilda, and a bit of a risky kick coming in board, but it works. When you're prepared to take risky kicks, if it works, you get through. And Hawthorn are really switching the ball and looking dangerous every time they go inside 50. The concern for me is for St Kilda that every time Hawthorn go in, they look like they're going to kick a goal. I think they've had 7 inside 50s for 4 goals. So very efficient by Hawthorn. As we said, they know how to play this ground, and they're just a bit better everywhere, around the contest, around the ball use. And isn't Watson a lively little forward? What a great little player he looks to be.
0437 774 774. Flynn from Morowa says, loving the call. I'm planting watermelons, getting ready to celebrate Meek Monday after a win in Tassie. Love the commentary. Thank you for your text. Back in the middle we go. Hacked out of there by Warple. On and under. Wasn't the required 15. Windhager scraps a kick forward for St Kilda. On the lead was King. Scrimshaw got in the way for the Hawks. Going in after it now is Membry, who received the handball. Impey hassled him out of it. Scrambly ball just outside the paint of 50. Players converge. We'll have a ball up.
Brave from Scrimshaw.
Hawthorn lead. 4 straight 24 to St Kilda 1-2-8. Days in there, as is McKenzie, tackled by Windhager, and we'll have another stoppage. Ball going nowhere.
St Kilda in attack just outside there, attacking 50. Nash got the knockdown. They all fell over. Steele with a handball to Hasty. Hasty spearing little ball, couldn't find a target. King, 1 grab 2, couldn't take it. Or just knocked off the ground. Nash, he can't collect the football. In goes McKenzie. He's tackled. And it will be a ball up about 45 metres out from St Kilda's goal. The true centre-half forward position, they don't have positions anymore, but that's roughly where it is if you know your positions. Knocked down by Owens. No one really went up for the ruck. Garcia went in. Owens again. Garcia handball back. Finds Steele to the outside. Hasty, left foot kick. It's curling, but curling away out of bounds on the full. It'll be a free kick to Jai Sarong in the back pocket.
The pressure that the Hawks are putting on the Saints, there's nothing easy. We've seen Hawthorn take the ball into their forward 50 with method, but St Kilda really struggling to get some method together.
Sarong beyond defensive 50 ends up with Kaushadir, who was tackled, got his handball away. Hardwick went after it. It was knocked out of his path and over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in. Left half forward for the Saints. Hawthorn 4 straight 24. They lead by 16. St Kilda 1-2-8. 21 and a half gone first term. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Chris Robot and Michael Maney. Stephen Williams and Dean Brogan. Andrew Cooling's down on the boundary. There's a free kick here. It'll go the way of the Saints out of the ruck contest. It'll be Hayes. So Hayes just assesses things. Short ball is good. So they're still 65 from home. Bonner has it. Spears one inside 50. It's a beautiful kick onto the chest of Membry, who gets into a leading lane, takes the mark, and he'll have a set shot for goal from 45 metres out, slide angle.
That's what you want to see. And it was really good work by Jack Hayes. He could have just bombed then, bro, couldn't he, from 80 out and just put it to the Hawthorn numbers. But that short kick to Bonner was outstanding, and then we know what a great kick Bonner is, and he was able to lace out Membry. So this is an important one for the Saints because they're under the pump at the moment.
So Tim Membry crosses the paint of 50. Set fly from just inside 45 metres. He likes it. As soon as it left the boot, he pumps the fist and he celebrates it through. The Saints have their second. Hawthorn 4 straight, 24. They play St Kilda 2-2-14, 22 and a half gone first term. It was Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It was a great build-up by St Kilda. It was patient because it was a slow play from a free kick to Hayes. So Hawthorn were able to get 14, 15 players back inside their defensive half, and it was a little 15-metre dart to Bonner, who was patient. He waited, and then he saw a gap, and Membre just led straight at him, and he hit him with a bullet pass. And it's really smart footy. And we know Bonner, again, a Port Adelaide player, a bit of a Port Adelaide theme here today, Steve.
Players reunion on a parenting approach. You're here. So, Stephen's here.
Sensational build-up by St Kilda, who really needed it because, as you said, Stephen, they were under the pump.
4 straight 24, Hawthorn St Kilda 2-2-14, back in the centre. Meek knocked it down, but Sinclair's going to run onto it. Little quick handball away. That was nicely done. Now taken by Windhager. Windhager kicks a shallow inside 50. Oh, beautiful pick-up there was by Owens, I think it might have been. Now taken by Weddle. Weddle's handballs. Hawks out of trouble. They go to the grandstand wing, sit it up. Hardwick just had a quick look and said, I've got to go here. Here's Wilson. Handball back to Webster, now to Bonner. How's his use this time? Just threw it on the boot. Up they fly. No mark to Watts. Front and square was Henry. That's a clever kick looking for Membre on the outer side. Who's going to get there first? It's Hasty. Nicely done. Back to Membre. Membre kicks to the dangerous spot to the square, but Weddle just drifted across the back and took the mark at the top of the 10-metre square for the Hawks.
Impressive youngster is Weddle. Stabs a pass to Impey in the left back pocket. He marks in front of Wilson. He'll look to set something up here as he kicks the broadcast wing. Getting in front was Newcomb. Just mistimed his leap at the footy. Ended up with Kaushadir. He's taken to ground. We'll have a ball up at right half forward for the Saints. Just started to get moving in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Meek won it down. Newcomb slapped it towards the boundary. McKenzie gives chase. It eludes him.
The positive for St Kilda is that Hawthorn have seemingly had this game under control, but St Kilda only trail by 10 points.
Marshall back into the ruck. He's been swapping with Hayes. He does battle with Meek. They wrestle. Marshall eventually won the tap into the path of McGuinness. He just missed the footy though. Windhager hassled him. Handball over the top came from Steele. Sinclair tried to get it to Henry. Missed the handball. Had to go in after it. Came back to Windhager. Ripped off his kick by Dylan Moore. Crowd wanted ball. Umpire said no. And now a beautiful smother laid by Mitchell on the Jack Steele kick. They hold it up at right half forward here, but the Hawks come away with it through McGuinness. He gave it to McKenzie. His kick's turned over straight into the arms of Marshall. He wanted to stop and prop. The umpire said, no, you play it on. And he was eventually pinged for holding the ball.
He's a bit unlucky. The big fella took the mark and went to go. And the umpire just called him to play on, but he didn't go off his line, I didn't thought. But great pressure by Hawthorn. Hawthorn's pressure has been outstanding this quarter.
A little kick by Amon. He got it from Ginnivan. Now the Hawks in trouble. And the handball back to Mitchell, who's got to try and find Impey, but that kick is astray. All done by Steele. He's been prominent to Sinclair. He saw Henry. He had a look. He thought about it. And then he rode over the back of Mitchell and took a lovely mark. And Liam Henry, this, Stephen Williams, is what this young bloke could do.
Well, it was a great kick by Jack Steele. We saw a wall of Hawthorn players and just set it up, and Liam Henry just terrific mark, and now he's going to go into his left around the corner. Shouldn't have much problem with this one.
They do this in their sleep, these guys, and Henry hits the post. You've been commentating for a long time, Stephen. That's another one you've nailed down.
I'm not sure about the left then. Actually,
I think got a bit lazy with
just
that one.
kick the ball with your right foot drop punt. He's such a skilled player.
30 metres out, barely made the distance.
Yeah, he didn't get the connection he would have wanted in terms of the distance either, that's for sure. Out of defensive 50 come the Hawks. Meek in front of Marshall, couldn't reel it in. McKenzie received the Ginnivan handful, weaved in and out of traffic, gave it to Nash. He shared it with Impey, who just slapped it on the boot. High ball towards centre half forward for the Hawks. Mark dropped down there by, I think, Stocker, but he butted up well with a good tackle on Moore. Brings him to ground. In the middle of the ground, we'll have a ball up in the centre circle. Hawthorn 4 straight, 24. Saints 2-3. 15, 9 points to the good, the Hawks. They're home away from home, Launceston. Knocked away by Marshall, only as far as Impey. Onto his right boot. Scrubs one towards right half forward for the Hawks. Deere gets in front position. Took it really cleanly on the bounce, but took on 2 tacklers and might be stripped holding the ball. He is. Free kick to the Saints at left half back.
Good attack on the ball by Deere, but in the end, just ran out of real estate. Webster takes the mark at half back and then goes to Wanganeen Miller, who's still at half back, and goes to short to Mason Wood, who's just near the interchange gates, and decides to feed it back to Webster inside 50, and the big switch is on. So Webster goes out wide and he's found Bonner. Now Bonner, what can he do here? Just ducks back inboard. Does he want the corridor? Nice little chipping ball, beautifully done to Owens, who's got an acre of space. Goes back to Bonner, who kept running. The kick inside 50, setting it up. King had the run, had the leap, and had the sticky fingers, and takes a beautiful mark about 30 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, hats off again to Riley Bonner. He's the player back there. When you get the ball in his hands, he makes good decisions. He could have gone wide to Stephen Hill, but elected to keep the ball in the line of the square, and was able to go past Owens, get the ball back, and then another really nice kick. He's been a really good recruit. I was a little bit critical of Port Adelaide letting him go, actually, because I reckon he's a pretty handy player with the way he can kick the footy, but he's a real asset to the Saints back there.
Max King, 7 goals on the season, make that 8. Goal umpire didn't have to move. And all of a sudden, St Kilda sneak that a little bit closer. It's a 3-point ball game. Hawthorn 4 straight 24. St Kilda 3-3 21.
Yeah, we talk about switching on this ground. St Kilda did that beautifully. They came out to the big grandstand side, didn't see anything on, but didn't want to kick it back down the line. Wood got on his bike, switched it again, and like you said, Stephen, got to in Riley Bonner's hands, and instead of keep going around the boundary, he cut back inside and kicked a beautiful 15-metre lead-up kick, got the ball back and saw King out the back and kicked a long 40-metre kick, which favoured King, the big tall forward. And like we said, you have to switch on this ground. Whether you double switch, you've got to get out and around, and it opens up for you. And St Kilda, probably the last 5-7 minutes, have control of this game.
3 points the margin. Hawthorn kicked 4 of the first 5, but back-to-back goals to the Saints. But back to a 3-point ball game. Back in the middle, Meek was tackled maybe without it. Umpire said play on. Day got a handball out to Warple. He tried to release Newcomb, had to go and find it, but he's got D'Ambrosio in space on a wing. Fed it out to him by hand. He pumped it inside 50 on the left boot, diving, taking the mark. Is Jack Gunston up against the boundary line. He's going to go back and think about a set shot at goal from about 45 metres out. Tight angle.
Another pinpoint kick from the Hawthorn players into their forwards. Nothing St Kilda can do about that. It's just hard, low, out in front of the leading forward, and he was able to take a pretty easy mark, Jack Gunston.
Just the 4 goals so far for season 2024 for Jack Gunston. Leans back on the kick on this occasion. He's missing. It's skinny. A minor score for the Hawks. Their first blemish, 4-1-25. They lead St Kilda 3-3-21.
4 goals, 12 this year to Jack Gunston. Short kick finds Webster about 20 metres from the 10-metre square, just inside defensive 50. The Saints kicking to the city end, the right of your radio dial. Stocker. Short kick is okay to Wilkie, who's got long arms. Ginnivan pushes him in the back, and then the umpire said, no, that's okay. Risky stuff at the 31-minute mark of the first term.
Switch is on.
Yeah, no. But he's decided to go down the line. Marshall in the middle of that, couldn't take the mark. Impey claimed the second grab and then is beset upon, and a ball up on the wing just near the interchange gates, with the Hawks leading this contest by 4 points.
Up it goes. Marshall gets to the front, took it out of the ruck, got boots the ball, kicked it towards the boundary. Impey gets chase. He was met heavily by King. Henry kept it in somehow. No, he didn't. So the boundary line eluded Liam Hendry, and the siren eluded all comers. Hawthorn will take a 4-point advantage into the second term. 4-1-25 the Hawks, secured a 3-3-21 after 1. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Chris Robert and Michael Maney, Stephen Williams and Dean Brogan.
Yeah, look, I thought that was a fascinating quarter. I thought Hawthorn really controlled, 3/4 of that quarter. For the 15, 18 minutes, Hawthorn they were efficient. They were switching the ball. Their pressure was sensational. They were very efficient going forward. They got out to a cut three-goal lead, and then St Kilda got their game going. They started to get the ball locked inside their forward 50. They got a defensive shape. They started to switch the ball a little bit more, and they gave their forwards better looks. And we've got a fascinating a game on our hands. And we've spoken about Hawthorn's efficiency. They're going at 77% disposal efficiency. St Kilda for three-quarters, for most of that quarter, were around the 50. But the last sort of 10 minutes, they got themselves up to around the mid-60s. So it's a quality game in terms of efficiency, and both teams with ball in hand look quite dangerous. So, but what it's going to come down to is the midfield battle, and I thought Hawthorn's midfield was way sharper than St Kilda's early. But like we've said on the call, St Kilda, the last sort of 7-8 minutes were dominant. So fascinating game, and high quality game at that too.
The voice of Dean Brogan on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 is the text line. You can join the conversation throughout the afternoon. A reminder, immediately following this game, you're off to the Docklands, where Essendon are taking on GWS. Corbin Middlemass and Joel Peterson with the call. Hawthorn lead here at York Park, 4-1-25 over the Saints, 3-3-21. We'll take a short break and return soon. The Hawks lead by 4 points.
Coffee for Tony Armstrong. Extra hot almond latte, light on the froth.
Yep, thanks, mate. Okay, so I like my coffee my way, just how I like my news. If you want to stay in the know your way, it's pretty easy. With the ABC News app, or by heading straight to the ABC News website. Or if having emails in your inbox is the go, hit us up for newsletters. It's news your way. All the latest, all verified, all the time. That's a good coffee. Stay in the know with ABC News.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Boundary throw in, outer side of the ground. Meek got the front position. Wood is tracking the footy. Quick handball chopped off by Watson. Watson quickly to McDonald. 3 goals last week. Will he get his first? He does. Connor McDonald.
St Kilda will come up with it through Bonner. Short kick inside 50 over the head of a teammate. Gathering on the bounce was King. He went one way then the other. Snap on goal on the left. Pitch just inside the goal line. Fortune favours the Saints. Mitch Owens gets on the end of it and pops it through.
Day's wobbly old left footer just confounds them all, but not Watson, who was terrific on the ground. Taken by Warple. Warple kicks long. Gunston tries to use the body. Angled back. Here's a goal for Hawthorn. More. Left foot snap. The Hawks have got goal number 4. Bonner, what can he do here? Just ducks back inboard. Does he want the corridor? Nice little chipping ball. Beautifully done to Owens, who's got an acre of space. Goes back to Bonner, who kept running. The kick inside 50, setting it up. King! Max King, 7 goals on the season. Make that 8. Goal umpire didn't have to move.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Yes, it is Saturday footy for ABC Sport from York Park in Launceston, Hawthorn and St Kilda. And after first term, Hawthorn lead the Saints 4-1-25 to St Kilda's 3-3-21. Some goal kickers for you. All individuals so far for both teams. Dylan Moore has 1, Lloyd Meek, Connor McDonald and Nick Watson, the goal kickers for Hawthorn. For St Kilda, Mitch Owens, Max King and Tim Membry all have a major. 0437 774 774 is the text line here at ABC Sport. They're flowing through as well. Molly is in Cygnet in the Huon Valley down here in beautiful Tasmania. Go the Saints. We're listening from Cygnet. Thank you, Molly. RJ says, I love you guys. Not often our Tas matches are broadcast. My early Mother's Day gift. Thank you. And Ben says, good to see the Hawks get their mojo back. Saints could be in big strife. Greetings from Box Hill. Certainly a bit of a Hawthorn flavour to the text line, Dean Brogan. Lots of Hawks fans out there hopeful that their run can continue after a really impressive win last week.
Yeah, look, and they were impressive the first 20 minutes of that quarter. They were all over St Kilda like we've called. They moved the ball well. Their pressure was elite. Their clearance stuff was good, and they were efficient going inside forward 50. And it looked like they knew what they were doing from the start of the game. And the plan obviously coming into the game was to switch the ball in high pressure. But then St Kilda got going. They finally woke up after about the 15, 18 minute mark, and they got their game going, and they started to win some ball at half back and started to switch the ball and be a little bit more patient and not so helter-skelter and absorb the pressure a bit better. And we saw them get better entries inside 50. Membry kicked a beautiful goal from a Bonner, being patient, hitting the forward, and then we saw Max King get a weighted kick by Bonner as well from switching the ball. He was able to get out the back and have a weighted kick which suited him. So St Kilda just looked a little bit more dangerous towards the back end of that quarter, and they got ahead in the contest. So +8 contested ball, and their outside game got going. They were +7 by the end of the quarter from uncontested balls. So both phases of that game was pretty good in the end for them. So I like the way they finished off the quarter.
I thought it made a big difference, Brogues, when Marshall actually went back on the ball. Hayes is just too small. They got monstered by Meek, who was able to play the whole quarter. So, as you said, he must be an aerobic beast. He's just out there again.
And here is Rowan Marshall winning the tap out of the middle, but it was straight down the throat of Day. He was immediately wrapped up, couldn't get away, and we'll have another ball up. Hawks going to the city end in this second term. Marshall wins it down again, tried to grab it out of the ruck to no avail. It ended up with Warple, who scrapped it forward, couldn't take the mark. Battle hassling him was Hardwick, picked up by McDonald. Ginnivan got it on the boot, quick left footed towards the top of the goal square. Wilkie was there, he did battle with Gunston. It fell into the arms of Brad Hill, who took it over, and they're deep in attack here, the Hawks. Will have a boundary throw in 2 metres around from the left hand behind post in front of the Hawthorn cheer squad. Turned out in pretty good numbers here in Launceston this afternoon. And it comes Marshall and Meek once again. Down at the fall of the ball is Meek, but he's immediately tackled by Marshall. We'll have a stoppage deep in attack for the Hawks.
Similar games, those two, haven't they? Meek really trying to work his way into a Marshall-like player, and it's a good battle. Now Meek took it out of the ruck, or tried to, palmed it down to himself, then got caught and didn't dispose of it in the correct manner, and Marshall, his opposite number, gets the free kick and then chips across the face of goal to Wanganeen Miller, who's in the back pocket, and that kick's not 15. He's in trouble, Wilkie. He took the ball. He didn't take the mark because it wasn't judged as one, and he was drilled to the ground by Day. It'll be a ball up. Just fiddling a bit, St Kilda there. Up it goes. Marshall takes it out of the ruck, or almost took it out of the ruck. McDonald sort of threw it out. In goes Webster, just drilled in hard, Webster, and no free kick. It'll be another ball up. It's about 30 metres from Hawthorn's goal. Marshall, this time out of the ruck, got it on his boot, was smothered, got done by Bonner. Handball away to Steele, who kicks high, up and under. Hayes in the middle of that, judging it well was Impey. Impey with a little double bouncing handball out to Day. Day thought about going back to Impey, but flanking him was McGuinness. McGuinness goes to the pocket. And coming across was Dougal Howard to knock it to the line. It'll be a boundary throw in. Hawthorn in attack. They're about 30 metres out from their goal. Right forward pocket, kicking to the city end. It's a 4-point lead to Hawthorn.
I think Warple smothered that Marshall kick with his face, Michael Maney, and he's a tough individual. He was able to shake it off. In it comes. Marshall takes it out of the ruck for a third time in a row. I think he's sensing something. Rowan Marshall, Saints in possession via Steele, handed it back to Webster. Left foot kick beyond defensive 50. Getting in good position was Deer, but it just eluded him. In fact, it was Sarong. And it'll be over the line for a boundary throw-in in front of the broadcast position here at York Park.
Well, what Marshall's doing is pushing the more inexperienced ruckman under the ball, and I always teach ruckman, don't give your back. You've got to turn sideways so you don't get pushed under, and Marshall's just giving a little bit of a lesson on that at the moment.
Gets to the front once more. Meek reaches in over the back. It was into the path of McGuinness, but it was knocked out of the way by Sinclair. Another boundary throw-in front of the interchange benches. 4-1-25 the Hawks. They hold a 4-point advantage over the Saints. Early stages of this second term. Over the head of the boundary umpire. Marshall once again works his way to the front. Windhager arrives first, gathered it cleanly, got it off to Steele. He fed it backwards to Marshall, now Hasty. Here's Battle, who showed some candy to Gunston, rode the tackle. They've broken it up here, the Hawks. The Hasty kick was smothered. McGuinness took it on the bounce, but he was immediately tackled, and it'll be all wrapped up. They haven't moved very far. Still in front of the interchange benches, a ball up.
Game of inches at the moment. Meek knocks it down to Newcomb, who fed the handball out to McGuinness, who got it to Day. Day with a floating handball to Amon. Amon wants to switch, and he's got a couple of players on option, and one of them Scrimshaw, so they stretch it to the outer side of the ground. D'Ambrosio takes the mark on the outer side wing, not far from the centre square. D'Ambrosio goes down the line. It's a good kick. McDonald just sat and waited for it. Knocked away by Wilkie. Falls to Amon. Amon gets it to Moore. Moore's little handball to Ginnivan. Ginnivan, what's he got in front of him? Oh, too cute with the kick. And Sinclair, well, he never took the mark, but he controlled it beautifully. And he kicks out wide, looking for Hayes. He can't take the mark. Nicely done by Sarong. Got it to D'Ambrosio, but he's going to turn it over. Gee, it's a scrappy old affair in the second term, but there's plenty of pressure on. The umpire says, I'll ball it up. So players, that efficiency from both teams has disappeared in this second term.
Yeah, after I called it, the quarter time that both teams had high efficiencies, it's definitely not in the 70s and 60s starting this quarter.
Voice of Dean Brogan on ABC Sport. Marshall out of the ruck again, just tumbles the ball towards the boundary. Scrimshaw got there first for the Hawks. He just backheeled it to himself somehow, took possession. He was tackled. Newcombe cracked in, fed it up to Warple, couldn't take it cleanly, bobbled it over the boundary line. It might be a free kick here, and it might go the way of the Saints for an insufficient intent from Warple, who didn't disguise it quite well enough. So it will be St Kilda hands via Windhager. He kicks to right half forward for the Saints. Getting in front was Hayes. Couldn't reel it in. Weddle come flashing through. Got boot to ball. Gained about 35 metres for the Hawks. Good battle between Dylan Moore and Webster. He fed it out, did more to himself, went and jumped on it again. Wanted the boundary line, didn't get it. Wood worked it to the outside where Hasty received the footy and put it onto his right boot. They're at right half forward here, the Saints. Free kick advantage to the Hawks. Ginnivan takes a mark at centre half back.
Ginnivan looks for the leading target and almost found him in Deer. Ball spills to McDonald. McDonald off a step, just kicks it high. Who had just a floater. Nice knock away by Gunston. Roving it was Moore. He lost possession of it. St Kilda under pressure here. It falls back to Moore. It's a dribbling old ball. It bounces once, twice, three times. It's a goal. Dylan Moore, well, a couple of wonderful efforts on the outer side of the ground to put his body on the line, and he is getting where the ball is, and that was a real top goal from Dylan Moore. The Hawks have 5-1-31. St Kilda 3-3-21 at the 6.5 minute mark.
Just a classic small forward, isn't he? In the right place at the right time, and just got it on his... A lot of pressure around him, but he knew where the goals were, got it on his boot, and it dribbled through for an important one after it had been a bit of a stalemate in the game where it was going from one 50-metre arc to the other one. The Hawks were able to break through and get that important first one for the quarter.
He's putting together a terrific season, is Dylan Moore. 17.9 disposals, 5 marks, 1.5 clearances, which is elite for a small forward, Dylan Moore, and he has 2 goals this afternoon, 15 for the season, and he's been injected into the centre bounce. As we restart here in the middle of York Park, lights coming on too. Grey skies here in Launceston. Marshall and Meek go at it. It came out to Sinclair. Can he get moving for the Saints? He'll thrust them inside forward 50 on this occasion. Getting in the front Membry. Couldn't quite reel it in. Scrimshaw did enough. Here's Seamus Mitchell. Juggled the footy. Coming through is Hasty. Little dribble it on goal. Will bobble over for a minor score. The Saints add 1 to their tally. 5-1-31 the Hawks. And Kilda 3-4-22. Early stages of the second term.
Tim Membry looked like he almost had that one. Nice, big, strong hands out in front, but for Hawthorn defender was just able to get an arm in and cause a spillage. Hawks by 9. Amon to the outer side. Meek just ran his way to the front. Lovely crumb by Newcombe. Handball, quick hands to McDonald. He's under extreme pressure. So too Warple. His handball chopped off. Meek comes in, tries to burst his way through. Threw himself forward. There was no free kick there. And the umpire will call for a ball up right in the centre square. Just a little angle off the centre circle.
As they're out, Hawthorn, Warple just couldn't get it out, and one more handball and they were out. He just fumbled a little bit, which turned into a big contest by St Kilda.
Meek with a perfect knockdown, but except it went to Ross, and Ross's floating kick is marked by Scrimshaw, who gets it back to Frost, and now Amon will come to this side of the ground and find Sarong deep in defensive 50 and goes toward Newcombe. Newcombe can't take the mark, but he gets collared, then gets the handball back to Sarong, who fumbled. Now back to McKenzie, under pressure, and McKenzie's kicks high.
Dumps the ball towards centre wing, broadcast side, over the head of Gunston. At the back was Wilkie, couldn't keep it in, and he's right in front of Andrew Cooling, who has an update on the boundary.
Yeah, he's just about to re-enter the contest, but Marcus Windhager's been getting a knee looked at for the last few minutes. Looking a little bit proppy on the touchline here. Seems like he's going to be right to continue, but some concern there for the Saints.
He's having a good season too, is Windhager for the Saints. Injected into the midfield as a non-tagger. So the Hawks come away with it here. Hardwick shares it with Impey, middle of York Park. Inside 50 they go, Moore on the lead. Battle over the top, knocked it away. Moore fighting at ground level, tackled by Battle. Good Battle. Gunston comes away with it, shares it with McDonald, who kicks the Hawks inside 50. Getting back, Ginnivan, outstretched arm, friendly fire. Ginnivan and Watson. In fact, there's a free kick for the Hawks. And this will go the way of, I think it's Ginnivan. And it is. He'll receive a free kick. It's against Liam Stocker, and he's going to be marched to the top of the goal square too. A 50-metre penalty against the Saints. Ginnivan will kick his second. He slams it over the grandstand. That's in the old row yards. And the Hawks extend the margin. So Ginnivan has two. And the Hawks move to 6-1-37. St Kilda 3-4-22. Deep, 10 minutes into the second term.
Yeah, if there's a young lad out there in the rail yards, he can get himself a nice new footy. But looking at the replay, there's certainly a free kick. It was Stocker just into the back of Ginnivan as he was going for the mark, and must have been a little bit of lip or something, and 50 metres, so another goal for the Hawks. So they're just starting to get a little bit of a break on the Saints.
It was pretty brave by Ginnivan, wasn't it? It was one of those balls where you're running back, not knowing what's coming, and, you know, he's not probably known for his bravery, Ginnivan, but he's certainly got some votes from up here with his bravery there. So sensational. And from a small forward, he's 8 possessions, 1 goal. He's looked lively today, Ginnivan.
Soldier dodgy puppy there, Chris. He's only got his first, Ginnivan. Out of the centre, Hardwick tries to get the handball. D'Ambrosio, but he got a call from Hill, and he just popped it straight on his chest with a handball received. Owens is going to get a free kick if it been manhandled by Scrimshaw, and that could be 50 because that ball was just thrown away. And if you can do it at one end, do something totally different, and you get a 50 at the other. That was just really loose play by the Hawks. And Mitch Owens has got one, and he'll be marched right to the 10-metre square and easily pop through his second.
Yeah, just giving them a goal, isn't it, really? Just undisciplined players know they have to give the ball back, and just to allow Owens to kick from the top of the goal square, whereas he probably was too far out to score before.
Every bit of 52, I've got to say, and Owens pops through his second. The Saints have their fourth. They're 4-4-28. Hawthorn 6-1-37. We've gone 11, almost 12 minutes in the second quarter on ABC Sport. Stephen Williams, Dean Brogan, Chris Rowett, Andrew Cooling on the boundary.
It was just the Ambrosio, wasn't it, with that handball, just a loose handball that found Stephen Hill, and he was able to put it to the advantage of his teammate, and then the 50-metre penalty, a simple goal for the Saints. They were starting to probably lose touch with the Hawks, but that one's got them right back in the contest.
He's a 3-time premiership Hawk, is Brad Hill, so used to receiving the handball from players in brown and gold. He sets up a goal for his team on this occasion. Margin back to 9 points. Hawthorn 6-1-37. St Kilda 4-4-28. Lights on here at York Park. Slammed in the middle of the turf. Meek wins it decisively. Down to Warple, who just scraps it inside forward 50, but standing strong in defence is Battle for the Saints. Marking over the head of Nick Watson. He flares it out wide, and a big grab flying over the top from Windhager. No problems with his knee on that occasion. He sprung up and reeled in a beauty on the outer side. He gets things moving, and he'll progress the Saints to right half forward, but he's turned it over. Lloyd Meek gets in the way and stretches his long arms and reels in a good defensive mark. He's at left half back. Assesses his options up the field. Elects to just dump it long. Beyond the logo. At the fore was Ginnivan. Couldn't win it cleanly. Nash-lated tackle. Ginnivan went back in. He was tackled. It's all wrapped up. So a pile of players on the outer side. A ball up on the outer side. Hawthorn lead 6-1-37. St Kilda 4-4-28. Middle of the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Hayes in the ruck with Meek, and there's a clearance there. The free kick is going to go to the Hawks. It's going to Warple against Steele for a bit of holding off the ball. So Hayes in the ruck for the Saints. Warple told to play on, so we'll kick it just outside 50 on the outer side, or getting pushed was Battle. In goes Day. Mackenzie extracted it nicely to Meek, who just kicks it up and under. Who can mark this? Dougal Howard can. Another former Port Adelaide player. Howard goes short to Wanganeen Millera, and they switch the ball ever so slightly to this side of the ground to Wilkie. Another short kick finds another left footer in Mason Wood. A long layoff. Mason Wood kicked a goal last week. And really back in the thick of things to Howard. So they're trying to switch things. Now to Wilson on the outer side in defensive 50. Kicks down the line. That's good. Finds Owens, who's starting to find some stride. Coming past was Steele. Handball to Hill. Hill now. Just a beautifully executed pass to Windhager, who marks at 47 out on a pretty difficult angle right near the big scoreboard as they kick to the left of your radio dial, and Windhager looks like he's going to back himself here.
Really nice work again by the Saints. They've looked dangerous for the whole match when they've elected not to kick down the line, to go back across, and they used the ball really nicely, had players running into open space. Long, hard, direct kicks got to their targets, and another opportunity for a goal.
The Saints trail by 9. This to bring it back to 3. Windhager, who kicked from right on the paint of 50. Got a nice piece of it. Meek is there to take the mark at the teeth of goal, where you want your ruckman to be. And his short kick finds Day right back pocket for the Hawks.
Will Day, his third game back from injury for the Hawks. Just starting to find his groove is Will Day. Out of sight off the hands of the contest. Steele works it back. Now it's a little chipping ball towards right half forward. Day was in the middle of the sandwich. Nash came crashing through, fed it to Sarong. Day just lost the handle off to Meek. He couldn't get it cleanly either. Now Wanganeen Millera, his handball over the top was chopped off. Nash took on the tackler. They're fumbling here, the Hawks, but Amon with a clean pair of hands gathers the loose footy and streams off half back. Delivers to Gunston, looked inside, had company in Amon, who kept on running. Fed it by hand, and the Hawks are inside 50. Moore getting back, almost took a spectacular mark. Roving beautifully was Ginnivan, dribbling it towards goal. He misses to the near side. It would have been something from the Hawks, who worked it coast to coast, but just missing was Ginnivan. But he has secured a ball.
Just a bit of beautiful play by Hawthorn. They won the contest, got out, and Amon again just saw Gunston by himself, and they looked dangerous then, and it's probably one you would have marked in the book with Ginnivan, inside 50, a little dribbler kick. Should have kicked that.
Amon's like the Rolls Royce of Hawthorn, as he's just so smooth. Here's Webster to kick to the wing right in front of us. Weddle had his name written all over the top of it. Day was flying as well to protect him, and Weddle right near the interchange gates, doesn't know where to go, decides to go in short to Amon. Why not? And Amon wheels onto that left boot, pulls the kick, sets it up high. No one can mark. Deere was in there. Gunston's kick was smothered. Webster goes in. Wilkie got it away to Battle. Battle's left foot kick should be marked by Newcomb with no fear at all.
That's a great
he takes
mark.
the mark running with a flight.
This is a tough player, isn't he, Newcomb? Great mark.
Newcomb at right half forward for the Hawks sends his team inside 50. No clear target. Deere got a good run at it. It came out to his mate in Gunston, who kicked it the wrong way to centre half back. Luckily, Day's there to mop things up. Shared it with Newcomb. Gets around one tackler. Lost his footing. On the bounce, Impey now by hand. He's trapped. Goes around the body. He wanted Gunston, but he lost his feet. And Wanganeen Millera got in the way. And in game number 50, took the defensive mark. Short ball is good to Windhager. Still inside defensive 50, though, the Saints. He goes wide by hand to Wanganeen Millera. Pops one over the top to Wood. And he marks in front of our broadcast position. Finn McGuinness looking after him. Cuts inside does Mason Wood and kicks up the line on the left foot. Big fly in the pack and able to be reeled in by Owens. King went in after it. Got some time to gather the footy, but his handball was a miss. It's been picked off by Impey through the middle of York Park. He arches the back. Takes a second bounce. Now concedes some ground by hand to Ginnivan, who just thinks his way through it. Spots up a target inside 50. Connor McDonald getting back. Couldn't take the mark. Loose ball inside 50. Saints not out of jail yet. Windhager wrapped up in a big tackle. Hawks apply the pressure. They'll force a stoppage. 45 out from goal.
Again, they were out, Hawthorn. They just just couldn't get the right entry inside 50, but they look dangerous on turnover. They just got to get their inside 50s a bit more efficient like they did in the first quarter, and they should be up by more goals. Should be up by 3 or 4.
Spot on, Dean Brogan. That kick inside 50 is hurting them. Here's Seamus Mitchell, who kicks wide to find D'Ambrosio on the outer side of the centre square. Hawks kicking to the right of your radio dial, to the city end. He switches back to this side of the ground. The grandstand side, the main grandstand side, is Scrimshaw. Goes in short, making a bit of space was Newcombe. Now this is the kick. This is the kick they've botched. Didn't quite go inside 50, went short to Day. So this is the kick. See St Kilda getting back. Dougal Howard's like a bit of a spare there. Now he's got to match up on more. Day's taking an eternity, and all he's forced to do is now is just kick it up the chimney. And just picking it off was Wilkie, and that was just pretty ordinary poor play by Hawthorn, and Wilkie's just got those long arms, Chris Roberton.
Well, the kick inside 50 if you're a Hawthorn supporter, you want it in the hands of Will Day, because you expect him to make something happen, but that was pretty agricultural. The Hawks just letting some chances slip by. Saints still inside defensive 50 here. Flair it wide. Anthony Miller on the end of the kick. They're at left half back. Short ball to Wilkie. Tries at 50 for overstepping the mark. Umpire said no, not quite. Wilkie sends things up the broadcast wing. Getting in the way once again is Frost. So both teams having trouble penetrating each other's defence. Nash takes the mark. And he goes back to Impey. So he's at right half back. Impey will share it again with Nash. They haven't really progressed it here, the Hawks. Connor Nash at right half back for the Hawks. Let's see if he bites off something in the middle. No, he's going to go up the line once again. Marshall's in front, couldn't take the mark. At the back was Bonner. He was immediately claimed in a Blake Hardwick tackle. Put to the turf, and we'll have a ball up right in front of the broadcast position. Hawthorn 6-2-38. They lead by 10. St Kilda 4-4-28. Up it goes. Marshall wins it down into the path of Warple. Tackled as he kicked it. Inside 50 go the Hawks. Bouncing ball. Wanganeen Miller was fairly casual. He kicked it over the top of Dougal Howard. Dylan Moore gives chase. Harasses him out of the footy. Might have got one in the back. Crowd certainly thought so. He lays on top of the footy. Players converge. We'll have a ball up deep in Hawthorn's attack. Left forward pocket.
They've got some pace, haven't they, the small forwards of Hawthorn? They were in real trouble then, St Kilda, and lucky Dougal Howard got away with one then, because he definitely pushed in the back.
Ball close to the line, and Warple just sees it out. It'll be a boundary throw-in about 40 metres out from Hawthorn's goal on the outer side. Half forward, they're in attack. 3 goals only in this quarter.
So many players around the ball, it's hard to get a clean, crisp possession out of these contests.
Ross tried to. Got a handball away to Marshall, who just threw it on the boot, but that ended up okay, and Hayes took the mark. Impey lets go of him, and Hayes kicks out wide. Here's a chance for the Saints. Henry's running into space. Wilson's got it. Is he going to go to Henry or not? His kick goes further, and might have found King. Did it? No. Well, he had Henry on.
Should have hit Henry. You just put it out in front of someone that quick in Henry. You just got to put the ball out in front of him and let him get to work. He chose not to and botched the inside 50, and both teams were really struggling kicking the ball inside 50 this quarter.
Ball rolled out of play. It'll be a boundary throw in, left forward pocket. Shallow ball in. Nash takes it, gets caught by Hayes. Got it to Newcombe. Impey, kick smothered. Hill. Quick kick out of there was Garcia. And it rolls out of play. It'll be a boundary throw-in on the other side of the big sticks in the right forward pocket, with the Saints trailing by 10 points. Hawthorn 6-2-38, St Kilda 4-4-28.
Blake Hardwick's gone back to defence as well. He's only had the 3 disposals so far as a forward, but he made his name as a pretty tough defender, so he looks more comfortable back there.
Deep in attack for the Saints. Off the ruck tap, Seamus Mitchell ripped off the footy. It came out to Newcombe, shared it with Frost, running past his Hardwick. There's a whistle on the play here. Newcombe was dumped after he disposed of the footy, and he'll get a free kick in the defensive goal square. 4.5 minutes remaining in the second term. Hawthorn lead by 10. They led by 4 at quarter time. Jai Newcombe inside defensive 50, just Gains about 55 metres, sends it out long, but Battle takes a good defensive mark for the Saints. Right half forward for the Hawks. Concedes some ground, back to Wilkie. He comes into the middle of York Park where Bonner awaits. Receives the short pass, now he gets onto his left boot. Drives one inside 50 for the Saints. King in a dangerous position, juggled it on the way down, couldn't quite hang on. Newcomb fed it out to Hardwick, flared it wide to McKenzie, but he put him under the pump. Wilson laid a strong tackle, ball spills free. Membry stiff arms Warple, over the top. It was broken up by Newcomb, who just thumped it towards the boundary. Wanganeen Miller gets there first, works his way through the situation. So some beautiful Canada Moore, then twisted the Hawthorn defence into a pretzel. Inside 50 go the Saints now. Bouncing ball at ground level. Hardwick comes up with it for Hawthorn. Spots a target out wide. He won't quite get there. It was Watson. And over the boundary line it goes. It'll be a St Kilda ball. Stocker brings it in and finds Bonner on centre wing.
How's the agility in Wanganeen Miller?
That was worth the appearance, the attendance money, wasn't it?
Admission fee, wasn't it? He's a super talent. He just worked his way into the game this quarter too.
Yes, made a statement to Isaac Rankin there, didn't he? It's very Rankin-like. Ball is at half forward on the outer side. Membry's been pinged for throwing the footy, and the free kick will go to Sarong of Hawthorn. So he's on the paint of defensive 50 outer side in front of the small scoreboard here at York Park.
Just need to hang on here, Hawthorn. A couple of minutes to go in the quarter. They don't want to concede another goal. Take a 10-point lead in half-time. They'd be very happy with that.
That ball just rolls out of play from the kick from Sarong, just a big fist, and another ball in. 6-2-38 Hawthorn, St Kilda 4-4-28, almost 26 minutes gone, 25 and a half at least. Boundary throw in outer side. Meek and Marshall, been a wonderful battle. Marshall got that. Warple, leading contested ball winner for Hawthorn. Here's another one in Newcomb. Newcomb pulled the kick, looking for more. Couldn't take the mark. Well done by Webster. Ball flicks over the top to Bonner. Bonner's a good user, as we've said. He kicks out wide, and bumping it away from Henry was Amon. It'll be a boundary throw in. The Hawks lead by 10 points. We're about to get into 26 minutes of the second quarter. 6-2-38 plays 4-4-28. The Hawks by 10.
0437 774 774. Text from Julian in Cygnet. It says, love to hear the dulcet tones of Andrew Cooling on the boundary line. Great broadcast and a great way to spend a Saturday afternoon. Big fan of our boundary extraordinaire as the Hawks kick it out of defensive 50. A one-on-one at half-back. McKenzie will win it. Gets the favourable bounce. Feeds it now back to Ginnivan. He spots a man over the top in Will Day, but getting across and breaking it up was Bonner. Over the boundary line it goes in front of the benches. Boundary throw in. Julian's in the workshop down in Cygnet. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Chris Robottom with you. Michael Maney alongside me. Stephen Williams, Dean Brogan, our experts this afternoon. In it comes. Marshall at the front once again, straight into the path of Steele. Beautiful ruck work. He shared it with Hill, but Bonner spilt the beans on the handball. Scooped up beautifully by Day. Away go the Hawks now by Amon. Here's Nash running inside 50. Agricultural kick as Hill just worked him off the footy. Applied the pressure and he receives the handball. Well done, Brad Hill. Spears a pass to Jack Steele, who takes it on his ankles. Still inside defensive 50.
Well done, Brad Hill. That was a great chase on Connor Nash, just to interrupt the kick, and was able to win it back as well.
Steele called to play on. He comes wide to Windhager, who's going to be paid the mark here, or a free kick against Nash for some prohibited contact. And he's going to come back in board again. Wilkie takes the uncontested mark. Inside defensive 50 for the Saints. Shares it by hand with Bonner. Goes one way then the other. A little unsure, but he got it to Steele and worked the 1-2. Now he takes a bounce on centre wing. Lopes and kicks inside 50 for the Saints. It's all Hawthorn though as Mitchell gets in front and takes an easy chest mark.
Yeah, both teams are looking for half-time. They're all out on their feet. Hands are on their knees and they're gasping for air at the moment. They've worked really hard, both teams, this half.
Mitchell kicks to the wing. Deer flew a little bit too early, and that might have been a mark to Wilkie. A couple of grabs and then secured it. He just ran under it there, Kalsha Deer, but his timing wrong. And Wilkie seems strange to me, playing in the seconds at North Adelaide going back a few years ago, and now he's one of the league's premier defenders. McGuinness kicks high. Up goes Gunston, but Battle's been pretty good back there. Been nice overhead, Josh Battle. He kicks now to a shallow inside 50, almost to mark the King, couldn't quite take it. Amon back to Weddle, and Weddle just shares it with Mackenzie, who's on the paint of 50 half back, and there's the siren. It's half time at York Park, and just the 3 goals in that quarter. But it's Hawthorn 6 goals 2-38, leads St Kilda 4-4-28. Goals in that quarter to Moore and Ginnivan for Hawthorn and Owens for St Kilda. So half time, the Hawks 6-2-38, St Kilda 4-4-28.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Saturday Footy for ABC Sport. Chris Robert and Michael Maney, Dean Brogan and Stephen Williams with you. What did you make of the first half, Stephen?
Well, it was an exciting goal-scoring first quarter, but both sides were pretty defensive in that quarter. Neither side could penetrate the other's defence, and the ball just pretty much bounced from the top of the 50 arc from one end to the other. Both sides probably not making terrific decisions. The skill level dropped a little bit as the players started to get a little bit tired in the match, and we saw some of the half backs and the wingman starting to rack up the possessions. Carl Amon for the Hawks was one of the players when he gets the footy, and a little bit like Riley Bond on the other end for the Saints. They're the two guys that probably both sides are trying to get the ball in their hands, and we saw Wanganeen Malira play a little bit better that quarter. Also, Brogues mentioned that he started to win a fair bit of the footy across half back, but that just goes to show that both sides needed to have that final kick inside 50 where they could find a target, but neither were really able to solve the puzzle of going inside forward 50, and a fairly ordinary quarter of footy, Brogues.
Yeah, look, from a statistical perspective, both teams are very even. Really high in contested ball, uncontested. It's a really good contest, to be honest. I think you summed up really well, Steve. So both teams are mopping up really well in their back 50 because the entries have been shallow, which brings the dangerous half-backs into the game and the wingmen. So, both teams got their defensive structures better that quarter because, as we said, the first quarter was a bit of a shootout. So, Hawthorn were very efficient going inside 50. Every time they went in, they scored. And when St Kilda, towards the back end of the first quarter, were able to hit the scoreboard, they were more efficient. So both teams tightened up in their defensive game, but it's a really good contest at the moment. You wouldn't think these teams are both 16th and 14th on the table. It's a quality game. The good players are playing well, and I'm really impressed the way Hawthorn have gone about it. I think Hawthorn's pressure has been elite from the start of the game to half-time. That hasn't waned at all. Yes, their inside 50s have been a little bit inefficient that quarter, but their pressure around the footy has been sensational, and that's what I think's kept them in the game. And 6 goals 2 to 4 goal 4, it's a really tight contest.
24 inside 50s apiece is pretty low, isn't it, for a
certainly
for a
is,
half a footy?
and most of that I reckon would have been in the first quarter.
And quite some of those shallow ones. So the ball's just been pinging from half back to half back, and that's something that both coaches will look at half time and try to decide what are we going to do. Are we going to free the game up a little bit and see if we can score, or Ross Lyon's probably been renowned to have a team that can play in these sort of matches and get down in the trenches and just work really hard and just scrounge out a win. So it'll be interesting to see whether either coach releases the play and we get some free-flowing footy in the second half.
No James Sicily out there for the Hawks this afternoon. They're without their skipper. He's out with a shoulder injury, but they've only conceded the 4 goals to the Saints so far this afternoon. The goal kickers for you for Hawthorn, Dylan Moore has 2, singles to Lloyd Meek, Connor McDonald in game number 50, Jack Ginnivan and Nick Watson, while for the Saints, Mitch Owens has 2, Max King has 1, and Tim Membry, the other sole goal kicker for the Saints. Some leading disposal winners for you. For the Hawks, Carl Amon has 18, John Newcomb has 17, Jarman Impey has 12, while for the Saints, Riley Bonner has 15, Rowan Marshall has 14, and Jack Steele also has 14. So the Hawks 6-2-38 lead St Kilda 4-4-28. They'll take a 10-point advantage into the main break here in Launceston. They kick 2 goals to the Saints, 1 in that second term to build on that 4-point advantage at quarter time. We'll take a short break from here at York Park in Launceston and go to ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Ali Crew. The Prime Minister says a new funding agreement with the states and territories on housing will help solve some of the problems in the sector. Anthony Albanese says he's reached a deal with premiers and chief ministers on a 5-year housing agreement costing more than $9 billion, including funding for homelessness and crisis accommodation. Another $1 billion will be spent on housing infrastructure, helping new dwellings to be connected to essential services. Mr Albanese rejects suggestions he's trying to dress up ongoing Commonwealth funding as a new spending commitment.
No, it's not right. There was no agreement. The funding ran out on July 1. This is a new agreement going forward.
The federal government has announced the live sheep export trade will end on the 1st of May 2028. It follows a recommendation by an independent report compiled by a panel which consulted with farmers in WA, where the export trade is based. The government has also announced a $107 million package to help the industry transition, including almost $65 million to help support sheep producers and workers across the supply chain. Federal Agriculture Minister Murray Watts says the funding will cover the economic impact of stopping the industry.
We think that this is a fair and reasonable package of taxpayers' funding going towards an industry that is already in long-term decline. The amount of money that we're putting on the table is nearly 5 times what the Western Australian government estimated would be the economic impact of this decision.
The federal government is set to introduce legislation to be able to cap the number of international students allowed to study in Australia. Danuta Kazaki reports.
The federal government says while international students are important for the economy, the sector must have integrity and be sustainable. Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill says the visas being granted are back to pre-pandemic levels and that the government has adopted a move towards a smaller, more strategic migration system. The legislation to be introduced next week will allow the Education Minister Jason Clare to cap the number of new international student enrolments for both universities and vocational training colleges. The federal government is expected to consult with the higher education sector over the changes with a framework by the end of the year.
A Middle East expert says he doesn't believe Palestine will be granted full membership of the United Nations. Australia was one of 143 countries which voted yes to increase the rights and privileges of Palestinians and called for its membership status to be reconsidered. Israel has condemned the vote, calling it a prize for Hamas. Dr. Roger Shanahan from the Lowy Institute says the vote was largely symbolic.
There is also the understanding in pretty well all of the states that voted for it that it wouldn't get past the UN Security Council resolution.
Ukraine says it's repelled a Russian armoured attack in its northeastern Kharkiv region. A Ukrainian official says it's not a single metre has been lost. Ukraine has been expecting a Russian summer offensive and even a bid to capture the regional capital, Kharkiv. But officials are adamant Moscow doesn't have the resources to do so. Reports from Ukraine suggest Russia is trying to create a buffer zone for its Belgorod region following a series of Ukrainian cross-border attacks. There are signs of a continuing modest recovery in the Chinese economy. Figures released by China's National Bureau of Statistics show consumer prices rose last month for the third consecutive month, with domestic demand remaining resilient. However, recent surveys also show cooling factory and services activity weighed down by a protracted housing downturn. The Victorian government says a spike in COVID hospitalisations over the past week is a timely reminder that the disease is still in the community and can be lethal. The Health Department says there has been a 30% jump in hospitalisations for COVID over the past week, with cases of influenza and RSV infections also climbing. Minister Lily D'Ambrosio says the government will not enforce health measures, but people should practice common sense to stop the spread.
Victorians know very well the steps that need to be taken, making sure that if you're feeling unwell, get yourself tested. If you're out and about in the community, take the necessary precautions, face masking if that's something that you can do, have a little bit of distance, of course. Common sense is always going to be how we manage this.
And US experts are warning that powerful solar flares could disrupt satellite and communication networks. Scientists say they've observed a series of unusually strong solar flares. And that's ABC News.
Jimmy Steins here, and if you're looking for life advice, let me suggest the ABC Listen app.
Try Ladies, We Need to Talk.
What if it's a choice between I'm staying or I'm living out of my car with my kids?
You might also like Parental as Anything, Teens.
We all need to face the fact that teens are sending and receiving nude pics.
Or Life Matters.
Let's begin at your 60th birthday party.
Load up a podcast and level up your life with the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Ball spills to McDonald. McDonald off a step, just kicks it high. Who had just a floater. Nice knock away by Gunston. Roving, it was Moore. He lost possession of it. St Kilda under pressure here. It falls back to Moore. It's a dribbling old ball. It bounces once, twice, 3 times. It's to goal.
Gunston comes away with it, shares it with McDonald, who kicks the Hawks inside 50. Getting back, Ginnivan, outstretched arm, friendly fire. Ginnivan and Watson. In fact, there's a free kick for the Hawks. This will go the way of Ginnivan. He'll receive a free kick. It's against Liam Stocker, and he's going to be marched to the top of the goal square too. A 50-metre penalty against the Saints. Ginnivan will kick his second. He slams it over the grandstand. That's in the old row yards.
Hardwick tries to get the handball. D'Ambrosio, but he got a call from Hill, and he just popped it straight on his chest with a handball received. Owens is going to get a free kick if he'll be manhandled by Scrimshaw. And that could be 50 because that ball was just thrown away. Every bit of 52, I've got to say. And Owens popped through his second.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Yes, welcome back to York Park in Launceston, where Hawthorn hold a 10-point advantage over St Kilda. 6-2-38 the Hawks. The Saints 4-4-28 in what has been a bit of an arm wrestle so far throughout the first half. The lights are on here at York Park. It's a little grey overhead, but pretty good conditions for footy. A reminder, as soon as this game concludes, you'll be off to Docklands, where Essendon is taking on GWS, and we'll have a preview of that one for you at 3/4 time. But right here, right now, it's the Hawks hunting for their 3rd win of the season. The Saints hunting for their 4th, just to keep in touch with the top 8 and not fall too far behind. It's been an interesting old affair so far. Dean Brogan, what did you make of the first half, and what are you expecting to see in the second half?
Well, I love how both teams are getting at it. It's a really good contest. Both teams are cracking in. Pressure's good. There's no easy ball out there from both teams. They're really cracking in. If you're a supporter of these two teams, you'd be pretty happy with the way they're going about it at the moment. I thought Hawthorn, for majority of the game, have had control of the game. They're just a bit untidy going inside 50, whereas first quarter they were really efficient going in. They caught St Kilda on the hop a little bit. St Kilda looked a little bit slow out of the box today, and Hawthorn were up and at them and into it, and they were efficient going forward. But just that second quarter, it was a bit of a stalemate. It was pretty much all played between the arcs. There were shallow entries inside 50 for both teams, which brought in both teams half-backs, and we know the game, the most dangerous players now just outside the midfield are your half-backs and your half-forwards, and you know most of the half-backs got involved in the game then, and both teams were really inefficient going forward. So the team that can sort out how they're going out inside 50 and become more efficient and hit the scoreboard, I think will win the game, because both teams, contested possessions are good, uncontested possessions are good, tackles are good, they're switching the ball like you have to do on this ground. It's just I think it's just simple as tidying up the efficiency going forward, and like we just said then, it was a bit of a stalemate that quarter. There wasn't a lot of highlights for us to call, but that's because both teams are playing a very similar brand at the moment. So this is what halftime's for. The brains of both clubs, that's your coaching staff. They go away and they try and think of ways to come out and have a bit of a point of difference this quarter. But I really like Hawthorn. I haven't seen a lot of them this year, but their team's nice. They got really good. When I say nice, they're built really not nice. Like, you know, they've got a good list. I think that you can see in the next couple of years they're going to be really good. Their ruckman's I love Meek. He's a really good player, and they have a really good ding-dong battle, old school ruck battle between
it's
him
been
and
good,
Marshall.
hasn't it?
It's been really good.
I think Marshall's probably edged him. Like, Marshall's had 14 disposals, 17 hit-outs, 4 tackles, so he's been pretty good one-on-one. As you mentioned, he got to that position where he's been able to grab it and kick it out of the ruck. But Max King's probably one guy that hasn't had a lot of opportunities, but you know, he's kicked 1 goal. He's had his hands on a couple, but you'd like to see him really cut loose in this second half. Mitch Owens has kicked a couple, and he's always dangerous down there. Membry's got one as well. So the Saints have got some really potent forwards that can break this game open. But if they can start to get some ascendancy out of the clearance, we saw last night in that game with Port Adelaide, if you can win the ball out the front of the square and get it in that forward line quickly, there's not time for the opposition to flood back. There's plenty of space. Your forwards can go to work. So if one of the two sides can get some domination in that area, because it's been pretty even so far, we might get a bit of a break on the scoreboard.
And the deeper entries, the 0 to 30s, deeper, long inside, bring the tall forwards into the game, and that's what St Kilda have got. So no doubt St Kilda are going away and going, we've got to get these guys into the game, because they are the difference in the both teams, is that St Kilda's forward line is a bit more potent than Hawthorn. So Hawthorn's smalls have been fantastic in their forward line, but St Kilda need to get their tools into the game somehow.
The voice of Dean Brogan. It is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport with Dean Brogan, myself, Chris Rowbottom, Michael Maney and Stephen Williams. A real Port Adelaide flavour to the box this afternoon. It is the fourth game of the weekend so far. We saw Carlton defeat Melbourne on Thursday night by a point. Sydney defeat Freo last night by 48 points. And the Power last night by a goal over Geelong. The first win for the Power at Cardinia Park since 2007. And
Port Adelaide, you would have been in that one, Brogues, wouldn't you?
In that game,
what
a game that was. I cannot believe it's been 17 years. That is an unbelievable stat.
Does Dom Cassisi still
on the
mention that goal?
Yeah, he still tells us about it.
Port have probably only played down there 8 times since then. It's like sometimes you don't play there for
probably
a year, so.
The hardest place to play, and not many teams win down there at all. In fact, lots of teams get belted down there. So, look, it was a fantastic game last night, and between Geelong and Port, but. Fantastic memories.
Was the left footer from the boundary line, Stephen?
Yeah, Dom Cassisi. It was.
Yeah. It was 55 metres on the run, and it was a torpedo on the opposite side too.
Yeah, the story's
everything.
It's gotten 10% better as the years going on. It's a long time ago. 17 years, incredible. But that was a cracking game last night.
Shows you how hard it is to win down there, and a little bit different, I guess, when you think about it. The new development down there has closed in a lot of those tricky breezes that the Geelong players might have known about, and it might might be a disadvantage to them.
And it's quite a thin ground. It's a bit like Adelaide Oval as far as it's not quite as wide as these grounds. So Port, with the way that they play and set up, it's probably not an uncomfortable ground for them.
Well, and also like it's a good point. Geelong haven't had that much time. Training on that ground with all those stands built now, so it's probably in the day they have all the tricks. When the breeze comes through, when it's overcast, you got to do this. When it's wet, you got to do this. So a lot of teams now they're on a level playing field for the moment when teams go down there, but it's still a really hard place to play. And what a it looks amazing now with that stadium.
Fantastic.
The ground, even here, like what a stadium this is, and these players are very lucky where they get to play their jobs now, get back to this game. I just getting back to Hawthorn. Like I said, I haven't seen a lot of them this year, but they're starting to build their list nicely, aren't they? They've got a pretty solid midfield. Their backline looks solid, and they've got some really good nippy small forwards, and that's the game now. I know we talk about big marking forwards, and every team's got to have them, but they've got some really live wires up in their forward line that are dangerous. So when the ball hits the deck, they've got pace to lock it in. But they've also got small forwards that get up the ground and get links in their ball movement. So they're building their list very nicely. And, the last couple of weeks they've been very good, and today they've been sensational. So hopefully second half they continue it and get another win.
It's been an old-fashioned type game, hasn't it? Low scoring, low possession. Carl Amon, the leading possession with 18. But then for St Kilda, it's Bonner with 15. Premier midfielder in Steele with 14. It's sort of a little bit of a throwback to some of those old games where it was sort of scrappy and contested, low possession and low scoring, a real arm wrestle. And wet. Well, no excuses in terms of the ground. It's a billiards table out there for the players here in Launceston. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not this game will get broken open, and we might see some more heavier scoring.
Well, it tends to happen, doesn't it, in the second half? The players start to fatigue, the game opens up a bit. The Saints have been really successful when they switch the play, when they've gone to the open side, used their good kicks to move the ball with some space around them. So let's see if they try to do that a little bit more in this half.
Players in their positions, umpire getting to the ready. Crowd spectators, patrons getting back to their seats after the half-time break. Just about all set to go for the second half. Hawthorn leads St Kilda by 10. 6-2-38 the Hawks. The Saints 4-4-28. Second half action. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Michael Maney to kick us off.
A lull before the storm. A little bit dark. There's a bit of blue sky around, but it's got that sort of rainy feeling. Might have a late shower, according to the forecast, but I don't know what we're doing. It's about ready to go now. Here we go. Second half. Hawthorn v St Kilda at York Park. Good crowd in. Good bounce by the umpire. Meek, left-hander, beautifully down to Warple, who just pushed it forward. McDonald couldn't run onto it. Ginnivan does. He's tackled. Handball over the top to the dangerous Moore. Moore just weaves around. Just beats a handball back. D'Ambrosio thought about a kick, then decides to drill a pass to Newcombe. Can't take the mark. In goes Mackenzie. Deep in Hawthorn's attacking zone. No one can get it out of there. And the mandatory ball call comes from the crowd. It'll be a ball up about 20 metres out from the Hawks' goal. They're attacking to the Invermay end. Here's Ginnivan. Just took it off the boot. Owens tried to get a handball to Hasty. He dived on it. It just rolls into the pocket, and taken to the line was Newcombe. And it'll be a ball in left forward pocket. Hawthorn in attack. We've gone 48 seconds in the third term.
Must be 10 or 12,000 in this afternoon in Launceston. Two clubs with pretty deep connections with Tasmania, it has to be said. Good to see a good roll-up. Ginnivan takes it off the ruck tap, shares it with Gunston. Now Newcombe snaps around the body, centering ball, but getting in the hole and taking a good mark for the Saints. It was Mason Wood. He shares it with Brad Hill now, and they exit the D50. Wanganeen Miller takes a mark on the outer side, puts it out in front. A teammate in Membry takes it on the bounce, gets it back to Membry, and there might be a free kick off the ball here. Might even be downfield, or will it come back? It's going to be a St Kilda free kick.
I think Wilson copped one of the solar plexus over there.
Yeah, it'll go the way of Wilson. It's just forward of a wing on the outer side. Comes inboard to Bonner, who comes further inboard to Webster. Make their way across the ground here, the Saints. Howard, just back of the centre circle. He's going to come all the way to the broadcast side, where Wilkie awaits. Takes the uncontested mark and hits the 15-metre kick to Battle, just in front of centre wing. Broadcast side, 85 from goal. Sends it inside 50 for the Saints. Over the top was Weddle, couldn't take the mark. Henry at the base, tried to spin out of trouble, but Newcombe said, "You're going nowhere, sunshine." Puts him onto the turf.
St Kilda didn't have a lot of options. They had to go slow because of the slow play. Hawthorn had 16 players back in their defensive half. So best kick was the long entry to the pocket so they can get a stoppage and save the Chief.
Down to Andrew Cooling in a second or two. Here's Membry, gets away to Hasty. Hasty kick smothered by Mackenzie. Andrew Cooling, there's been some action on the bench down there.
Yeah, Ross Lyon has pulled the sub at half-time. Jack Hayes has been subbed out of the game for Ben Patton. No injury, purely tactical, getting the big man out of it.
Thanks, Andrew. All of Signet will be happy with that report. Boundary throw in. Up goes Meek. Just takes the ball out of the ruck, then kicks a bouncing ball inside the centre square. Oh, lovely work by Howard. Howard's kick is off at the instep. Still goes high. Still dangerous. Taken by Amon. He gets the handball out. Garcia. Little quick kick by Owens. It's a high ball, and Mackenzie had the set under it. Couldn't take the mark. In he goes again, tackled to ground. Sinclair, the man doing the tackling, and it'll be a ball up.
It's great attack, wasn't it, by Dougal Howard there, just to get the ball on the half volley, get through a couple of players and pump the ball inside 50.
Off the ruck tap, Weddle kicked beyond defensive 50, a scrubber. Ginnivan might have been held. Underground ball inside 50 now for the Saints. Amon got a foot to it, just toe poked it into the middle of the ground. Arriving first was Deer, gathered it and sent a handball to green grass. Saints arrived first via Hasty. Beelining it was McDonald, gathered it cleanly for the Hawks. High ball inside 50, one-on-one deep. Dylan Moore trapped it on the shins, got it at ground level. Deer running past, he was tackled as he gathered the footy by Wanganeen Miller. And a ball up inside, attacking 50 for the Hawks, 40 metres from goal. Hawks hold a 10-point advantage over the Saints. Meek just rips it out of the ruck, gave it to Newcombe, round the body, bouncing ball. Did it elude the fingertips of Howard? It didn't. He knocked it over for a minor score. So Dougal Howard playing goalkeeper. A minor score for the Hawks.
So the Saints now trying to rebuild. Here's Hill at half-back. Has Ross running for him. Ross's left footer floating in front is Scrimshaw. Didn't take the mark, got it to ground to Impey by hand to Amon, who thinks about Mackenzie. It's a good kick as he switches to this side. Mackenzie still inside defensive 50 out wide. Mackenzie, the kick has to be pinpoint, and the mark is taken over steal by Mitchell. Mitchell's got some hang time on this. Misses Newcombe but goes to Warple. Warple's kick is a wonderful kick. Oh, Calcidir got in the way of and spoiled Hardwick, and then says sorry about that, but it might cost them as Wood kicks quickly to Wilson on the outer side. So the Saints are going to rebound here. Membry now kicks inside 50. Looking for Henry. Frost did well in the body on body. He's got to get rid of it here. Handball over the top to Mackenzie. Mackenzie to Gunston. What's he doing down there? Gunston just threw it on the boot. Marshall can't take it. Pumped away by Meek to the boundary, but Calcidir, what on earth was he thinking, Stephen?
Well, I think he almost tackled his teammate. It was, he obviously didn't get the colour of the jumper right, and we don't often see that, but this quarter started off like the second. Both sides the ball's just pinging from back 50 to back 50.
Sam Mitchell might employ him in defence after that defensive effort on Blake Hardwick as Newcombe bursts away from the stoppage. Steele gives chase, but he won't catch Newcombe, who sends the Hawks inside 50, and Deere will redeem himself here with a really nice one-on-one mark at 45 metres. Hands it off to the running McDonald. He sets sail for goal on the run and can't quite complete the play. A minor score for the Hawks.
I guess the handball was there for the runner, but you'd like to see your big forward go back and kick that. But look, he's a young kid. He saw the midfielder run past, scream the ball, so you probably got to give it. But next time, young fella, go back and kick the goal.
Bonner has it in defence for the Saints. He concedes some ground back to Wanganeen Millerer. Andrew Cooling on the boundary.
Yeah, new face down here on the boundary line. Ross Lyon has just arrived in the St Kilda dugout and is going to coach from the bench, it would seem, in this third quarter.
Up close and personal, Ross Lyon. It'd be a scary sight coming to the bench, wouldn't it, as a St Kilda player. Ross Lyon staring you down. The Saints have it here in the middle of the ground and they can go forward. Battle well placed here to take the mark inside 50, and he does exactly that. 48 metres from goal, directly in front. Marks in front of Amon. He's marching back as if he wants to have a crack.
It's probably the opposite to what we saw the other end, Brogues, where Deere was being a young player who was coerced into giving the handball off. This time Battle understands what his limitations are, and he's done a Ben Brown. He's gone back a long way to try to put the first goal on the board in the second half.
Josh Battle will kick from right on the paint of 50. He sets sail. It looks pretty good off the boot. The Saints fans like it, and the Saints draw first blood in the second half. Hawthorn 6-4-40. St Kilda 5-4-34. Early stages of the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Dean Brogan.
Well, very tactical at half-time. So what they've done, St Kilda, is put Battle forward and they've brought Hayes off for a small. So they've obviously chosen to change the game up by putting Battle, who's very good overhead, to go forward. We saw him in the first half in the back line taking mark after mark. So Ross Lyon, the genius that he is, has gone out and shuffled the magnets around, knowing that they have to get better entries inside forwards and better targets. Very well done, and they've rewarded him for a goal. But yeah, really good work by St Kilda. The ball movement was pretty crisp then, and Battle, geez, he's a good mark overhead, isn't he? Great finish as well.
Hawthorn 6-4-40. The Saints 5-4-34. Battle's first goal of the year. Free kick to Day as he roves it off the pack. Jack Steele just draping an arm over his shoulder, and Will Day's got it in the centre of York Park. Weddle on a big long run receives the handball, kicks inside 50. Gunston has to knock it away. Well done by Webster. His handball's chopped off. In goes Wilson. Now Watson for Hawthorn, taken by Ginnivan. Back to Mitchell. Mitchell with a spiral torpedo. Who can take the mark? No one. Picked up by Hardwick. Shot at goal. Is a behind away to the left-hand side, so Hardwick finds himself back in the forward line. Stephen Williams. Hawthorn by 7.
Yes, he against the Magpies in gather round, he went forward, didn't he, and kicked 5 or 6 goals. So he's obviously got the potential to do that, but he's struggled so far.
Bonner brings it in, short pass to Dougal Howard. Scans up the field, likes to look. Stocker still inside defensive 50. He'll go short again. It's a little wayward. He made Jack Steele work. I'm not sure if he held onto the mark. Umpire said he did. Plays on by hand. He's working their way through this at half back here, the Saints. Bonner goes wide to Wilkie. A lot of the footy. Callum Wilkie across half back. He spots up Seb Ross. Just back of a wing, out of side. Got a man on the lead who he uses. And it's Battle who wheels around and sends the Saints inside 50 again. And Mason Wood on a lead. Takes the mark in front of his eyes. And another set shot on goal coming up for the Saints. Similar distance. Slightly tighter angle.
Beautiful kick, Mason Wood. Beautiful kick. So I would imagine he's got the distance. But the Saints were able to keep the ball in motion. It was moved quickly. All of a sudden the forwards have got some space to move in and they can take some marks. So, yeah, definitely... something the Saints are doing in this third quarter is the emphasis in moving the ball a bit quicker.
Kicked a goal last week upon his return against North Melbourne. He set sail from just inside 50. He bangs it into the left-hand goal post for a minus score.
Yeah, clearly they've addressed their ball movement issues. They're moving the ball a lot quicker and a lot more with purpose, and they have shifted magnets around with Battle obviously going forward. He's had a real impact this quarter.
The Saints never led today as Amon kicks to half back. In the middle of that was Hardwick. Webster came in with a fist boundary throw in. They've drawn level, the Saints, but they haven't been able to get their noses in front. With that kick from Wood, would have levelled things up. 6-5-41, St Kilda 5-5-35. Back in play, Marshall knocked it down. D'Ambrosio was there. Wood tried to give it to Owens, then tracks the footy. In comes Marshall, ducks, weaves, gets a kick on the boot, but it's been marked by Mitchell. This is where the spread's important. What's he got, Mitchell? He's got Weddle hovering. He might give it to him. He does. Weddle with the handball toward the line to D'Ambrosio. Now to Impey. He's going to have to kick this. He does. Floats it up high. Moore, and thumped away by Stocker. Interesting way that the Hawks decided to head down the line there. And a boundary throw in as Mackenzie re-enters the fray from the boundary. I think Wanganeen Miller might have been on the bench as well for the Saints. Ball in. Meek reaches over the top. Owens just ran straight past it. Nash with a good tackle. Owens close to the line. Kick was smothered. That was Windhager and is taken out by Day. It was at Garcia. And it will be another boundary throw in. It is a 6-point lead to the Hawks.
Saints have activated their sub. Jack Hayes out of the game, tactical, and Patton in for the Saints. Marshall wins it down again from the boundary throw-in. Newcomb arrives first, shares a handball out to Amon, screws one around the body, tries to bounce one inside 50. Saints have the wall set up. Marshall picks it up and hits a short pass. Out they come now, the Saints. Mason Wood in front of the broadcast position takes the uncontested mark. Scrimshaw stands the mark, wheels onto his left boot does Mason Wood. Shallow entry inside 50. Over the top was Battle, couldn't hold it. Came down to King, tried to get it to Battle. Eventually Windhager dragged off his kick as he sent it deep inside 50. It just eluded Sarong. And it'll go over the boundary line for a throw-in. Deep in attack for the Saints. 13 and a half gone in this third term. Hawthorn by one straight kick. 6-5-41 the Hawks. St Kilda 5-5-35. Saints with a chance to square the ledger. And it comes. Meek at the front, doing the ruck work on Battle. Hacked off the ground by Hasty. Scoots through for a minus score.
St Kilda's definitely throwing the first sort of punch, so to speak, this quarter. They're really pressing hard on Hawthorn. So, it's over to you now, Hawthorn. What have you got?
Let's see. Amon assessing what's in front of him. Decides to just amble out of the 10-yard square and drive it to the wing. It's a good kick. Howard's in there. Wanganeen Miller went up early. Didn't get anywhere near the ball. Owens knocked it down beautifully to Windhager, who couldn't quite take it. Now Steele, lightning handball away to Wood, who got it to Wanganeen Millerer. Now to Wilson. Now goes to Payton. Payton goes short. Well worked by the Saints, and Seb Ross has taken the mark. 47 metres out from goal on a very slight angle. And the Saints, with an accurate kick here, could lead for the first time in the match.
Just a really nice array of handballs there from that stoppage. The Saints were able to get it out of the hands quickly to 2 or 3 players and then change the direction of the ball, take it to another angle, get it across to Seb Ross.
Seb Ross, just a couple of goals for the season from right on the paint of 50. It's not going to quite get there. Sarong with the double fister. It's a 4-point margin. Hawthorn 6-5-41, St Kilda 5-7-37. But this game is being exclusively played in St Kilda's half in the third term.
Amon once again with another similar exit out of D50. Well, it's a wobbly looking kick, but it almost fell into the lap of Ginnivan. Couldn't complete the mark. Out to Watson. Day was really slick with the hands. Got it to Deer, but he has turned it over. Bouncing ball now towards the boundary. Gathered by Wanganeen Millerer. Cuts back inside. Little ball wanted Stocker. Gives the stiff arm to Blake Hardwick. They work this out well to the Saints. Battle, then Windhager. Now Hill. Handball over the top to Sinclair. Bangs in a scrubby old entry inside 50. Scrimshaw thought he gobbled it up. So did his teammates. He dropped the chest mark and players converge. Stoppage inside St Kilda's attacking 50, 35 from goal.
Well, what they're doing, St Kilda, is just ball in flight. It's moving every time. It's knock-ons. It's handball forward. It's all surging forward, which is making them very dangerous at the moment.
Nash did the ruck work, then roved his own tap, scrambled it outside defensive 50. On the bounce, Cashadier. He just wants to clear the area. Sends a high ball to a 2-on-1. Underneath it, Gunston was way outgunned. Saints with the numbers. Wilson received the handball from Wilkie. One way, then the other. A little party trick towards half forward now the Saints. Getting front spot though was Scrimshaw, and he breaks up another St Kilda 4A4. They can't quite penetrate the Hawks' defence, but they are peppering.
Scrimshaw goes back and finds Frost, and this is the troublesome kick, but he gets it right this time to McGuinness on the outer side. That kick looking for Sarong. Went over his head, but he did well to get it a handball over the top to Newcomb. Newcomb goes short to Mitchell. Mitchell a handball over the top to Moore. Moore just ducked the head, but then got away, skirted away near the boundary line. Scrubby old handball, got it to Newcomb. Newcomb looking for Deer, edged under the footy by Wanganeen Millerer. Ball still in play. Here comes Deer again. Did well to follow up. A little bouncing ball. Watson might have been pushed in the back. McKenzie gets it to Moore. Moore's caught. How will the umpire see that? He said, you might have dropped it, Dylan. And good pressure by the Saints.
McKenzie just should have had a shot. He tried to do the right thing and give the first give, but he had every right to have a little snap there. And only 35 out. Should have snapped that.
Liam Stocker rewarded. He's gone to Dylan Moore in his third term. In a lockdown roll. Short ball to Patton, who goes wide to Wanganeen Millerer. He pokes a pass to Seb Ross, who marks it left half back for the Saints. He shares it now with Wanganeen Millerer. Sold him into a little bit of trouble, but he was agile enough to get around a Hawthorn defender. Into the middle of the ground go the Saints now. Day on the bounce. Now to Nash. Inside 50 they go. There's a man out the back. Nick Watson runs into an open goal. He made the mistake last week. No such troubles this time around. He bangs it home, does the Wizard, and the Hawks hit back. And he does have 2 goals for the afternoon. The Hawks just get a mini break. 7-5-47. St Kilda 5-7-37. Back out to 10 points. 18 minutes gone. Third term, Saturday footy on ABC Sports. Stephen Williams.
Yeah, just a poor kick by Wanganeen Millerer, wasn't it? Into the middle of the ground. It wasn't his normal punch kick. It was a loopy ball that just sat above his teammates' heads. And when you turn the ball over in that area of the ground, Connor Nash was the guy that was able to win the ball back, and the Wizard was over the back. The kick went over the back to him, and it was a goal from that point. So, St Kilda mistake. Hawthorn certainly capitalised.
Shout out to my brother Chris, who's listening in on the ABC Listen app in Taiwan with his family over there, Karen and Ivy and Leah, and listening to the Hawks game here versus St Kilda. And Hawthorn leading by 10 points back in the centre. Day knocks it down. No one can grab it. Warple, well done by Owens. Owens, a bouncing ball, still in the centre square. Ross loses possession of it. Moore just goes once, twice. Now Steele threw it on the boot. Scrimshaw just takes a slips catch right in front of his boots. And Scrimshaw's been important back there for them. Plays above his height, really. And then flicks it out wide and finds Hardwick on the outer side.
Back in defence, Blake Hardwick. He spent time forward in defence and in the middle. He's probably been serving up the Savaloys at some point today as well. Blake Hardwick, a little bit of everything. Kicks beyond the wing on the outer side. Ground ball, Jack Steele over it. Gunston wraps him up, fed out an underground handball. Saints come away with it. Dougal Howard was dumped without the footy. Umpire said play on. Through hands now the Hawks. Dylan Moore out to Finn McGuinness. Kick towards right half forward. Wilkie, too big, too strong. Over the top of Nick Watson. Takes the mark and kicks inside defensive 50 to Bonner. Now wide. Saints have the footy via Garcia. Right half back. Kicks to the near wing. Put his teammate under the pump in Sinclair. He was immediately wrapped up as he gathered it on the bounce. Impey was there to lay the tackle. We'll have a ball up just back of a wing for the Hawks on the near side.
Callum Wilkie is just so professional, isn't he, behind the ball back there? Just reads the play so well.
He's got really long arms, and that allows him to reach over the top. And Wilkie versus Watson, you wouldn't think would be much of a contest, or a reasonably even contest, but he just plucked that ball so easily. It's on the wing, right in front of the grandstand here, commentary box. Marshall took it out of the ruck, kick forward. Battle couldn't take the chest mark. Scrimshaw really worried them all to the line, and in the end it rolls out. It'll be a boundary throw-in just outside Hawthorn's defensive zone. Scrimshaw on hands and knees, must have copped one in that exchange in the solar plexus, or was he limping?
Ankle, I think.
Ankle, is it? Boundary throw in a bit shallow. Marshall got front position, knocked it down. Scrimshaw quick hands to Day. Day quick hands to Nash. Nash just threw it on the boot. McDonald worked under the football. Ball punched away. It'll run out of play in front of the interchange gates. It'll be another boundary throw in. 21 minutes gone in the third term. Hawthorn 7-5, 47. St Kilda 5-7, 37. A goal apiece in the third term, and that first term excitement has dissipated. It's a real arm wrestle.
Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, the Hawks have activated their sub. Luke Bruce coming on for Cal Shadir, another tactical sub there.
Cal Shadir out of the game for Luke Bruce, who knows this ground better than anyone. Beautiful ruck work from Meek down to Day. Rode the tackle, but he's turned his handball over. Brad Hill, he combines with a teammate, weaving in and out of the congestion. Here's Henry now on the end of the handball. Takes it on the bounce. He rides the boundary line and sends the Saints inside forward 50, and King takes the mark. He out-jostled Sam Frost, reached up above his ears and clutched the mark. He'll kick for goal. 45-degree angle, 40 metres out.
Really nice kick by Liam Henry as well. Max King was able to use his big body to get in front, but the kick from Henry certainly made it a lot easier.
So Max King has won for the afternoon. Drag this margin back to 4 points, sets sail from 40 metres just across the face. It barely squeezes in for a minor score, and that's exactly where it ends up. So just a minor score. Hawthorn 7-5, 47. St Kilda 5-8, 38. Just under 4 minutes remaining in this third term.
I think Hawthorn have held pretty well this quarter. St Kilda have been coming really hard, and the Hawk backs have really stood up. And it's 9 points, which was the margin at half time. So Hawthorn have really settled and have taken the onslaught really well.
Amon with the kick, long. Meek nudged in the back, got under it. Now Marshall, how many times has he done that? Well done by Weddle to float across the pack and knock it down. Little quick handball came from Hardwick back to Amon, who kicks to the wing. Bruce in the middle of that. Wilkie couldn't take the mark. He almost had it. It was in a millisecond more, and the umpire probably would have paid it. And it'll be a ball up. Jack Scrimshaw getting some treatment down there. We'll get Andrew Cooling to keep an eye on that for us. The ball up, knocked by Meek and down to Warple. And it'll be another ball up in front of the interchange gates, and quite sure on Jack Scrimshaw. Ball up. Meek knocked it down. Snared by Steele. His high kick. Sarong couldn't take the mark, but out of nowhere, Mason Wood somehow took the mark. And Wood goes in short, and it's okay to steal.
Steele to the running Sinclair. Pokes it past inside 50. Saw something he liked and he hit the target. So St Kilda with another shot on goal here. It'll be Garcia on the end of it. He'll kick 30 metres out. 45-degree angle. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, Scrimshaw just a knock under his right eye, which has been getting some attention from the trainers. Happened about 30 seconds after they made the sub, so ill-timed, but the doctor's still working on that one. A bit of claret there underneath the eye.
Really nice play again by the Saints. Change of angles, take the ball out to the other side and found a free player.
Here comes Garcia, who leans back on the kick, and he bangs it into the right-hand goal post.
Blowing some chances, aren't they? They as Brogues mentioned, they've dominated territory this quarter, but inaccurate kicking has left the Hawks with a comfortable lead.
47, 7-5, 47 to 5-9, 39. Amon goes right up the middle, got a lead from Impey, and he didn't break stride. What a kick from Amon. Then the kick from Impey out in front of Mitchell, who's got a couple of metres on Bonner. Mitchell settles now. He kicks it inside 50 deep. Bruce takes the mark, and immediately that move is paying dividends. He's been on the ground for about 5 or 6 minutes, Luke Bruce.
Carl Amon, what a kick that was, hey? Just to be able to lace out Jarman Impey. He didn't have to break stride, as you mentioned, Chris, in the call, and yeah, fantastic finish.
Here's Luke Bruce.
He's the man you like to have the ball in too.
Round the corner. Goal umpire just watches it float over his hat. Bruce gets his first. Hawks have got 8. They're 8-5, 53. St Kilda 5-9, 39. And set up by a kick from Carl Amon with Jarman Impey running at full tilt. Didn't have to break stride. Took the mark and just went on with it. And then Mitchell found Bruce. It was quite an incredible play.
Well, the game needed it, didn't it? There's a bit of a stalemate, a bit of an arm wrestle, and to just have the audacity to pull a kick like that with really late in the quarter when St Kilda have been pressing, it just shows how confident Carl Amon is with his kicking at the moment. He has had the ball on a string today, and what it does is it breaks the game open. And as we saw, Bruce has been doing that for a long time, running back to goal and taking marks like that. But brilliant ball movement by Hawthorn, and brilliant finish by Bruce. What a player he is, and what a sub you can bring in.
Back in the middle we go, deep into this third term. Down by Marshall, but Meek goes and gets it. He's tackled by Owens. Got a handball out, though, in the Nash direction. He's claimed by Garcia. Swung full 360. No free kick, said the umpire, taking the ground. And that's where it remains. So a ball up in front of the square. St Kilda attacking side. Text in from Stephen. Shout out to my mum and dad listening to Hawthorn versus St Kilda in Rome, Italy. Listeners all around the world this afternoon. It's fantastic. 0437 774 774. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Tim Brogan and Stephen Williams, our experts this afternoon. Up it goes again. Meek wins the battle on this occasion. Down to Garcia at the bottom of the pack. Ginnivan lends a hand. Hawks and Saints everywhere. We haven't moved a muscle. We're still at the front of the centre square. Hawthorn attacking side. Just over a minute remaining in this third term. Hawthorn by 14, out of the ruck, Marshall once again, but it's picked off in defence by Hardwick, who takes the mark, 30 out from his defensive goal.
The sometime forward, sometime back switcheroo. Hardwick goes short to Frost, who's kick anything over 35 metres you worry, but it's switched it nicely and finds Amon in the back pocket. That goes to the outer side. Owens in front. Garcia got the handball back to Owens. He's trying to keep it in right near the boundary line. Taken by Impey. Impey short little dinky kick. It's picked off by Sinclair. Sinclair to Webster. Handball chopped off by Warple. See, they're turning it over. Back to Warple now. Now McDonald. He's been quiet. Little handball to McGuinness. McGuinness little short kick okay to the wing and finds Meek. Meek just steps back. Thought about Warple in the centre. It's getting close to three-quarter time, so maybe the Hawks might suck a bit of time off the clock. He's called to play on, and he does, and the kick is okay out wide to Watson, who's floored against Wilkie, who knocked him to the ground. And let's see if that'll be 50. It will. Well, the siren's gone, so Watson's going to have a shot for goal after the siren. And let's see how much real estate he's being afforded. The umpire is going a fair way back, so he's going to end up being about...
It's a big 50.
Gee, there was a big 50 in the first quarter, and this is almost as big. So Watson's been brought within 35 metres.
Huge kick in context of this game. Huge.
This to take it out to 20 points. Nick Watson's kicked a couple. They call him the Wizard. He's had his kicking boots on today. Can he get this done from 35? No, he can't. Got too close to the man on the mark and just scraped it in for a behind. And it's three-quarter time at York Park. And Hawthorn lead by 15 points. The Hawks 8-6, 54. Lead St Kilda 5-9, 39.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Chris Robot and Michael Maney, Dean Brogan and Stephen Williams for you. The three-quarter time goal kickers for Hawthorn, 2 apiece to Dylan Moore and Nick Watson. Jack Ginnivan, Connor McDonald, Luke Bruce and Boyd Meek, all with singles for St Kilda. 2 goals to Mitch Owens, 1 to Max King, 1 to Josh Battle and 1 to Tim Membry. Got an extra goal kicker there that I might have just left out. No, that's it. So, yeah, that is St Kilda, 5-9-39, trailing Hawthorn 8-6, 54. Take a short break from here at York Park and be back with a preview with Corbin Middlemass, the game between Essendon and Greater Western Sydney at Docklands later this afternoon.
So, Jane has a complicated love life.
Hey, what's wrong with back hair?
Daddy, hibernation is over.
In a new ABC rom-com.
That is a lot of white meat.
No. They all just happen to be...
Of the Caucasian persuasion.
Oh,
kind of Korean, are you?
Korean.
Can she fix the mess?
There is something seriously wrong with you.
Brand new comedy, White Fever.
All right, keep it in your pants.
Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Saints have it here in the middle of the ground and they can go forward. Battle well placed here to take the mark inside 50, and he does exactly that. 48 metres from goal, directly in front. Josh Battle will kick from right on the paint of 50. He sets sail. It looks pretty good off the boot. The Saints fans like it. And the Saints draw first blood in the second half. Into the middle of the ground go the Saints now. Day on the bounce. Now to Nash. Inside 50 they go. There's a man out the back. Nick Watson runs into an open goal. He made the mistake last week. No such troubles this time around. He bangs it home as the Wizard.
Impey out in front of Mitchell, who's got a couple of metres on Bonner. Mitchell settles now. He kicks it inside 50 deep. Bruce takes the mark. And immediately that move is paying dividends. Round the corner. Goal umpire just watches it float over his hat. Bruce gets his first.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Yes, so Hawthorn with a 15-point advantage over St Kilda here at York Park in Launceston. The Hawks are 8-6-54, leading the Saints 5-9-39. A low-scoring affair with the artificial lights now turned on. Grey skies overhead here in Launceston. Not the only game for you this afternoon. There is another clash taking place a little later. It is between Essendon and Greater Western Sydney under the lead at Docklands, and ready, willing and able is Corbin Middlemass.
Hey Chris, no late change here at Docklands between the Bombers and the Giants. The Medi subs are in. Ben Hobbs for the second week running is going to start as the sub for the Bombers, and it is Harvey Thomas again for GWS. Huge day for Callan Ward, described by Mick Malthouse earlier as a warrior. Feels like a popular description of the now 300 gamer for the GWS Giants. He was a foundation Giant, he was their inaugural captain, and he celebrates the milestone under the roof at Docklands today. For the Bombers, it's a chance to try and make a statement. They're 5.5 wins after 8 games, but their victories have come against 11th, 12th, 14th, 15th and 16th, and they drew with 9th. So let's see how they go up against a team that's only lost 5 times in their last 21 games under Adam Kingsley. Big test for Essendon up against GWS. The last of our top 8 matchups in round 9 coming your way next, following your game in Tasmania. Chris.
Fantastic. Thanks, Corbin. Joel Peterson alongside Corbin Middlemass bringing you that one immediately following this game here in Launceston. That'll be a fascinating clash too, won't it, Brogues? Particularly for Essendon. I think we might learn a bit about the Bombers this afternoon.
Yeah, look, they need a scalp, don't they? The teams that have played above them, they haven't been able to get the job done, even though they did have a draw against Collingwood, which are really good, but they're in super form. That's a huge game, and well done to Callum Ward, 300. I was lucky enough to play a bit of footy with him at the Giants and then coach him. And the way Malthouse summed him up, he is a warrior, champion player, champion person, and I hope they get the job done for him today.
Yeah, fantastic. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from here in Launceston, though, and right here, right now, this game is up for grabs between Hawthorn and St Kilda. The Hawks have led at every change, and this is their biggest lead of the game so far. 15 points as we get set to commence the fourth and final frame. 8:6:54 the Hawks, the Saints 5:9:39. Stephen Williams is alongside me. What do the Saints need to do to wrestle this back into their control and steal the 4 points?
Well, it's been a battle, hasn't it, all day, and the Saints certainly had a lot of opportunities that quarter. Hit the post twice, we saw, and in a close game, when you have opportunities, you just have to make the most of them. We saw them hit the post, and then the Hawks rebounded the ball straight down the other end and goal to Luke Bruce. So that's how critical it can be with these shots at goal. So they're going to have to make the most of their opportunities. They're going to have to keep moving the ball quickly. That sort of gave them the opportunity in that third quarter, but Hawthorn probably finished that quarter a little bit better. But the Saints have got nothing to lose. They haven't been in front all day, so they've got to change things up a little bit. Rowan Marshall's probably been the best player almost on the ground, so if he can keep lifting, give his on-ballers the first look at it, the Saints may have a chance, but they have to get the first one.
They've grown their lead at every change, the Hawks. 4 points at quarter time, 10 at half time, and 15 at three-quarter time. So the Saints with some work to do. Out of the middle, it's immediately locked up with Newcomb in possession. And a pair of Saints tackling him. Another ball up in the middle of York Park. It goes as Marshall rips it out of the ruck once again. You guessed it, bangs it forward for the Saints. Here's Impey, a little toe poke to Sarong. Gave it to Amon, who was under some pressure. McGuinness's kick was smothered. Off fingertips, Impey took it. He's taken over the line by Henry. And we'll have a ball in 75 metres from St Kilda's goal. Left half forward for the Saints. Hawks chasing their third win of the season. Back-to-back wins, of course, after that 7-point win over the Dogs last week. And without their captain this afternoon too in James Sicily, Windhager, he's immediately set upon by Connor Nash at the fall of the ball. We'll have another stoppage at left half forward for the Saints.
Ball up. Meek knocked it down. Newcomb got the arms free. Got it by hand to Nash. Nash kicks to the wing. Ginnivan thought about going, didn't. Ball flicks over to Wanganeen Millera. Handball had a bit of a hang time on it. Spun on the merry-go-round was Steele. Ginnivan, lovely hands. Got away to McDonald, to Bruce. And Bruce just sits it out in front of Dylan Moore and he takes the mark. He's about 45 metres out from goal. We're right behind him. And we know Dylan Moore knows how to kick a goal.
Great kick by Bruce, wasn't it? He just got the ball. He just almost demanded Moore to lead at him, and he just hit him with a really bullet-like pass. And great kick.
He's got a couple, Dylan Moore. It's not quite going to get the journey, and the mark has been taken by Marshall. Goes in, short, and Ginnivan just cuts across and takes the mark, and they turn it over. Well, he's done so much good today, undoes a little bit of it with that kick, and Luke Bruce goes in and lets him know about it as well.
Just a smart little forward, Ginnivan. They stand off the players and just dare the opposition to kick the ball there, and he read the cues, was able to intercept, and this will be a real dagger for the Saints.
Here's Ginnivan. He's got one, and he's just fluffed his line.
Stabbed at it. He did not kick through that at all.
Well, the Hawks had Watson from 35, missed a sitter at siren time, and now Ginnivan at the 2.5-minute mark. Hawks 8:7:55, St Kilda 5:9:39.
What a let-off for Rowan Marshall and the Saints. And speaking of, they'll get a free kick here, and it will be Rowan Marshall in the middle of the ground. Can they make the Hawks pay on the other end? He releases the runner. No, he doesn't, because the umpire's going to pull him back on his line. So he's just at the back of the centre square. Then Miller receives the handball running past. He missed the kick to Henry. Sinclair couldn't gather it, but Wilday could for the Hawks. Look away handball was flashy to Bruce, but Marshall sets upon him and says, hey, you got in my face down in the goal square, I'm going to get in yours, and lays a big tackle, puts him on the turf, and we'll have a ball up in the middle of York Park.
He's angry with himself, Marshall. He just took it out on that tackle, but he's been good all day.
Contested ball, Day out of the congestion, slaps it on the boot, inside forward 50, Ginnivan front spot, Webster with a fist over the top, back out to Day, one way then the other, handball to Newcomb, concedes some ground to Meek, Sinclair lost his footing, Meek now inside 50 for the Hawks, well placed was Hardwick, off hands now Bruce, released McKenzie, thought about a shot on goal, then thought about the pass, then thought about the shot, around the body he goes, high right foot ball all the way to the goal square, Gunston in a wrestle, couldn't take the mark, McGuinness at the fall, took it on the bounce, immediately tackled, and some indecision from McKenzie. He wanted to pass it off, but was being encouraged to take the shot. The ball up deep in attack for the Hawks.
I think just looking for the perfect play there, McKenzie, and should have just gone on instinct a little bit more. The ball rolls out of play. It'll be a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket, Hawthorn in attack. They lead 8-7-55 to 5-9-39. And the umpires have been a little shallow, or have the ruckman been a little deep, who knows. But here's Meek and Marshall. Meek just knocked it over the top. Gunston couldn't run onto it. Sinclair, little quick kick out of there, is marked by Henry. It was Marshall, I think, who got the kick away. Henry goes into the centre, and it's marked by Wood. Wood plays on. Kicks it inside 50. Poor kick. Weddle at the front. Takes the mark, and he wants to run. And he goes with a little short kick to Moore, but he's overcooked it, and then off a one-hander by Wood again. So they're turning it over here, both teams. This time it won't be, because Wood finds Windhaker, who goes in short. That's a lovely kick. And Steele found some space, 50 out. Now he's going to go short and sets it up, and Battle takes the mark. He had an option of a couple there, but Josh Battle takes the mark. He'll kick from right on the paint of 50 virtually, and St Kilda with a chance to kick a goal.
You really think the Saints have to kick this one? We saw him kick one from probably a similar distance in the third quarter, so he's got the kick in him, but if the Saints are going to challenge the Hawks, they need to get a move on.
Kicked their only goal at the 7-minute mark of the third term. Josh Battle, after being switched to the forward line from back, he's pushed this one long. I think it's got the journey. It has. Battle gets a couple. The game needed it. St Kilda needed it. And they've got goal number 6. 6-9-45. They trail the Hawks 8-7-55 by 10 points. Attendance today, 15,112.
Well, just get back to that Ginnivan miss, how crucial that is, and is that the game changer? Like that would have put him up 20 points. He's 20 metres out in front. You've just got to kick them, and St Kilda are coming again, and what a move that's been to put Battle forward. And really good coaching by the coaching group of St Kilda. They put him forward. He's rewarded them. He's kicked 2. He's looked like the most dangerous forward for St Kilda, because he was actually dominating down back. He's taken 9 marks or 10 marks for the game. He's been unbelievable, Battle. Great move to put him forward, and here comes St Kilda.
Back to 10 points. St Kilda kick the first of the final term. See if they can go again out of the middle. Marshall takes it straight out of the middle and gets it on his boot once again. Inside 50 they go. High ball knocked away from King. Newcomb takes it on the bounce. Sesses things up forward and kicks to right half forward for the Hawks. Watson was just worked underneath it by Stocker, who goes in and gets it at ground level. Handball over the top now to Bonner, and Stocker was dealt with by Ginnivan after he got rid of it, and he'll get a free kick at right half back. So the Saints just with their tails up. They've trailed at every change this afternoon. So here's Webster outside of the defensive 50. Oh, chest mark. Easy one dropped by Jack Steele. You don't see that often. Had time enough to recover and send St Kilda inside 50 again, and Membry outstretches and takes the mark. Right on 50. No real angle to speak of.
Probably worked to Jack Steele's advantage, and he actually dropped it and he had to pick it up and play on, and was able to get the ball in quick. Membry, a nice set of hands, so he's going to kick from probably a similar distance that Battle just kicked from. We haven't seen the Saints kick 2 in a row properly for the whole game, so this will really get them right back as close as they've been for a long time.
Membry with one for the afternoon can cut the margin to 4 points. They need this one, the Saints. Set sail from just outside 50. It's on its way. It looks okay off the boot, but it's fading late to the near side. So a minus score. Back to single digits though. Hawthorn 8-7-55. St Kilda 6-10-46. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Text in from Gary. G'day from Canberra. Woeful forward line display from the Saints. Hate to say it, but Robert Harvey is the forward line coach and doesn't seem to be able to get them to perform. Thanks for your text, Gary.
Yes, they looked a bit better since Battle's gone up there. It has to be said, as Dean Brogan said a moment ago. Wise move from line as Scrimshaw kicks short. So Hawthorn still in defensive 50 here with Impey. Scrimshaw's made a bit of space on the outer side of the ground, but decides to go to Mackenzie. It's a 2-on-1, and that's just not the best option. It's close to the line. Is that out of bounds on the full? No, it's not. Mitchell just got his boot to it, but he was out of bounds when he kicked it, so it'll be a boundary throw-in. A couple of kicks away from the St Kilda goal, you'd have to say, just outside their 50, around about 75 metres. And St Kilda can sniff something here. I've trailed all day. Meek and Marshall. Marshall somehow grabbed it out of the ruck again. Taken by Mackenzie. Mackenzie just brushes off Hill. And he goes long to the wing. Needs a mark. Gunston's been ineffectual. Almost took the mark at the back. In goes Watson. Handball. No one can get out of there. It'll be a ball up. And almost 10 minutes gone in the final term. And 8-7-55 plays 6-10-46.
Rucks go at it. Meek paddled it down. Here's Ross and Steele, and he gathered it and swung around the body. Progressed things forward for the Saints. Frost just took his time to release the handball. Mackenzie has it now for the Saints, and now Impey dashing off half back. Tucks it under his arm and spots a contest he likes out wide. Luke bruised. He got to the footy, but he couldn't take the mark. Had some support though in D'Ambrosio, who weaved one way then the other. Shared it with Scrimshaw. Back to D'Ambrosio. Inside 50 go the Hawks. Didn't quite get a good enough piece of it. It'll end up in Saints' hands as they break it up. Jack Sinclair off half back. Shows the footy to a Hawthorn opponent and kicks to green grass. Membry gets there first for the Saints. Tackled by D'Ambrosio, and the tackle was good enough to force the ensuing kick out of bounds on the full. Hawks effect the turnover and win the footy back at left half back.
Sinclair had to give that handball. Then he had Bonner running with him, and he just kicked a pretty scrubby kick. If he would have given it to Bonner, they would have opened the Hawks up and got it in a really dangerous position.
Sarong goes to the wing. Meek can't take the mark. Marshall was in front. In they go. Ball hits the turf. It'll be a ball up. I think the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has been here today. Attended a function. I wonder if he's hung around. I wonder if he's got to hop in a car, Brogues, and drive to Hobart to fly back like you did.
The private jet out the back, I reckon.
I'd say so. Here's Watson. Handball. Didn't get through to Sinclair, but Sinclair just got it up. Sarong did nicely, used the body, got it by hand to D'Ambrosio, and he finds more between the wing and half back on the outer side. Hawthorn kicking to the right of your radio dial. Taken by Day now. Day this way, that way, and then forced to go on the left boot, and it's a sloppy old kick by Day, and it rolls out of play. Boundary throw in right on the outer side wing, where Hawthorn 8-7-55, St Kilda 6-10-46. Michael Maney with you, along with Chris Rowbottom, Dean Brogan, Stephen Williams and Andrew Cooling patrolling the boundary.
Anthony Albanese, a Hawthorn supporter, I believe. Committed some funding to York Park last year, as well as Josh Battle comes away with it for the Saints. He's got a free man at right half forward. Mason Wood takes the mark on the pain of 50. If he wants to have a shot, it'll be from beyond the 50-metre line. A tightish sort of angle. He's going to square things up. He spotted Jack Steele at true centre half forward. He hits the pass. I wonder if Jack Steele has the leg from here. He'd be kicking from 55 or so. Jack Steele. Terrific player, but not quite sure this is his go. You never know. No real breeze to speak of. It looks like he's eyeing them off, Jack Steele. 28 disposals, 5 clearances this afternoon for Jack Steele, who's been his usual productive self. He's going to set sail, a high and long ball. It's all the way to the goal line. Getting in front was Max King. Couldn't quite juggle it on the way down. Weddle on the goal line. Shared it with Impey. Scrambly up and under ball from the Hawthorn defender. Henry was underneath it. Knocked away to the boundary line. And the Hawks defence prevails. They'll get a boundary throw in. Left half forward for the Saints. 8:7.55 the Hawks. Kilda 6:10.46. 10.5 minutes remaining in this fourth and final term. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
They're hanging on for dear life here, Hawthorn. They feel like they've gone into their shell a little bit. St Kilda are pressing really hard. You feel like Hawthorn need to keep the game in flow and with speed, because they're going to have to kick another one or two at least to win the game.
From the boundary throw in, no one can take possession, and it's a ball up. Mackenzie been okay today. Times hesitant, but he's got a little bit of the ball. Meek knocks it down. Marshall, in fact it was Battle gets a high ball. No mark to Ambrosio. Hawthorn defending grimly. Moore can't take it. Away to Newcomb, now to Hardwick, who just kicks it out of there. Wanganeen Miller just run under it. Here's Warple. Warple just takes it now and brushes off a couple. Almost got caught by Stocker. Laid it off to Mackenzie. Mackenzie got it out wide to Weddle. Weddle's got an acre out there. Bruce he goes long. Bruce got out the back. He's going to be in position A here. Surely that was a free kick. Umpire said no. Wanganeen Miller now just uses the football well to Bonner. Bonner goes in short. Nash did beautifully to intercept. Here's Ginnivan. Shrugs 1, 2, gets it away. Quick kick by McDonald. He's curling round and he hits the post. What is it? It's not the same post. It's a different one this time. Stephen Williams. 8:56 Hawthorn. St Kilda 6:10.46.
Just can't put them away, can they, the Hawks? The Saints still breathe, so they need to take some chances now.
Back to 10 points. Bonner in from full back. Finds Jimmy Webster in the right back pocket. Gets it and goes. Short ball good to Wilkie over the top. They've cleared defensive 50 now, the Saints. Up beyond the outer wing he goes. That's a good defensive mark from Scrimshaw. He gets in front of his opponent and reels it in. He's got a man inside in Mackenzie, who's been pretty handy today. The pick 7. He comes in board to Impey. Thought about flaring it wide to McGuinness. In fact, he thought so deeply about it that the umpire called him to play on. He chose Hardwick in the end, and McGuinness will eventually get in on the end of the 15-metre kick from Hardwick at right half back. Marshall stands the mark. He's tied up against the boundary line. He's Finn McGuinness. Kicks up beyond the near wing. It's not much of a kick. High up and under. The fist over the top from Wilkie. Bouncing ball Hasty. Somehow worked it to Heel, who cut back inside. Traffic was stripped with the footy. Somehow wasn't called out in the ball. Maybe it was. Umpire said, bring it back, please. Maybe a James Warple free kick. Just get the ball back into the hands of James Warple. No real rush here from his teammate, Jack Ginnivan. Hasty's going to come and stand the mark. So free kick to the Hawks in front of the interchange benches. Warple has it. Hawks lead by 10. He's going to dump this towards right half forward for the Hawks. Meek and Marshall jostle. McDonald was at the fall, couldn't get a handle on it. Windhager's kick was smothered. He got it up to Wilson, who lost his handle. Now to Wilkie, who just slaps it on the boot. 2-on-2 contest here on centre wing. Saints almost come up with it, but Hardwick wouldn't say die. On the end of it was Garcia. Just patted it to the advantage of a teammate. In the middle of York Park now, 2 Hawks beset upon a St Kilda opponent. Where's that getting up? It's Patton from underneath a pile of bodies. Another ball up in the middle of the ground.
Time ticking away. Warple play for the free kick, nothing doing. Newcomb comes in with a crunching tackle. I tell you what, when that bloke tackles you, bones rattle. Another ball up.
This 10-point margin has been hanging around for a lot of the day, hasn't it?
It has, yep. Hasn't really ballooned out at all for the Hawks. They've been in front all day. Well, slightly half forward. Now back to the wing. Free kick to Hawthorn, taken by Newcomb. Newcomb's handball just bounces to Hardwick. He's got McDonald. McDonald from the wing. Now kicks inside 50. It's a high ball. Brewster's there. Wanganeen Miller with a nice little fist. Wanganeen Miller's got to go back after it again. Watson off the ground, did he? Oh. The goal umpire is going to check it all out. Watson was so close to getting his boot off the ground to that one, but he's not celebrating. And I reckon this will be a behind.
I think he's remonstrating. He should have got a free kick.
Yeah, there's no chance he got anywhere near it.
No.
I'm not sure what the goal umpire's doing.
Looks like he got taken high.
Still waiting. And yes, the correct decision made, and we lost a little bit of our life there. Hawthorn 8-9-57, St Kilda 6-10-46, back in play.
Kick in from full back is a good one onto the chest of Mason Wood. Goes to Stocker. He's at right half back.
Only 7 minutes left on the clock, so the Saints have got to start to bite a few off, look to go through the middle of the ground.
And that's exactly where Stocker goes over the back. Weddle couldn't quite drag it in. At the fall of the pack was Ross, a centre high, up and under towards centre half board. Here's something now for the Saints. On hands and knees was Wilson, I think it was. Owen threw the head back, and he might have thrown it out in the end. He did. So it'll be a Hawthorn free kick going the way of Frost. And he's got something. He lights out wide. It'd have to be good. It wasn't good enough to Meek. They've turned it over here, the Hawks. Garcia through traffic. Inside 50 now for the Saints. King's on the move, and he takes the mark on his chest. So the turnover from the Sam Frost kick. With his teammate under the pump. Now Max King will have a shot on goal. 35 metres out, slide angle.
Brilliant kick by Garcia on his left. He just kicked across goal to hit King. It was an amazing kick. Big kick by King coming up.
It's King for his second of the afternoon. And just his 9th goal of the season. He started it right, but he pulled it back. And he makes no mistake, does Max King. And could that be the start of something for St Kilda? King kicks his second. Hawthorn 8-9-57. St Kilda 7-10-52. Just 5 points the margin. 6 minutes remaining. Fourth and final term.
Just
here in Launceston.
Midfield turnover, wasn't it? Frosty's kick just hung in the air a little bit too long. Liam Stocker got there, was able to spoil it. And as you mentioned, that Garcia kick, it made King come at the ball, didn't it? Put it out in front. He was able to run and take a pretty simple chest mark. And he did his bit. He finished. He was able to convert for the goal. So 5 points in it, the closest the Saints have been for a long time. And we've got 6 minutes to go, so plenty of time.
Just feel Hawthorn are playing tight at the moment, don't you? Just from up here watching them, they look tight. They're making some really iffy decisions, and St Kilda are coming hard.
The only 2 goals of the last quarter have been kicked by St Kilda. Out of the centre, Meek tries to burst his way through. Can't get through a couple of them there. Crowd are saying ball. Good St Kilda roll up here too. Plenty of Saints supporters, but nothing doing. The umpire says, I'll ball it up. Marshall and Meek. Marshall can't grab it out. McDonald went into Sinclair with a lovely tackle, and the ball going nowhere. So another bounce. Things tightened right up here now. 5 points the margin. One straight kick and the Saints will hit the lead for the first time in the day. Meek knocked it down. Newcomb tried to drive through Marshall. Might have won a free kick. Nothing doing. Did put his head down. Does it again. Hill gets him. And a third consecutive ball up in the centre of the ground. Let's see if you can clear it, Chris Rowbottom.
I'll do my best. Up it goes. Meek. Down to Newcomb, who just wraps it in. And another stoppage. Ben Patton going with him by the looks of things. It goes again. Marshall and Meek. What a battle that's been. Nash might have been held on to. Umpire said he was. So a free kick out of the middle as Moore spreads wide. Day's on short though, and that's where he goes. Ball's still there if he wants him. He thought about it today. Instead, he'll just send a high one inside 50 to Gunston on the lead. Stocker sat underneath it, got hands to it, couldn't quite drag in the mark. Gunston broke it up. It's a contested ball at ground level. Players converge, and we'll have another ball up at right half forward for the Hawks. 5 minutes remaining. They hang on for grim death. 57 plays 52.
That Will Day kick, it's been pretty much all day, hasn't he? Just kicks it straight up in the air. Needs to do a little bit better when he kicks inside 50.
Meek palmed it down. There's Stocker on hands and knees. Moore goes with him and drives him into the turf. Text from Jerry in Fingal. Been a Hawks supporter for 50 years, but they're not playing convincing footy. If they play the Tassie Devils, I'll support the Devils instead. Thank you, Jerry, as the Wizard. Watson sends one towards goal. Couldn't quite pull a rabbit out of the hat on this occasion, the Wizard. Worked over for a minor score, and Wanganeen Miller wanted to get on his bike and go from the restart. The umpire said no. I'm going to be pulling the wool over my eyes in that fashion. Back into the goal square you go.
Handy point, 6 points. So is there a draw on the cards?
Probably be quite fitting in the end, although Hawthorn's led all day, but not convincingly. Ball's in the centre of the ground. It'll be a ball up. I think 16 points is the highest margin throughout the day. That happened a couple of times through the day. At the 18-minute mark of the first term was one. Up it goes. Taken by Wilson. Away to Webster. Webster kicks out wide. A foot race. Dougal Howard, I think that is. Gets the left boot to it. It's a real floater. Frost can't take the mark. Pick it up by King. King's dispossessed. Crowd want ball. Nothing doing. Ginnivan. Handball away to Hardwick. Hardwick just got his kick away off the instep. Mason Wood attacked it, then fell over. Which way will it turn? Comes out to Bonner from Wanganeen Miller. And Bonner just goes short. Gives a bit of ground to Marshall. And a man out on his own in space was Brad Hill. How do you let Brad Hill on his own? Little chip over the top to Payton. Payton now. Which way will he go? He goes to the pocket. It's a good-looking kick. Scrimshaw did well. Knocked the ball away from Owens. Hawthorn defending here. Ball taken to the line was at Mitchell. Henry came in with a tackle. The umpire said, "I'll throw it back in." Out of play. Hawthorn 8-10-58. St Kilda 7-10-56. Ross Lyon looks on from the sideline.
Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Ross Lyons reappeared for the final 5 minutes. He wanted Riley Bonner straight out there.
And it comes, Marshall front spot, deep in attack for the Saints. Off hands, Impey, scramble to kick towards the boundary line. Hill tried to knock it back in, but over it goes. Another boundary throw in. Nail biter coming up here with 3.5 minutes remaining in this fourth and final term. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Chris Robot and Michael Maney, Dean Brogan, Stephen Williams, Andrew Cooling, the team here in Launceston. At front spot once again, Marshall out of the congestion, snap on goal, top of the goal square. Hardwick got in the way, scramble on the goal line, out of mid-air. Max King almost kicked a miracle goal. He just missed, stuck a leg.
The bicycle kick
at the footy.
That would have been one of the goals of the century.
Would have been a golazo, I think, soccer style.
Handy point.
Yes, very handy point. If they can manufacture something here. Hawthorn 8-10-58. St Kilda 7-11-53. Low-scoring game, but entertaining at York Park. Carl Amon.
Can't save the game, Hawthorn. You've got to keep playing. There's still 3.5 minutes to go.
Kicks to a pack. Newcomb. Nash. Dropped the footy. No free kick. D'Ambrosio got the handball away to Bruce. Bruce delayed the handball, got it to Ginnivan. Another handball to D'Ambrosio on the outer side wing. He kicks long. Gunston can't really get in on it. It might be a free kick for downfield, was it?
Yeah.
Or a bit of holding.
No, he cleaned him up as he was kicking the ball.
As he was kicking the ball, was it? Thanks, Stephen Williams, who's always got the eagle eye. And Gunston, who has been very quiet this afternoon for the Hawks. Got the sun in his face, decides to go in short to Newcomb. So we've got a couple of minutes to go in this one. A goal for the Hawks might just do it, but they can't save it, as the boys said just a moment ago. D'Ambrosio goes to the pocket. Bruce tried to push off his man. Here's Connor McDonald, been good. Handball to Bruce. What can he manufacture here? Goes in short. Amon!
What a kick.
Summed up the situation and then hit Amon. And Amon will get the journey, no question about that. Just a matter of accuracy. What a kick this is.
Smart by Bruce. Didn't want to blaze the top of the square because he saw St Kilda players, just lowered his eyes and hit the man who's had the ball on a string all day in Carl Amon.
He'll have to kick it from right on 50. Kicking to the city end. Amon winds up. He's not going to get the distance. Goes high, and the mark has been taken. And that's a lovely mark by Wood. So St Kilda fans breathe again. Now it comes to Wilkie, and Wilkie kicks down the line to Webster.
90 seconds remaining. They play on by hand. Webster and Wilson share it, but it's broken up by Sarong. And now Will Day streams away. Splits up Ginnivan. 75 metres from goal. They're 2 kicks from home, the Hawks. Ginnivan's going to milk the clock.
Probably look to milk it now. A minute to go. Can they hit an uncontested mark?
Decides to just dump it long, does Ginnivan, who can take a mark for the Hawks. But it's a big defensive mark taken by Wood again for the second time in the past minute. They're deep in defence here, the Saints. Bonner pokes one over the top to Steele. They've really got to get going with 49 seconds remaining. Still inside defensive 50, the Saints. Bonner with no real urgency comes wide to Wood. Big chance here for the Saints. Back of a wing broadcast side. Has a man loose at left half forward in Wanganeen Millerer. He's 85 from goal. Sets it towards the left forward pocket. Big fly was King. Got hands to it. Couldn't quite reel it in. Weddle couldn't win the footy. Big tackle laid by Sinclair on Moore. And he's taken the ground. We'll have a ball up inside. St Kilda's attacking 50. 5 points the margin. 21 seconds on the clock. Up it goes. King does the ruck work. Moore working hard at the coalface. Another tackle laid and another stoppage. Clock ticks down to 15. Hawthorn by 5. Up it goes again. Meek paddles it down. Took possession. Wrenched off it by Marshall. There's Warple. He's brought to ground as well. They're going to have to conjure something here. With 6 seconds on the clock, the Saints. They're 48 metres from goal. Another ball up. It's possible. Do you believe, Saints fans? Marshall knocks it goalward. It was taken out of the congestion by Wilson. He was set upon by 4 Hawks. Hawthorn are going to hold on. Final saw it in Launceston. And this young Hawks team string together back-to-back wins. And the Mitchell era is well and truly underway. They let it every change, the Hawks. It was 4 points the margin after 1. Then it was 10 points at half-time, 15 points at three-quarter time. The Saints hit back in the fourth and final term, but Hawthorn hold on to record an impressive 5-point victory without their skipper here in Launceston. 8-10-58 the Hawks, 7-11-53. Both teams had their chances, but it's the Hawks who hold on in their Launceston fortress. What a finish. Stephen Williams.
It was. They were. I think the Hawks were probably the better side all day. They led. I don't think St Kilda actually led in the whole game. So the Hawks were able to get out of jail. They missed an easy one at the end, which would have sealed it for them. But they had to fight it right out to the end. But a good workmanlike performance. It wasn't a great game, but they did the most important thing, Brogues, and that was get the 4 points.
Yeah, I'd agree with all that. So I thought Hawthorn were fantastic today. I thought they cracked in from start to finish. Their pressure was right from the first bounce to right to the last couple of contests to keep the ball in was sensational. I thought their defence held up really well today. I thought Frost did a really good job on King. They were the better team for 80% of that game. Even though St Kilda were coming, Hawthorn accepted the challenge and said, righto, it's not our moment right now. We've just got to hold the fort, and they did that. And then when they had their opportunities, they were able to kick a goal and keep that 10-point margin for most of the day. But St Kilda, they had some chances that third quarter, didn't they? They kicked 1 goal 4 or something like that. They hit the post, I think 2 or 3 times. They definitely had their opportunities. But, I tip my hat to Hawthorn. I thought they were fantastic. And, like you just said, the Sam Mitchell era is on. I think Hawthorn's, they're on their way. They're an impressive footy side who play the right way. And, sure, they need to tidy up on a few things, but they were fantastic today.
I just thought Ginnivan had the ball down here in front of us, and he kicked it down the line into the 50, and he had Weddle behind him with 15 metres away, so he could have kicked it back, sucked another 10 seconds or 15 seconds off the clock, but he decided to kick it down the line, and then St Kilda got it and worked it right around the outside and gave themselves a chance to actually win. And
well, generally when a team's got a minute to go and you've got the footy, you should not give the ball back.
We saw Port last night, didn't we? They just kicked it backwards and kept possession of the footy.
And they're a young team. Get him as a young player, so Mitchell will get the tape out and show him, hey, we can use our numbers around the back with 1:12 to go. So, good win by them today.
It was an outstanding sort of hang-on, nail-biting win by Hawthorn, who get there by 5 points. 8-10-58 to St Kilda, 7-11-53. Goal kickers for the Hawks, 2 to Dylan Moore, 2 to Nick Watson, and then singles to Ginnivan, Connor McDonald, Luke Bruce and Lloyd Meek. And for the Saints, 2 goals to Owens, King and Battle, and then a single to Membry. So the Saints only kicking 7 goals for the day. So Hawthorn win by 5 points, and wow, what a game that was, set up by that intriguing contest in the ruck with Meek and Marshall.
Yeah, I thought Marshall was the outstanding player on the ground. He just, I reckon 10 to 15 times he's actually got the ball and kicked it out of the stoppage. So he's had a really good game. Looking at his statistics, I think
24 kicks.
28 disposals, 24 kicks, 11 tackles, which is and 34 hit outs. So it's a pretty comprehensive game for a big man. But the Hawks had a lot of good players as well. Newcomb, I thought, really worked his way into the game with his ability to win the ball around the stoppage. He certainly hurts the opposition with his handball. And Carl Amon, his kicking is able to really cut sides up. And we saw that goal that they were able to kick from full back to full forward with that kick that released Jarman Impey through the middle. So he's a bit of class in that Hawthorn side that's building.
Yeah, Meeks will learn a lot today. As you said pre-game, I think Marshall's in the top 3 rugby competition. Meek, he fought hard, but he just got pushed under the ball a little bit, and that's ruckcraft. That'll come for Meek in the next couple of years when he learns. He watches the tape against Marshall. Geez, I gave him a back there, and geez, he did that. So you bank that in your memory bank, and you add it to your arsenal in your career. But I thought he was sensational, Marshall, today.
He did beat him in the hit-outs, Meek, 47-34, and also floated forward and kicked that big goal early as well. So Marshall beat him around the ground, I think, and laid 11 tackles as well, and was able to take the ball out of the ruck on more than one occasion and send it forward. But Meek battled really, really hard. Some other leading disposal winners from throughout the game. Carl Amon and John Newcomb had 31 apiece. Jack Steele had 30 for St Kilda, and Riley Bonner had 29. Will Day getting back to some form as well with 22 disposals and 5 tackles for him as well. We mentioned it a few times sort of during the call that the Hawks have done it without James Sicily. They've only conceded 7 goals and kicked a winning score themselves. And it's not just Sicily either. It's Mitch Lewis and Mabior Chol and Jack Giath and Chad Wingard and
your bookends,
others as well. So
yeah,
both ends of the ground. Really, really interesting.
It's giving guys an opportunity, isn't it, with those star players that would come back and certainly improve their side, but all of a sudden they're finding some other young players as well.
If Chad Wingard had have played today, it would have been quite a story with the ex-Port Adelaide players, wouldn't it? But and now we're just having the celebration. The players may be a little bit late getting down to the rooms. Andrew Cooling standing by to try and get a...
So the presentation happening here is part of the Blue Ribbon Cup, the 25th anniversary of that. This special fixture that happens each year between the Hawks and the Saints. It is in memorial of 2 police officers that were killed in the line of duty back in 1998. And both teams actually award a best player or best on the ground to the opposing team. So it looks like Carl Amon has been chosen by the Saints as the Hawks' best player. And it is the Silk Miller Memorial Medal that both teams get. And there you go, Rowan Marshall has been selected as St Kilda's best player for the day by the Hawthorn group. So Rowan Marshall and Carl Amon putting together really good games and being recognised as part of the Blue Ribbon Cup this afternoon. What about our 3-2-1s? I'll give you the honours in those. Or if you want 30 seconds to have a think about it.
I've got it all sorted out. I gave Fantastic. One vote to John Newcomb. I thought his game, he was a little bit quiet in the first quarter, but as the game wore on, he got better and better around the stoppages. I gave 2 to Carl Amon. He's the designated kicker in the Hawthorn side, whether it's from full back and his field kicking is outstanding. And I thought Rowan Marshall was the outstanding player on the ground with his ability to win the ball, and particularly those clearances away from the stoppages were outstanding. So that's my 3-2-1.
Brogues, where to now for the Saints at 3-6 on the season?
Yeah, look, for me, St Kilda are disappointing this year. I thought they'd be a lot higher than where they are this year. We'd probably be overrated them because they made the finals last year. But they've got some work to do. They struggled to score. Now, I know they had some opportunities in the third quarter and they hit the post, but they struggled to score. And in this day, in the modern game, defence only gets you so far, and the way you defend the ground, yes, you need to do it and you need to be good at it, but you need to put points on the board. We saw last night when the team goes hard offensively, what it can do to opposition, and they've got the players to do it. You know, they've got speed and good kicks and change angles, and they've got crafty forwards. They've got the tall forwards as well. They're just missing something for me. I've watched them a lot this year, and I'm not impressed by them at all. They're like, bleh. You know, they're so to put like,
vanilla.
What are we getting from them?
No man's land, yeah.
To be 3-6, I think they're below expectations to me, and I think they've got some work to do. They've got a lot of work to do. From the offensive side of their game.
I'd agree with that. They're missing a couple of small forwards. Higgins and Butler aren't there, which will make a bit of a difference, but every side's missing players, so you just suck that up and get on with it. But as you said, Brogues, you know, the quality of ball users across the half-back line that can get the ball, it just seems to be their style of play, that it's not getting the ball out open, it's not moving it quick enough, and it's not giving those big forwards opportunities one out. So that's something that they need to keep working on.
And the selection today, they picked two ruckmen.
Yeah, Jack Hayes.
They subbed him out really early. So, like, I don't understand that, you know. And they shifted them, and they had to do something. I understand that, but just don't pick two ruckmen. Like, pick another runner.
Yeah, Battle
pick
can
a runner
do a job,
because you obviously needed a runner.
Yeah.
And they made a decision halfway through, probably the second quarter, they were going to do that. So I think they've had a bad day, St Kilda, if you ask me. They should have won this game today. They're a better side they're more advanced than Hawthorn at the moment, you would think. They let the colours down today. Their colours were lowered today, and full credit to Hawthorn. I really love the way they went about it from the start today. Their pressure and what won the game today for Hawthorn was the first quarter. They were sensational. They kicked 4 goals really quick, and that was the margin for the rest of the day. They came to play, and they got the chocolates, and I'm really impressed. Seeing them live for the first time, they're going to be a team to reckon with in the next couple of years. I think they're built really nicely.
You couldn't tell who was Hawthorn's second ruckman today, really. I think it was Connor Nash. It was Deere for a little while, but then Deere got subbed out as well, and Hawthorn actually worked that reasonably well, even though Marshall clearly won the points over Lloyd Meek today.
But Meek was still good, though. It wasn't as though
he
was disgraced. The Marshall just had a big game where he won a lot of the footy. And
Marshall does that most weeks to ruckman, so Meek shouldn't be that disappointed. Right. You just got to learn from that. Like, Marshall was best on ground for St Kilda, probably for the day, but go away, watch the tape, and learn from it, and become a better player.
Should they be using like Marshall got a lot of clearances, but they're just all rough kicks? Is it better that he looks to craft his tap work to actually set a guy up on the fly to get a quality stoppage?
It's always the balance when a ruckman grabs it out of the ruck, how and what you do and how many times you do it. I think there's a balance.
He would have done that quick kick at least 10 times.
What do you get out of that? You know, do you get quality out of that? I would say probably 50% of the time it's useful. 50% of the time you should be either looking to grab it and handball it off, or palm it down to your mid. So it's easy for us to say up here, but I used to grab it a lot towards the end, and I was told not to grab it by your brother Mark Williams.
Well, there you have it. Hawthorn 5-point winners over St Kilda in Launceston. 8-10-58 the Hawks. St Kilda 7-11-53. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage on Saturday Footy for ABC Sport. Thank you to you, Dean Brogan, Stephen Williams, Michael Maney, Andrew Cooling on the boundary, and the man on the buttons, Luke Purse, as well. For now, if you're listening in the ACT, you're off to the NRL clash between West Tigers and the Newcastle Knights. For everyone else, you're off to Essendon and GWS under the lid at Docklands with Corbin Middlemass and Joel Peterson.